Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Want to See My Rod. We are here for another live stream out here in central Montana. This is Upper Holter Reservoir. We launched from the Gates of the Mountain boat launch, which I've never launched from before. We camped out last night with King Kai 145 for his birthday bash. They're all sleeping still. We're out here fishing. Hope everybody's having an awesome morning today. Stay tuned. We'll be targeting northern pike, walleye, rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, amongst a myriad of other species. Miyazaki, good morning. She says, yippee. What's up, Petra Darklander? Good morning. Sebastian says, yippee. What's up? Good morning, Seb. Trip says, big rod. What's up, Trip? Good morning, good morning. Yasin, welcome to the stream this morning. How you doing? I remember you, Yasin. Yes, I do. We just took off from the campground boat launch. I have 2 rods in the water. We are running our standard Cowbells over here with a wedding ring hoochie variation that I tied up. This one is in green and white. On the other rod, we are running just a little Cleo spoon. It's a little, I believe, 3/8 ounce silver and blue spoon. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's having an awesome Thursday morning. We're over about 33 foot of depth right now. Water temperature at the surface is just over 60 degrees. It is an absolutely beautiful day out here. Let me know how the signal quality goes. As you guys can see, we are surrounded by some pretty high canyon walls. So I am attempting to stay kind of in the middle of the lane here to avoid most of that. Well, we're out here. We've been in the water for about 5 minutes now. Gonna see what we can put in the boat. And I'm seeing some good marks on the bottom here. These look like walleye tucked to the damn bottom. King Kai was out here yesterday. He was smacking them around on a bottom bouncer, surprisingly. So we might bust out one of those here shortly. I just wanted to run a path down here and see what's going on. Caught anything good yet? Sheriff, we just put in the water. We've been fishing for about 5 minutes. We're targeting here today northern pike, walleye, rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, yellow perch. A variety of different things are lurking in here. Man, that's beautiful. Isn't it pretty? Southern gritty. Muslim? No, I'm not. Welcome everybody joining. Happy Thursday. Welcome to Want to See My Rod. We're out here central Montana streaming today. We'll be out here for another marathon stream if weather permits. The weather might get a little sketchy later on this afternoon. Some of the forecasts were calling for some pretty crazy wind gusts. Hopefully not. I would love to get a full day of fishing in here. So get comfy, y'all. Let me know here in chat where you all are from, what the first fish you think is going to be. It is a little chilly this morning. What's your favorite fish to catch? I like catching northern pike. Northern pike is my favorite species to target. Amazing sooner, isn't it, Fred? Yeah, we're here in, this is called Gates of the Mountain. Gates of the Mountains. It's a deep river canyon here on the Missouri River system. And this is technically Upper Holter Lake. But this portion of it is really where the lake kind of feeds back into the river channel. Good morning, Chill. Welcome to the stream. Chill, New Hampshire. Nice. It's been a long time since I've been over that way. Virginia, I like my salt water. Very nice, Southern. Yeah, all we have is fresh water here in Montana. Lake Erie Lee, good morning, my friend. Good morning, good morning. Electric Snake River. Fred, we're in the Missouri River. And we are technically on an impoundment on the Missouri River. This is Upper Holter Lake. They dam it above, dam it below, and now it's a lake. But there are a whole series of dams here in central Montana, central and eastern Montana on the Missouri that are hydroelectric dams. Good morning from Maine. What's up, Rangeley? If any of y'all are watching this as a replay, go type something in the comment box below. Let me know what you think, how you think we're gonna do today. What your favorite fish species is to target here if you fish at Holter. Let me know what the last fish was that you caught. Just go type something in the comments down below. I love reading the comments, and I do try to respond to each and every one of them. It's beautiful from what I see. Oh, it's freaking spectacular out here. I've never fished this section of the river. This is my first time launching here. Normally I launch from much lower in the basin. But Kai did pretty well out here with the walleye yesterday, so we're gonna see if we can get into them. I'm not in Missouri, we're in Montana. This is the Missouri River. $13 and some change is what I pay for American Spirit Millimentals. Are you freaking kidding me? A midweek stream? What's up, Carl? Yeah, we came out here last night for King Kai's birthday bash. Camped out, and now I'm fishing and streaming. Everybody else is still sleeping at camp. Good morning, all 34 of y'all in here. 13 thumbs up this morning. Let's go. Appreciate y'all tuning in for another marathon stream. I want to see my rod. What's up, Flava Dave? That was a huge bird. Yeah, big old pelican. Big old white pelican. Just posted wild brook trout here this morning before work. Nice, Rangeley. I have never caught a brook trout. I would love to. They are absolutely gorgeous. Did you get any sleep last night? Kai's stream was still going when I left for work this morning. I laid down for about 2.5 hours. We got a little bit of a nap. So appreciate your support, Flava Dave. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We will be out here all day as long as weather permits. We'll be out here sun up to sundown. So look forward to the next 12 to 15 plus hours of live streaming and fishing. Flava Dave with the star. Thank you, my friend. Man, I got woke up by a phone call from my buddy heading to the local max prison for work. Why were they waking you up for that? Wait, y'all have pelicans in Montana? We have Montana's like a freaking jungle sometimes. We do. There's I don't know what kind of pelican it is, but yeah. What's your ancestry results? I have no idea. I know I have, on one side of my family, I have a lot of French-Canadian heritage. On the other side, like Norwegian and Irish, maybe. I don't know. My grandpa used to tell some stories, so I don't know. He seemed scared. I'm like, I used to walk that yard as a child. My dad was the head captain. Oh, he was sketched out about going to work there. I see what you're saying. I'm from Indonesia. Welcome from Indonesia. We're here in central Montana. Jasuga, how are you doing over there? All right, we're gonna turn around and pass back the other way here. I'll make a slow, wide turn. We are over some fish. I'm marking a decent amount of fish, anywhere from 5 to 25 foot. We're out 2 colors on the line here, so we're probably somewhere between 10 and 14 foot on this pole. The pole behind me, we're out 1.5 colors with the little Cleo spoon, so we're probably just subsurface, probably 3 to 5, somewhere around 5 foot of depth on our little Cleo. Hello from Nebraska. What's up, Russell Felkner? Welcome to the stream. Fred said I'm from Tasmania. Nice. You're over there on the other side of the planet. Beautiful. We're running our hammerbrass lake troll with one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs. This one is in green and white with a silver nickel blade. But it's also followed by about 6-inch leader and a small like micro hoochie tipped with pink gulp maggots. The other line we're running for a little while here, just a little silver and blue little Cleo spoon. I'm gonna run those here for a short while. If we don't get bit on them, I am gonna switch over to what Kai was catching on yesterday, which is a bottom bouncer and a worm harness crawler. We'll probably do that on one of our poles, but for now, I'm just gonna run a spoon and a worm crawler harness. I must be seeing things. What are you seeing there, the laughing lackey? Good morning, Hammy D. How you doing this morning? Been a while since I've seen you. The laughing lackey. Why is there a gorilla back there? I do not think there's a gorilla. There might be all sorts of creatures. You might see bear, you might see deer, elk, antelope. I don't think gorillas, though. Yeah, there's grizzly, there's black bear. I like seeing things. I used to pay extra for that, right? Best catch with the GGs. What's up, Best Catch? Good morning. Appreciate the support. Look at that green screen, right? At some point here, we will pull a fish or two out of the green screen background back here. Until then, get comfy. Enjoy the green screen ride here in central Montana. Swore I saw a flipping Bigfoot. You might have. We're out here in the boonies. This is the Helena National Forest. Funny Dude said hi. What's up, Funny Dude? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate y'all coming and joining me this morning. Appreciate those thumbs up. Wait, so it is a green screen. I don't know, is it? We'll see. We have a couple of lines out into the green screen here. We might catch a fish. Maybe. No, I've never seen Bigfoot, Greg. Villa Coco's yacht at Holter. Yeah, we're at Upper Holter today. We launched from the gates of the mountain. I'm a little bit north of the gates of the mountain, probably about a mile or so. Up past Coulter Campground. If it isn't walk around, we're gonna do a little boat surfing here. I am aware, Funny Dude. Victor says, you're living the life, buddy. Enjoy it while you're young. I'm trying. Appreciate you. How you doing this morning, Villa? Greg Brown said, LOL. Awesome views, bro. Isn't it, JR? It's so pretty out here. Jacob, are you convinced? Now I'm confused. Is the background bullshit? I can assure you, we are out here in central Montana. This is gates of the mountains on Upper Holter. If you're unfamiliar with the channel, we fish here out in central Montana, western Montana. And we do marathon fishing sessions. We usually fish out here from sunup to sundown. And we target a whole multitude of species. Cynical says, jealous. I'm lucky to be out here. It is absolutely incredible. Beautiful valley, beautiful scenery. Love the mountains. It is so pretty here. Do a flip, Chicago. I do not possess that skill. I am sorry, my friend. Got any flicker shad lures? Colin, yeah, I have a whole box full of flicker shads. We will almost certainly run them at some point in time. That may be one of the first things we try over here when I pull in the spoon. And I also did just get a shaky shad, Walleye Nation, a gold with some dots on it that I was going to try today. Fred says, Billings, Montana. We're outside of Helena, Montana, or Wolf Creek, Sibin. Hope you get a big walleye. Thanks, Villa. We're gonna try for them here today. Good stuff. Maybe sometime do a catch and cook and lunch on shore. We might today. I know the perfect song for this view. Oh yeah, Cynical, what's that? I'm subbing. Thanks, Sandman. Appreciate the support. Glad you're enjoying the stream. What are you fishing for? Rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, northern pike, walleye, yellow perch, and there's a handful of other things in here as well. Watching from SoCal. Have a great, safe day, my friend. Thanks, Randy Suarez. Hope you have a great day as well. Thanks for tuning in to Want to See My Rod. Get comfy. Hopefully we'll get some fish in the boat here at some point. My dad loves watching fishermen YouTube, showing me on YouTube. Nice, Evelyn. I love watching fishing. I love fishing. Glad you're enjoying the stream, Evelyn. Where are you from? Catching them dinks. What's up, catching them dinks? King Castaway said, nice. What's up, King Castaway? Sandman, land of 10,000 lakes. Okay, so you're over eastern U.S. I saw a shark behind you. I don't think so, but if there is one back there, we're gonna catch it. There are some rather large northern pike in here that might as well be shark. They get to be 20 plus pounds. Big old teeth. Let's catch some fish, bro. That is what the plan is. That's the plan, Stan. We're doing about 2 miles an hour. We're over about 30-foot bottom. I am seeing some marks way down on the bottom there. I assume that is walleye. We might have to switch to a bottom bouncer. I'm seeing quite a few walleye that are way deep to the bottom here. Appreciate the sub there, JR. Welcome to the Rod Squad. All right, while we're waiting here, I think I am gonna rig up a bottom bouncer here. I was gonna do 1.5 ounces, but we're over like 30-foot bottom where I'm seeing a lot of these. So I'm gonna get a, a little bit bigger bottom bouncer. Gonna sub. Appreciate you. I'm Kick-Ass. Welcome to the channel. Bro, you living the dream? I am trying, my friend. Can I see your rod? So today we are running the Akuma Classic Pro GLT planer board series trolling rods. It's an 8'6", medium strength, moderate fast action. It's 8'6". It collapses down to 7'6", so it's a telescopic rod. Very nice rod. They're about 50, 60 bucks. I love them. And we have that paired with the Akuma cold water A series reels in the 30 size. We're running lead core line on this rod, Suffix 832 Advanced, 27-pound test. For those of you guys who are unfamiliar with trolling or trolling rods, it has a clicker on the side. You set your drag on the other side, and when you get a bite from a fish, not only will the rod bounce all over the place, you get a nice audible zip here in your drag pull. We're at about 60 foot on that one of lead core. It drops about 5 to 7 foot of depth in the water column for every 30 foot that's out. In fact, I'm gonna let this out just a little bit further. We're gonna let it out to 75 foot. Oh, and that just did it. Fish on, guys, fish on. Oh, sometimes those small changes can be enough to trigger a bite. First fish of the morning. Oh, I love it when that happens. So we just spooled it out a little bit. Doesn't feel like a very big one, but we'll see what we got on here. We can get her in the boat. Good morning, good morning. We're at about 60 foot now. Slowly bringing her in. Oh, I need to turn my trolling motor on. This is on our Lure Jensen hammered brass baby cowbell. Ooh. followed by one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs in green and white. Oh, did we just lose it? We might. No, he's still there. He's still there. Feels like probably just a little trout. We'll see here. Yeah, it looks like a very pretty little rainbow. We can get him in the boat here. Oh, and we lost her right at the edge of the boat. We're not going to count that. That was probably about a 15-inch rainbow trout. She popped off right at the edge of the boat. I should have netted it. I don't like netting these smaller ones. They are really just shakers. Let's get her back out there and catch another one. Good to know they're biting. Yeah, next one I'll net. Like I said, I try to avoid netting the smaller ones if I can. I just boat them and shake them without ever touching them. But I'll show you the rig here in just a moment. This is one of my new experimental rigs. We're trying out kind of a double setup here. A worm harness on top and a micro hoochie at the bottom. Oh, come on. Give me a sec here, guys. I'll show you my rig. All right, so we're running, like I said, we got a hammered brass lake troll. That's just an attractant. It spins, it thumps, it creates a vibration. We got a fluorocarbon leader, and then we're running, I tie these up. It's a wedding ring worm harness at the top and a little micro hoochie at the bottom. And we have it tipped with pink gulp maggots. Oh. We got a little overzealous. I should have netted that last one. Could use your suggestion for a bay. What do you mean? You mean Dave Hensel for a bay? Gotta get this spooled out here a little bit. Soft to hook on, brother. Yep, no, you're right, Sandman. You look like you're having fun. We're always having fun out here, Squeaky Cheese. Electric Squirrel, I'm in a bait. Nadia Jimenez said hi. What's up, Nadia? Can I give you a suggestion? Oh, for bait. What's your suggestion, Electric? Dave Hensel, dang it, get the net. Fish, rainbow, my heart went through. Send me a fish gang. I just let it out to 75. Yep, Dave Hensel, that's exactly what happened. They were probably following. These fish oftentimes will follow for a substantial distance. And just that sudden shift of the bait, when I let slack on it, it probably rose up and then started sinking down, and it was just enough for that fish to smack it. So we're letting it spool out right now. Appreciate the sub there, K-Del. Welcome to the stream. Kill that big motor, fire up the trolling. You got this lake mapped. I've never fished this section of it, Carl. Some of this is mapped. I am gonna make a few passes here before I start the main trolling, or our electric trolling motor. I do need to get some juice in the batteries here. And when we have the main outboard off, I don't get any juice. All right, we're gonna let this one back out to 75 again. Morning, Rod and Carl in chat. What's up, the average Viking? Smash and hit that like button and subscribe, peeps. Thanks, Sandman. 49 thumbs up already. Let's go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Wanna See My Rod live stream. We're out here for another marathon fishing session. We'll be here sun up to sundown as long as we don't get blown off the water. We just lost our first fish. We had a rainbow right at the side of the boat. Nothing too big. It was probably 15, 16 inches. Central Montana. This is Upper Holter Lake, Upper Holter Reservoir. We launched from the gates of the mountain. Yep. We launched from gates of the mountain today, or last night rather. We're over about 28-foot bottom right here. We're trolling just under 2 miles an hour. I just bought a boat, first time. Do you have any tips or tricks for a first-time boat owner? Go find a big empty parking lot and practice with your trailer. Backing up, just get the basics, the hang of it. I know it sounds stupid, but it can be rather daunting the first many times at the boat launch, especially if it's busy, there's other people around, there's other people watching. Go get familiar with backing your boat up a little bit. Learn, you know, when you turn left, which way the back end of your boat goes. When you turn right, try bring a couple of cones, a couple of garbage cans, try backing your boat, you know, between some things. Always make sure you got a paddle. Always wear your damn life jacket. I don't care how good you think you are at swimming, wear your life jacket when you're on the boat. And get ready to spend money on shit breaking, because that's part of owning a boat. What size is that O head? What size is that O head? What's an O head? Absolutely stunning scenery. I need to move back to that part of the country. Yeah, it is so pretty over here. And these high canyon walls, there's like caves carved in all over, and I don't know what exactly does that, if it's just wear from the weather over millions and millions of years, or if, I don't know. It's neat though. It's really pretty. Mountain white spot's beautiful there. Don't forget to put the plug in the boat, and have an extra plug in the boat. That is excellent advice there, Sandman. Pit edge comp overhead. The reel is what we call this. Oh, okay. It's a 30 size Akuma cold water A series line counter reel. I use 65-pound Suffix 832 Advanced Superline braid as backer. I put on about 300 foot of that, and then I put a full 10 colors of the Suffix 832 lead core. So it's a good sized reel. I can fit quite a bit of line on it. Got a dip, I'll check back later. All right, Dave, thanks for stopping through. We'll be here, you know how we do. Dave, when I first got it, I tried to back it in the driveway. I hit the curb too hard and it came off the hitch. I was blocking the street. Oh, it shouldn't come off the hitch, man. You gotta make sure you're using the right size ball for the trailer hitch. They're not all the same size. And make sure also you got your safety chains on. And there should be a locking mechanism. It should never ever come off that ball. That tells me either your locking mechanism is broke, or you're running a ball size that's too small for the hitch that you have. But yeah, do some practice. It's not hard, it's not rocket science, but even people who've been driving trailers for years will sometimes have brain farts and forget which way turns which. The goat's best, the goats, all right? You got something on the rod now? There's nothing there, Tash. So when there's a fish on there, it'll start bouncing and you'll hear an audible zip like this. And there is a lot of floating debris in here today. So we might have to pull these in frequently to check our gear, make sure we're not fouled up. We're over an absolute shit ton of fish right here. We just missed our first fish probably 10 minutes ago. It was a decent sized rainbow we had next to the boat, but it got away. That might be the weeds that we're pulling through. That might be a drive-by. There are these little weed patties floating around here. Hello, young fisherman. That place looks beautiful. What's up, Eddie? Good morning, good morning. Gonna try 30 speed, 470, 80-pound grand on mine with backing and mono top shot. Okay. Yeah, I don't typically do top shot. I run a fluoro, so at the end of my braid or lead core, I tie a snap swivel. And from there, I usually will clip on a fluoro leader. Is Kai and his buddy streaming too? They might today. They're here in the background. You'll see as I come by, the campground is right back here. They're all sleeping still. It's only 6 o'clock in the morning. You pay attention to the barometer changes for the fish bite. I try to. Sometimes it seems like it makes sense. Sometimes it just doesn't. So, do slip bobber fish from time to time, Todd? I do. I don't have a slip bobber rig set up today. In fact, I forgot my damn casting rod, my spinner rod, at my tent over there. We're running one lead core rod today, or right now, and another just flatlining out braid. Run mono because I fish for sharks. Okay, that makes sense, Pitt. Redback Hillbilly. Okay, what's up, user? Posers, I wake up at 3 a.m. to fish salmon. I hear you, Carl. We used to pay to ride the pontoon boat with the tour guide and often saw mountain goats. Did you see a lot of them in here? That tour boat they have at Gates is crazy. That thing is huge. Dave, we're in central Montana. What's up, Heather Dykes? Welcome to the stream. CK, the target species for today is rainbow trout, brown trout, walleye, northern pike, and maybe Kokanee salmon. This portion of the reservoir, there might be some Kokanee stragglers up here. They tend to be more in the deeper water. Downstream from here. Greetings from Lake Tahoe, Nevada, Urocro. What's up, TLX? Welcome, welcome. I appreciate you tuning in today. Can I ask why your rod is so bent? It's like slow action or heavyweight, and what are you fishing for? Mima, so it's a medium strength, moderate fast action. So it's got a pretty good parabolic bend to it. We're also doing about 2 to 2.2 miles an hour right now, trying to charge the battery back up a little bit. And we're running a lake troll on there that creates quite a bit of drag, so it's got a pretty persistent bend to it and a little bit of an erratic bounce. Blade spinning on the lake troll, the gang troll. Well, when it hits, it'll start really bouncing. Way overkill for trout. It is, Pitt, but again, we're multi-species fishing out here. The state record walleye comes out of here that was just over 17 pounds. Rainbow trout get to be 10 plus pounds here, though they're a pretty rare catch that big. Northern pike in here get to be 20 to 30 plus pounds in here. So my rigging is always geared towards the potential bigger fish, not the smaller ones. Are you near Billings? Fred, we're about 5 hours away from Billings. That's in eastern Montana. We're in central Montana. We're just outside the state capital, Helena. Can we talk about that mustache? Looks like a gunfighter from the 1800s. Hey, Kai likes his mustache. Super fun for us geezers. Oh, I bet. No, they're cool to see. Waiting for Wyatt Earp and someone walk around the corner at one of his streams. My size 30 can catch too. Yeah, it's got quite a bit of feel to it. They're not super. I mean, it's not overly heavy. You get enough feel to it that I can sense a pretty small bite. We do lose smaller fish from time to time, which is just part of fishing, but I always gear the rod, the reel, my line, everything for the potential record fish, because they are lurking in here. You're welcome, Mima. Mimac. Man, I catch fish that big. I like reeling in monsters. Hell yeah. I have no clue about them. We don't have them down here, Gold Coast. North of Helena. Yeah, about 20 miles or so north of Helena. I agree with your approach. Got to be prepared for that once-in-a-lifetime steelhead. 100%. Animals Tech, what's up, animals? Welcome to the stream. Good morning. I used to fish quite lighter gear, because everybody's like finesse, fish are spook easy, blah blah blah. And you get that big one on the end of the line, and very rarely are you gonna land a 20 or 30 pound pike on 6 or 8 pound test, or super light gear. And I've been bit off enough times by bigger fish like that it's just I don't play like that anymore. And we do have a bit of we got some rain clouds here. It just did start sprinkling. That's awesome. Man, I want to go fishing. Effing wind blowing here. We might get blown off the water here today. Kai and Searsy swear up and down that the weather's supposed to be nice, but some of the forecasts that I was looking were saying gusts up to 25 miles an hour later on this afternoon. I didn't see any that called for rain this morning though, so hopefully this is just a cloud that's spitting on us here a little bit. Lake effect, you must be close. How many times do you catch your beard in the jacket zipper? From time to time, CK. It's not as often as you would think. I'm still half asleep. I rolled out of bed. I had probably 2 hours of sleep last night. Lake Effect Blues, good morning. Golden, I appreciate the star. Did your mates drink? Yeah, they all had a pretty good night. I had, I think, 3 beers, so I barely got a buzz. What are you fishing for? I just got 8-pound bass yesterday. Very nice, Macy. The biggest bass I've ever caught is 2 pounds. We're out here today fishing for walleye, northern pike, rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, a myriad of other things. Main targets though today are going to be the walleye and probably the trout. We might run into a pike here or there. I'd be pretty surprised if we ran into a kokanee this far up the reservoir, but you never know. I'm up by Lake Erie in Ontario. Okay. There's some good fishing up there. Heather, appreciate you subbing to the channel. Welcome. Man, I need one of those. I'm gonna get 40 into this season. Hell yeah. Live your best life, bro. I would love if you would take veterans in crisis fishing with you. Excellent therapy. Maybe someday, Real Trump. I've invited some people out on the boat. It's a rather small boat. It's not really the greatest to fish with a bunch of people on it. I can comfortably fish too, though, if they don't mind being a little cramped. It's only a 16-foot, 50-inch wide boat. We have had one bite today. We did get a rainbow right next to the boat. I was trying to boat it over the edge without the net and pulled the hook out. We also used to frequent Refrigerator Canyon, a bit southwest from there. Okay. Much closer than on the canyon walls. Bears too. Very nice. Yeah, we'll be headed that way in a little bit. I went a little bit downstream. I flipped around and we just went past Coulter Campground. We're headed back kind of towards the river mouth. One dude at a time. That's right, Real Trump. 7 souls and a dog last trip. Dang, man, that's a lot of people on the boat. You got a bigger boat than I do. I'm on a little tin can out here. All right, we've had our spoon out long enough that I'm not convinced it's gonna get hit. I think I'm gonna load up a bottom bouncer and a crawler harness. See if we can get into these walleye. I'm not seeing the ones that I was previously chilling on the bottom, but we will get this rigged up and ready for when we do find them again. Oh, trying to run myself into the canyon wall here. I gotta go water my crappy yard, check in later. All right, Sneaky, we'll be here, buddy. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Swing back through if you feel like it. Welsh, are you trying Wells catfish? Marquette, what's up, my brother? Hey, Robert Thompson. Ever caught a Welsh catfish or a big carp? No Welsh catfish. I have caught, it would have been the new state record carp. It was close to 50 pounds. Again, undersized gear and too small of a net. Watch out, canyon walls don't give. Yeah, that doesn't look like it would take too kindly to me bumping into it. All right, let me get crawler harness rigged up here. So what we are putting on here is a bottom bouncer. For those of you guys who have never trolled much, this is called a bottom bouncer. It's essentially a 3-ounce weight that hangs down, and it's got a little arm, and it ticks off the bottom. So what we're trying to do is not drag it on the bottom, but get to a speed and a depth to where it's just ticking off the bottom every once in a while. It stirs up a little bit of dust, and then we're running probably a 24-inch leader here with a hand-tied worm harness rig. I tie these up. Used to have a little Colorado blade. This one's Perch, gold, and this is actually a wedding ring with a slow death hook on it. And we're gonna load a full crawler onto the end of it. All right. We're gonna bring this second line in, the spoon that was on the other side, and we're gonna throw this crawler harness rig out. Well, that might be why we didn't get hit. Like I said, we are running over quite a bit of debris. We're gonna have to be a little more diligent in checking our rigs. There's quite a bit of floating weeds in here. And we're gonna try and set this up as a downline so you guys can see both of them. I don't know how well that's gonna work. We will try. All right, now you guys should be able to see both rods. Man, I like catching big fish. Me too. I've not caught anything big yet this year. That looks biteable. It should be Eddie. Anyways, I'm heading out. Have a great day. Thanks for stopping through, Mima. Hope you have an awesome rest of your day as well. Swing back through. We'll probably be on till sundown, provided we don't get blown off the water. Good morning, everybody. What's up? We got a fish, dude. When you're layered up in June, you know it's a cold place. It's chilly out here. It's supposed to get into the 70s today, but it's in probably the 40s right now. All right, we're gonna go down a little bit further, and then we're gonna make a slow turn around. Flood watch here, everything's blown out. Is it? What's up, buddy? Hope all's well. What's up, Jay Rubin? Welcome, welcome. I had a trip planned to the UK to catch some fish for carp and said I feel safe doing it, so I canceled it. Picture perfect scenery. It is freaking gorgeous here. It really is. All right, I'm gonna swing back around and we're gonna take another pass back up past that point over here. There were some bottom dwellers over there. See if we can go lure one out. All right, while we're turning, I'm gonna swap this pole to the other side, just so we don't tangle. Yeah, normally if I were running two rods on the same side, one would be on a planer board, or one would be flatlining much higher in the water column. We're running lead core on this one and a bottom bouncer on the other one, so they're both fairly close to the boat, similar angle. I didn't want them to tangle. There we go. There we go. Now we're marking some stuff on the bottom. 27-foot bottom. We should be right in range for that. All right, let's get this back over. Excellent gear and rigs. Thanks, Real Trump. I use original floating Rapala behind the bottom bouncer all the time, and it works pretty well. What size, J-Rod? Most of my original floaters are quite large. I do have a handful of smaller ones, though. The majority of my floaters are the F-18s. They're the large size ones. And I'm just giving this one a few yanks to try and see if I could feel weeds on it or not. Feels all right. We're gonna put our leash on so we don't drop our pole in the water. Appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with me this morning. Happy Thursday, everybody. For those of you guys just tuning in, we are in central Montana. This is Upper Holter Reservoir. We launched from the Gates of the Mountains recreation area. We're out here targeting walleye, pike, trout, salmon, anything that wants to bite. No sunburn today, Rod. Yeah, it's supposed to be fairly overcast, I think, for this morning. This afternoon, I think we're supposed to get a bit more sun. Depends on what you're targeting. I like smaller ones in the river, bigger ones on the Great Lakes. Okay. Car guy says nice. Yeah, we're marking, we're over some walleye. You can tell that they like to just hang in the rocks on the bottom. And there are definite marks that are just hugging the bottom in between these rocks. I am going a little bit fast. I've got 3 ounces of weight down, trying to get down close to the bottom here. Preferably, I'd be going a little bit slower than I am. But if I kick it just in straight neutral, I don't get any charge from my battery back into the house. And we're running too many electronics to not keep a steady flow going back in. You don't fish Great Lakes. We eat the small ones, not the big ones. I run them about 2.5 or 3 feet behind the bottom bouncer on 20-pound mono leader. Okay, so you're running mono, which has a bit of float to it, and I'm running about 2 foot leader on mine. You're about 2.5 to 3 foot, so you're 6 to 12 inches longer. That makes sense. Car guy with the 6.7 and the GGs. What's up, car guy? Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. Thanks for tuning in this morning. We'll be out here for another marathon stream today, hopefully somewhere between 12 and 15 hours. We did have one fish next to the boat so far, a smaller rainbow trout. We lost it right at the side of the boat. But we're going to be out here all day. There should be a good number of fish. We're avoiding landmines right now. We have all these dang floating weed piles. This time of the year I'm trolling 1.7, no faster than 2.4. Okay. Yeah, Kai he caught a decent amount of walleye out here yesterday. He said most of his bites were at like 1.2 to 1.4, so quite slow. We will be doing some slower trolling later after I get these batteries charged up a little bit. We get some sun out here so I can get my solar panels working. For right now, we're just kind of idling with the main outboard. TNT, I'm trolling too. Nice, Super. What are you trolling for? Morning, Casey. Nice view where we are. Good morning, Dave. Yeah, this is Gates of the Mountains. It's the canyon here in between Upper Holter and Lower Holter. And it is gorgeous here. Let me fix my mic, y'all. Give me just a moment. All right. I didn't get the Bluetooth or the new mic setup tested, so we're still just on Bluetooth today. Oh damn, we are live. I'll be back a little later after I get my stock market news. Happy to see you, Rod. Hey, K-Hod. Welcome, welcome. We'll be here all day, my friend. Wish you luck on the stock market news. Hope you see what you want to see. We're doing about 1.6 miles an hour right now. We got a little bit of a headwind that slowed us down. Or wind in our face, I should say. Caught any neutral. We had probably about 20 minutes ago, maybe a little bit longer. We had one rainbow. We'd lost it right at the side of the boat, though. We've been out here almost an hour. You guys can see we got 2 rigs out here today. A bottom bouncer and a crawler harness, and a lake troll and a crawler harness. All right, I'm actually gonna pull this one up a little bit. Seeing some stuff higher in the water column, so just gonna bring her up a tad. I know, want me to start renting your rod out, Carl. Hawk it, let's do this. What bait will get a bass to bite? Because I keep seeing this one bass. It's a 5-pounder, but it won't bite. I mean, it's hard to say. They're much like a pike. They're a pretty highly predatory fish. They oftentimes are just a pure reaction bite. It oftentimes is less about what you're putting in front of them and more about just getting it in front of them and making them think it's going to get away. Got 2 rods on the same side. Yeah, we're running a bottom bouncer on the down rod straight out the back. A 3-ounce bottom bouncer with a crawler harness, so it's running pretty straight down. The second line here, we're running a lake troll with a crawler harness. So it's a little higher in the water column. No rainbow. Motor oil rubber worm with bright yellow tail. Bass love them. Yeah, some of these other people in here probably would be able to give you some better advice on bass. I'm not a huge... All right, you guys, sorry about that. I think we are back. These high canyon walls do mess with the signal a little bit. And we got it on both sides right here. Not a great spot. Can you guys give me a thumbs up if you can see me now? Are we back or no? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Robert, welcome, welcome. Can somebody give me a thumbs up if you can see me? Thumbs up, there we go, thank you. You're good, thumbs up. Appreciate you, Zachariah. Thanks, James, Jacob. All right, we need another damn fish. We need a fish in the boat. We lost our first fish on the line. We got a little excited and ended up dumping it back in the water. James, American Spirit Mellow Menthols. I can see it. Thank you, guys. These cliff walls are so cool. Look at these huge, like, caves carved out in them as we pass. Erosion is crazy. And yeah, just let me know if we have any more signal issues. Again, we're fishing in the canyon here. We're streaming from our Starlink Mini. So it does struggle sometimes maintaining connections with the satellites passing overhead because these cliff walls are so high and so close to the boat. Trying to stay kind of middle of the channel here to have the least amount of impact. Man, you have some of the most beautiful scenery. Isn't it pretty here? It's so cool. Look good, kind of sick. I've been there, looks like Canyon Ferry. We're down from Canyon Ferry, Jacob School. This is Upper Holter. So we're the next 2 reservoirs down. You got Canyon Ferry, Hauser, and then Holter. We're on Upper Holter, just north of the Gates of the Mountain boat launch. What's the depth there? Right now, we're over about 22-foot bottom. We were just over 30. It got a little more shallow here. Welcome back, those joining. Sorry, we were having some technical difficulties. We may run into that from time to time here today with these high canyon walls. If you guys just let me know if it starts buffering, I just have to swipe out of the app and come back, and it usually comes right back. But it is a little chilly out here this morning. I'm looking forward to a good day of fishing. We're only over about 20-foot bottom here. We're running a 3-ounce weight, so hopefully we don't snag this guy up. It looks like a pretty flat bottom here. Trying to get up past camp here. There was some more stuff on the bottom up this way. So we'll go up a ways and then we'll turn around and make another pass back. You ever been to the Rock Creek Testicle Festival? I've heard of it, I've never been to it. Owner at work keeps coming by, so I have to keep putting my phone down. Hopefully I haven't missed much. No, yeah, there was one rainbow we had so far. We got it next to the boat, we lost it. I did just switch to a bottom bouncer and a crawler harness rig, similar to what Kai was yesterday. So we're gonna see if maybe we can get some of these walleye to bite. I pulled over in the interstate just to take a picture of the sign. That's funny. But we're marking a good amount of fish, anywhere from 5 foot all the way down to 20-foot bottom. We're running about somewhere around 10 foot on the far pole, and our down rod we're running right off the bottom. Oh man, your rivers are gorgeous. Where are you? It looks beautiful. Thanks, Jack. We're in central Montana. This is Upper Holter Lake, Upper Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. So basically we're in the Missouri River right now. We're just in a dammed up portion of it. And it is absolutely spectacular out here. Not the greatest for streaming. These high cliff walls make the Starlink not so happy, but it is absolutely gorgeous out here. Let's go. We're almost at 100 thumbs up. 93 of y'all have approved of the stream so far. Thank you guys for joining us out here today on the Wanna See My Rod marathon live fishing stream. We're after pike, walleye, trout, salmon. There's a whole bunch of different things that might come out of here. So far we have almost caught one rainbow. We had it next to the boat. We did lose it. I didn't pull the net out. It was a pretty small one. We're running a bottom bouncer and a crawler harness on one rig and a lake troll and a crawler harness on the other. Remember coming out of the Rockies to that view? Oh, absolutely. It's incredible over here. I'll never forget this gas station there. Said liquor in the front, poker in the rear. It's true. That's right, Jacob. I'm here to give you your first bout of luck. Happy fishing. Thanks, Creamy Goodness. Welcome, welcome. Always good to see a local in here. We have had one bite so far. We had a rainbow next to the boat. We're marking a whole bunch of fish right here over about 20-foot bottom. All the way from 5 foot, so just below the surface, all the way down to the bottom. Go wake Kai up. Yeah, I think he needs his beauty rest. They were up pretty late last night. I think I ended up crashing out around 2 a.m. Woke up at 5, so I had just under 3 hours of sleep. Those guys will probably roll out of bed around noon. Where are you at? Looks like you're wrapped up for cold weather. It's chilly out here. It's in the 40s still. We're up in the mountains in central Montana. I lived in Washington State, worked the West Coast, and drive back to Michigan 2 times a year to remind myself what I left. Come on, fish. What do you want from me? What do you need from me? Let me know. All right, I should probably bring this guy in and check it. It's been a while. We do have a lot of floating debris. We need to check it fairly frequently today to clean our lines off. Fish whistles, Stalia. Happy Thursday. All right, let's bring this one in and make sure we're not full of weeds, and then we'll get it rebaited and back out there. Yeah, we got a bunch of junk on here. I suspected as much. Now you can surprisingly catch fish with weeds all over your lines, but you catch far fewer of them. They sure do like to come see what the the weed monster is, though. We get a lot of looky-loos on the catch camera when we're running it, when we run into the weeds. All right, so this is what we're running over there. It's one of my hand-tied rigs. This is one of my experimental rigs. It's a wedding ring harness up top and a little micro hoochie at the back. So we get two different presentations on the same rod. Spelled here like they can hear me, not here like a location. That's all right. Dang, vape after smoke. Yeah, sometimes. Welcome to the stream, everybody. 99 thumbs up. One more and we will hit 100. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. We're after walleye, pike, trout, anything that wants to bite. I would love to catch a couple of nice walleye today, though. Oh, come on, spool. I subbed. I appreciate that, River. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Number 100 like for you. Thank you, Justin. Production, who does a fish? Welcome to the stream, Production. I don't know what you mean by the question. It's chilly here right now. Chilly here too right now. Let's target walleye. That's the second rig here that we have is a bottom bouncer with a crawler harness on it. We are targeting walleye. I am gonna throw a crankbait out here in a little bit if we don't get bit. All right, we're out 2 colors now. Love that we can see both rods now. Yeah, I'm trying to run them. Hopefully we don't get any tangles today. But I'm trying to get you guys so you can see everything. Being as I can't widescreen it, we're in vertical format. Oh, fish on our bottom bouncer. Let's see what we got here. Feels like a walleye. I don't know if you guys saw that hit or not. It was a pretty decent hit. This is where, oh, nice walleye. Ooh, nice walleye, you guys. Very nice walleye. Not a monster, but landed. And we do also have our other line here. So we did get a little tangly. Give me a moment here, guys. First walleye of the day. Right in front of camp. Wake up! Walleye time! Sorry, guys. Oh, let me get them out. This would be perfect eater size. I don't think I'm gonna save any today. Alrighty. Let me get a quick picture of this guy for FishBrain. If you guys are on FishBrain, you can find me at Vox, V-O-X. I'm gonna get this posted real quick and then I will show you guys. Go ahead, post your guesses in the chat. What do you guys think the length is on it? We will throw it on a bump board here in a moment. All right. Ouch. Oh, gorgeous fish. She's plump. What do you guys think? I'm guessing this one is probably somewhere between 16 and 18 inches. Put your guesses in chat right now. We're gonna get a quick picture. All right, one more. Look at the teeth on this guy. Those big old teeth. Beautiful. Let's get her back in the water. Off she goes. Beautiful fish. First fish of the day. What do we got? Love the enthusiasm. Thanks, Justin. All right, let me get this posted on FishBrain. It tangled into our second rig here when we were pulling it in. Not too bad though, we just hooked it. Didn't get all wrapped up, so we are good. There we go. All right, boys. So I will catch up on chat here in just a minute. I'd like to get this rig back out in the water. Well, let's do chat first. Let me just get some shit out of the way just in case we catch another one. All right. So beautiful out there. Spartan said hi. What's up, Spartan? Breakfast on the boat. They're awake now. Found you, 19, 4 pounds. Vox, V-O-X at FishBrain. 18, nice, 17, 19, 2.5 pounds, 18.5. How close is that lake to Bozeman? Bozeman is south from here, 2.5 hours-ish, river. Good morning, Mia. Yes, Kroger, that was a walleye. Changing my guess to 16.5. What do we got here? The closest was Scott Koenig. It was 17.5 inches. I missed it, dang it. Rangeley, that was just a couple of minutes ago if you want to skip back. We're gonna get this rig, hold on, post into FishBrain. Hang out live on YouTube. $17.5 inches. All right, posted to FishBrain. And if you guys do rewatch these, usually about 24 hours after the stream, I go back through and I try and add timestamps for all of the catches, all of the memorable moments of the stream. So if you guys are rewatching, it's usually a lot easier to find stuff. But what we did catch that on was our 3-ounce bottom bouncer on a hand-tied worm harness rig that I tie up. Run behind the boat. We're running right around 2 miles an hour, just a little bit less. That was a good hit too. Oh. All right. Oh shit, we're spinning. All right, so We'll run behind a 3-ounce bottom bouncer, about a 24-inch leader, and then a perch and gold colored worm harness rig, slow death rig that I tie here. Ah, so many weeds in the boat. We'll let that spool out a little bit while I try to uncrash us here from the mountain. But thank y'all for tuning in today. We are on another marathon stream here on Want to See My Rod. And oh my God, this cliff is so pretty, but it is so tall. Let me know if the signal quality is getting wonky. Man, if I could get people to stop swearing on the boat, I'd release the audio. I can never remember to tone my potty mouth down. Spool, damn it. Man, if I could get people to stop swearing. I read that already. How you doing this morning, Mia? Good morning. I think I've said that a couple times, but good morning. Oh, you're a country boy, you got a cuss? Something like that. Quality seems good to me still. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate you guys letting me know. So I released a video with music over and Reddit hates me for it. Yeah, sometimes the music overlays don't do so well. What's your biggest walleye? Just under 30 inches I caught out of the Missouri. It wasn't super fat. It was about 6.5, almost 7 pounds. But just under 30 inches. Internet's good so far. Thank you, Ted. Welcome back, Ted. How you doing today, buddy? All right. We're gonna go ahead and spool this guy out a little bit further as well. All right, we're out 70 foot on that. So probably 10, 12, maybe a little bit deeper on this guy. Do you fish any other fish? We're normally multi-species fishing. Like today, we're out here targeting walleye, pike, trout. We're running through a whole bunch of weeds here. The state record walleye of just over 17 pounds comes out of here. Near state record Kokanee salmon come out of here 5 to 7 pounds. Pike come out of here 20 to 30 pounds. There's quite nice rainbow trout, brown trout. Oh, we just sucked up a bunch of shit in our jet. All right, we're gonna have to, let me deploy our trolling motor here. You guys can hear the, maybe you can hear the tone difference. Oops. Our motor just sucked up a pile of weeds there. Car guys, appreciate the gift. Well, we just sucked up some weeds, so I'm gonna shut off our outboard for now and just troll with our Recon. Oh shit. All right, so we got a little bit of quietness here. I'm gonna set it at about 1.2 miles an hour. We should probably bring these lines in. I should probably go dig all the crap off of the bottom of our motor. What'd you get the 30-incher on? Almost the exact same setup I'm running right now. A bottom bouncer and a worm harness, a crawler harness. God, why can't I say that today? Crystal Lake Campground, let's go. Lips out of sync, let me fix that. Thank you for letting me know. All right, sync issue should be fixed. Thank you guys again for letting me know when the stream is tweaking. I can't fix it if I don't know it, so thank you guys for being on top of that for me. Let me bring in this line real quick, and I'm almost certain we need to clean it off. We got weeds everywhere today. I'll be damned. No, we're good. No, we're not. We're not. I lied. I think we were until I pulled it up and then I grabbed something off the surface. All right. Give me a sec here. Just resetting this line here real quick, guys. All right. We are good. We're out 2 colors on that one. Hello and good luck from German Pike Hunter. Catch a big one. Thanks, guide. There are some big pike in here. They get to be 20 to 30 pounds in here, so there's a real possibility for us to catch a hug. Uh, 17.5 inches. Very, very decent walleye. Usually catch them in the morning. They're still active. Nice, nice walleye. Yeah, we've had one rainbow at the side of the boat. We lost it, and then here 15 minutes ago, maybe a little bit less, we caught our first walleye of the day. We're just running a bottom bouncer, a 3-ounce weight with a crawler harness behind it and a full crawler. And then on the other line that we caught the trout, our typical lake troll with one of my hand-tied worm harness rigs. That's what she said. Yeah, you guys can see them big piles of weed. That's what we just sucked up. Our jet is clogged with weeds right now. I don't feel like going spelunking at the moment though. We're running at about 1.2. I'm gonna bump it up just slightly. 1.4 miles an hour. We're marking fish anywhere from 5 foot all the way down to 30 foot. All worms, no minnows. Live bait isn't allowed here in central Montana in nearly any water body. They do allow cut bait, dead bait here. And I do have some frozen, melted and refrozen, like 5-time smelt in the cooler. I also have some leeches, live leeches. Austin, they restrict live bait usage because they're trying to prevent people from introducing non-native species into these waters. And the simplest way to enforce not introducing new species is to prohibit the transport of live fish to and from any water body in the region. They're not live. When I say live bait, I'm referring to live fish. They do allow live crawlers, live leeches, live crayfish. Appreciate the sub there, PD lad. Colorado, same, even for its good trout streams, they enforce barbless hooks. Yeah, certain water bodies here, you can't use lead, you can't use barbed hooks. I mean, it just depends on the region and the water body. That's why it's always important to check the regs and understand the rules of where you're going to fish, because they can differ quite a bit depending on where you're at. Let's go. Jacob with the $2 super chat. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate your support. Any and all Rod Squad memberships, gift chats, or super chats, stickers, all that stuff goes to help pay for our Starlink Mini that we use to power our streams here. We're streaming from out in the middle of nowhere here in central Montana. The only way that we're able to stream from locations like this is via our Starlink Mini. And it does run us about $175 a month for that subscription. So any and all donations to the channel just go to help pay for the Starlink. So I appreciate your support. I do hope you're enjoying the stream this morning. We have one walleye in the boat. We missed one rainbow trout at the side of the boat. We're going to be out here marathon streaming all day today, sun up to sundown, as long as the weather doesn't get funky on us. We're targeting pike, walleye, trout, salmon. There's a great deal of different species that are present in this water body. It's a really fun water body to fish. I've not fished this section of Holter before. This is technically Upper Holter Lake. Where we have been streaming from on previous Holter streams is Lower Holter Lake. Yeah, that's the cowbell. They're blades, metal blades, brass blades that are about that big. There's 4 of them in a series, and when they spin, they don't all spin at the same rhythm. You get one going, then another one going, then another one going, and it creates kind of a bend on the pole because it's creating drag, but also kind of an erratic bounce to it. When there's a fish on there, you'll know. You'll hear the drag spool out. And that rod will start. They're fairly, it's moderate fast action, so it's got a pretty soft tip to it. Those poles will go absolutely crazy when there's a fish on there. Sorry, it isn't much. Broken ribs off work. Oh, dang. That's all right. Every little bit helps. Again, we have the Rod Squad, which is a monthly membership to support the channel. It's 99 cents a month. We're not out here trying to make $1 million bucks. It's just nice to be able to pay for the Starlink and maybe put a few bucks in the gas tank. Because it is expensive to be out here streaming. But above all, I don't feel obligated. I just hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We're out here having a blast, catching some beautiful fish, looking at some beautiful scenery. Jamie said hi. Welcome to the stream, Jamie. Macon, in Oklahoma City, they allow barbed hooks, live bait, night crawlers, most everything. Max, see, that's what's weird is we have 3 districts in Montana, Western, Central, and Eastern for fishing districts. Western is super strict. Central, where we're fishing, is moderately strict. East Montana, it's the Wild West. You can fish in the Missouri River. There's 6 poles, 6 hooks, live baits allowed almost everywhere. So it really depends on where you're fishing in Montana as to how strict the regulations are. Because I've been fishing for 3 years, I've never had that happen. Oh, okay, why? I live in Louisiana. Nice, Jamie. I've been down through Louisiana a few times. Haven't spent much time in that area, though. The last time I went through there was after Katrina or one of those massive freaking hurricanes down there. And New Orleans was devastated. I'm going to let our bottom bouncer out just a tad more. We're out 45 foot. I'm going to let it out to lake. .53, I just got to tick off the bottom. So with the bottom bouncer, you're not trying to drag it across the bottom. You want it occasionally to tick and hit the bottom. Tick and hit the bottom. All we're trying to do is to keep our presentation within that, bottom 3 to 5 foot of the water column, where a lot of those walleye are lurking. Why World? I live in Superior, Montana. Okay, well, welcome to another Montana in there. We're in central Montana. We're just outside of Helena. What are all the catches so far today? Macon, we've landed one 17.5-inch walleye, and we had one probably 15 or 16-inch rainbow at the side of the boat, but it spit the hook right as I tried to lift it over the side. And in my stream, we have RodBot as well as Nightbot running. If you guys are ever curious where we're at, you can type .where. If you want to know what we're targeting, you can type .target. If you want to know what the current catch count is, you can type .catch, .catches, .caught. Oh, we just had a nibble. Let's let this out just a little bit. See if that's enough to trigger that to come back. I call it a smash and grab. You'll see just a peck at it, and that's a fish swimming by it. Probably stole one of our baits, or they're a terrible aim sometimes, and they just flat out miss. Have you ever caught a muskie? So PD, we don't have true muskie here in Montana. We have northern pike, and then we have, in some water bodies, they stock the hybrid tiger muskie, which is a cross between a northern pike and a muskie. I've caught hundreds and hundreds of northern pike. I've had a couple of tiger muskie next to the boat, but I've never got one in the net. We will be back targeting those sometime later this year, probably at Ackley Lake. Kind of buffering again. All right, let me swipe out and swipe back in. All right, we're back. And some of that is going to be these tall ass canyons. There's not a whole lot I can do to get rid of it completely. We will try and stick as far away from these walls into the center of the channel as we can. What's the biggest pike you've caught? 22 pounds, 42 inches is my current PB for northern pike. Stream is just fine. I'm in Florida. Nice, Ryan. Welcome from Florida. Fort Worth, Texas here. Never fished for walleye or pike. Are they both catch and release, or are they good eating? This is a postcard area you're at. Welcome to the stream, Dane. So, northern pike are my absolute favorite freshwater fish to eat. They are a clean, white, firm meat, and they're very, very mild tasting if you prepare them properly. Walleye is also one of a lot of people's favorites to eat here in Pacific Northwest. If you've ever eaten a perch, walleye is the same family. Zander is the same family. They're good. They can contain a lot of heavy metals. You need to harvest them smaller sizes. You can keep both species here. The limit for pike, I believe, in this water body is 10. No slot size. Walleye, I believe the limit is 5 here, and it's 1 over 26 or 28 inches. So you can keep anything less than 28, and you can only keep one at or greater than 28, if I recall correctly. We're going to be mainly catch and release here today. If we hook one that doesn't look like it's going to swim away, we will probably harvest it. In Louisiana, we catch largemouth bass a lot. We have them in a handful of places around here. Not a lot of opportunity for largemouth in central Montana, Jamie. Pickled pike is awesome. Shane's Adventures, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I really need to try pickled pike. Everybody keeps telling me that it's good stuff. I just made a pike dinner, yum. Nice, Jacob. The walleye daily bag limit in Lake Erie, 6 fish per angler per day with a minimum length requirement of 15. Okay, so you have slot size of greater than 15, so they're trying to preserve and let the little ones grow bigger. So here they're trying to let the bigger ones, the breeder size, live, and you can take the smaller ones if you want. Normally, if I harvest, I like to harvest somewhere between 18 to 24 inches is kind of what I shoot for. Big enough that it's worth filleting, but not big enough that it's got a lot of age to it or a lot of heavy metals built up in it yet. Brandon, appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Welcome to Want to See My Rod. What's the biggest bass you've ever caught? So I've never really caught a big bass. I've caught smallmouth and largemouth, but the biggest I've ever caught was around 2 pounds. Nothing too crazy. 137 thumbs up, let's go. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. 138. Appreciate y'all. Those the thumbs up, the little hearts, all that stuff sends a signal to YouTube that people are enjoying the stream, and then YouTube in turn sends more people to the stream. So I appreciate y'all that are enjoying the stream and taking some time to clicky a few times. It does definitely help get some people in here. We're trolling over about 27-foot bottom. I am starting to mark some walleye again. It looks like sitting on the bottom, so we're right in the kill zone. We're running a bottom pouncer and a crawler harness and a lake troll and a crawler harness. We're running at about 1.4 miles an hour right now. We were running faster earlier. I'm going to kick it up just a touch. We're marking fish all the way from 5 foot all the way down to the bottom. I'd be surprised if we don't get bit up here at some point in the near future, either by a trout or another walleye. What's your location? Just human. We're in central Montana. This is Upper Holter Reservoir, Upper Holter Lake. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system about 20 miles north of Helena, Montana, the capital. I got to work all day. At least I get to watch somebody else fish. Bill, we'll catch the next ones for you, Bill, and all the rest of you guys that are out there stuck at work. We will hopefully get something in the boat here pretty quickly. I caught 2 20.5-inch smallies. Nice, very nice. Brooke Rawls said hi. Welcome to the stream, Brooke. Welcome, welcome. Warren, welcome to the stream. We're out here marathon streaming today. For those of you guys who are new to the channel, we typically fish, if we can, sun up to sundown. We got the boat in the water this morning, started the stream about 6 a.m. We should, if weather permits, we'll be here till probably around 9 or 10 p.m. tonight fishing. Maybe later, we'll see. We have 1 walleye in the boat so far, and we missed, we had 1 rainbow at the side of the boat that we I didn't pull out the net for it. I just tried to hand line it over the side and she popped off the hook. Biggest bass is 7 pounds. Nice, Jamie. He's out. What is jacket? In Germany, it's 31 Celsius. That's warm, Sosh. It's probably right around 50 degrees Fahrenheit here, which is, I don't know what that is in Celsius. A little chilly. You got something bitey. No, Cam, it's not. So that's a lake troll. It creates kind of a rhythmic bounce. We're not sitting still, we're moving. Feels like 46.7. I'll be on Coeur d'Alene Saturday, slaying Kokanee and hopefully a few pike. Nice, Billiard. That's my kind of fishing. I'll take Kokanee and pike all day. Nice fish at 25 foot. Big ol' mark. It's hurricane over here, Hurricane Arthur. That's right, the southeast or east coast is getting hit with a hurricane. I forgot about that. I have the state record in New Jersey. Really high? That's awesome. What's the record over there? 10 limit for pike is crazy. A lot of them here in central Montana vary from 3 pike to 5 pike to 10 pike. And some water bodies, there is no limit on the pike. Montana is really about the trout fishing and the walleye fishing here, so a lot of people don't like pike because they compete with those species. They're one of my favorite species to fish for. I love pike. Not only are they fun to catch, they get absolutely massive and they are delicious to eat. I'd catch pike all day, every day over trout if I could. 10 Celsius is 50 degrees. Thank you for the conversion there, Bill. I never remember how to convert it. JB Joe, what you pulling this morning? A bottom bouncer with a green, gold, kind of a perch colored worm harness rig and a full crawler. And then this line out the side here is running our baby cowbell hammered brass lake troll, followed by another worm harness and hoochie rig that I tied up. Say stuff at the store is good eating, but they pump it with hormones and all that. Yeah, I don't ever buy and eat fish from the store. If I want fish, I go harvest fresh fish. He's not getting bites, it's the action. Yeah, when there's a bite, that rod will, I mean, if it's a big bite, that rod tip will touch the water, like literally, and you'll hear the drag zip out. There is no mistaking a bite when you're running these trolling rods in most cases. Do you actually have zander or perch in your area? No zander, we do have yellow perch. Yellow perch are in this water body and almost every water body in central Montana. Caught 2 perch recently. One was 48 centimeters, 1.53 kilograms. The other was 45. Oh, wow. Yeah, the biggest yellow perch I've ever caught was around 10 inches. So quite small, less than half a pound. I'm in Oklahoma, going to be about 100 today. That is way too hot, Macon. Stay inside next to the AC and you can hang out and enjoy our beautiful weather out here in Montana. I think the high today is somewhere around 70 Fahrenheit. A monster perch? Yeah, that is. That's a good sized one, Sash. Jamie says, I'm 13. Nice, Jamie. I'm 40 something. I stopped counting. At some point in time, you dread every year that passes. It's no fun getting old. Enjoy your youth there, Jamie. All right, we need another fish. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Nice mark at 15 foot. Smaller ones I'm seeing at 10 foot. We're just shifting direction slightly here. I'm gonna bump the speed up a little bit. That sun is just peeking over the horizon now. You guys can see it'll be blinding you in a second. Put on your sunglasses. I never get older if you count. Watching from Philippines, tight lines. Welcome to the stream, Jing. We're here in central Montana fishing for pike, walleye, trout, salmon. There's a whole bunch of different things that are in these waters. Sorry for the sun, y'all. Cover your eyes for a minute. Hopefully it's not too blinding to stare at. They would really think I'm getting bites trolling with Jackaloid and Ford Fender. Yeah, those Ford Fenders have a ton of drag on them. I've run them a few times. I have a whole variety of different lake trolls. I tend to run the baby Cowbells because I'm typically running anywhere from, 1.5 miles up to upwards of 3 miles. And those Ford Fenders create so much drag. They don't troll well at higher speeds. These baby Cowbells even create too much. Normally, if I really want to troll faster, I'll throw in like a max flashlight lake troll. They don't create nearly as much drag. Headed off to Tennessee now. See if the Xander are in the mood to bite in this heat. Nice, Sash. I wish you the best of luck. Hope you catch some fatties. When you're done fishing, come back. We will still be fishing. But good luck. Catch some big uns. And we're about due for another one here. I think we're gonna take a quick fish whistle break here. Call in Nessie. We need a hog today. Not only do we need some fish, I would really like to catch a nice fish today, something fat. Let's go, 149 thumbs up. We are almost at 150. If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to double tap that screen. It costs you nothing. And if you decide you don't like the stream later, you can always take it back. So don't feel bad. Trolling at low speed for sure. Yeah, so now that I have the trolling motor, I have way more boat control and I can actually troll at much lower speeds. Right now we're doing about 1.5 to 1.6 miles an hour. We got some good fish marking on the bottom at 25 foot. Alexander, appreciate you subbing to the channel. Thanks for joining. Hope you're enjoying the stream today, you guys. I need to keep hydrated here today. I didn't stream yesterday, but I camped with King Kai 145 for his birthday bash last night. And ended up babbling at his chat for a solid 8 hours. So my voice is a little rough already today. So I'm gonna try and take it easy. Do you have a live scope? No, I don't run live scope. So I'm running the, let me give you guys a quick boat tour, being as we're not getting bit right now. So we're running up front here. I just got this mounted a few weeks ago. We got the brand new Lowrance Recon trolling motor running 24 volt configuration. So it's running 90 foot-pounds of thrust. It does also operate at 36 volt at 115 pounds of thrust. We got that guy wired back here. I did a through hole installation. Ran nice clean wiring underneath to our giant Vader 24 volt 200 amp hour lithium. And we have it networked up here. That's what those black T's are. So networked between our Lowrance HDS 10 Pro. That's the new graph that we just added on. This is our old one that we've been running for years. The Elite FS9. So those are networked together. They all share the same GPS, the same transducers. We're streaming out here with our Starlink Mini. This is where you guys normally sit. I normally have one GoPro running, and I just added a second one. I need to get a phone mount for it. So when I'm, so I can set you guys up there when we're traveling so you guys can get a front view. We have our fuse box over here. We have separated crank and house batteries, so I have a voltage meter for each and some auxiliary power. We have our deck lights over there. These are our nav lights, anchor lights. I have recently added some HDPE plastic to our benches. Starboard, it's got a little bit of grip. I was tired of tripping over the ribs, so we have floor with the starboard, benches with the starboard. I added starboard on the sides to mount some solar panels. We have 4 pole holders on the boat currently, 2 for my side poles, 2 for my down rods. We're on the Blue Top Optima lithium or AGM batteries, house battery, crank battery, house battery. They're combined with the Blue Sea System ACR. We have our battery switch, 11.5 gallon gas tank, a 1984 Johnson Evinrude Jet outboard. We got our comfy Wise seat here and a very, I hate this helm. It shakes, it rattles. At some point I'm going to tear this out and build a custom one. But it's a pretty basic rig, but we get by. It is definitely fun to fish. Looks beautiful, so many memories. I wish I could go back there so bad. Jacob, it is awesome here, isn't it? Feel free to like and subscribe, everyone. Thank you for your support. Thanks, Ted. Jim Henning says beer. We had a couple last night. We're not drinking this morning. When you're done fishing, come back. We'll still be fishing. Absolutely legendary quote. Hey, that's how we do around here, Shane. What'd you name the boat? I don't really have I just call her the old tin can. How you doing, my guy? We're doing awesome this morning, 420. We've landed 1 walleye so far. We missed our first rainbow. We had it right next to the boat, but I pulled the hook out of its mouth. How do you like the seat? They're fairly comfortable, but I will tell you, I have a bony ass, and after 10 hours of sitting in this seat, you can feel the ribbing in it, the supports below. After a long day, oftentimes I'll grab a spare jacket or even my throwable and put it down as a cushion. They're nice though. What I really like is it can get wet and it dries out pretty quickly. It's got a nice swivel to it. I don't like those itty bitty little chairs. I sit funny on the boat. If you guys saw, I'm perching a lot of the time. I don't really sit, but I like them. They're expensive, but they've been a good quality seat so far. Good to hear. Sorry you missed the rainbow. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure we'll get back into them. Jay Hing, appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Hope you're enjoying the stream today. All right, we got to bring these in and check on them here in a minute. And I really should go spelunking back here to dig the weeds out of our outboard. I shut the outboard off and switched to the electric trolling motor because we hogged up a pile of floating weeds, I don't know, 20 minutes, half hour or so ago. But I gotta dig my arm down there and try and scrape it off. It's kind of a pain in the butt. It's nicer than my old Sears rivet boat. Yeah, so I highly discourage anyone from buying an aluminum riveted boat if you can help it. If you're gonna get an aluminum boat, do yourself a solid and buy a solid aluminum welded boat. The riveted boats, they're nice, but you can expect that every season and throughout every season, you're gonna have to be patching rivets. They leak. They always leak. I've never seen a riveted boat that didn't leak. And the aluminum, you got no holes everywhere, so you don't got to worry about it. Tries troll and spoon. Justin, so for the first hour today, I did run a little Cleo, a silver and blue spoon. We will probably try more spoons later. But yeah, we didn't get any bites off of it. We've had 1 bite on each of the rods that are out right now. We have our lake troll and a worm harness / hoochie rig on the side rod, and the down rod in the back. We're running a bottom bouncer and a worm harness rig. We are at I'm gonna try turning slowly here. Get out of these really high canyon walls, head back up to where we were getting bit. You guys let me know if the audio gets funky or the video gets funky. Again, these high canyon walls do a number on our Starlink Mini. Turn, fishy finder, turn. All right, that'll get the sun out of our eyes, I think, at least. Hopefully we don't tangle up here. I should have moved our bottom bouncer to the other side before we did that turn. Hoping we don't tangle. I hear a boat in the distance behind us, so we might have a boat coming up on us. All right. It does leak about 6 cups of water all day, so it's pretty good, really. 6 cups is about 6 cups too much for me. I mean, you make do with what you have. Don't get me wrong. I ain't judging. Like I'm out here on this old tin can. But if you can, if you have a choice between a riveted and a solid aluminum welded, I would go with the aluminum welded all day, every day. See mountain goats on the cliffs. They're a fairly rare sight out here, but yeah, you do see them out here. They are definitely in this country, and they are absolutely beautiful. Bighorn sheep, mountain goats, cougars, lynx, bear, deer, elk. You'll see caribou in here from time to time. Oh, buddy. Excuse me. That fish whistles, she's strong. Let's see some fish. Sage, we're on it. We'll get right on that for you, Sage. Tyler Clark, appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Bill says, breathtaking views. Isn't it pretty out here? These freaking canyons are incredible. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, we got boats blasting by us on both sides. Shit, we got another one coming too. Where are they all headed? What do they know that we don't know? And here comes the wake, guys. So out of 3 boats that I waved at, how many waves? Type in chat, you guys. How many boats out of the 3 that I just waved at do you think waved back? Let me know. The answer is shocking. I guess not so shocking, because the 0 is absolutely right. I got 0 waves back. That's not like the fellow Montanans here. Normally we got a pretty friendly group of people here. So I don't know if they just didn't see me or they don't care. But yeah, zero waves back. That's not how I roll. I like to be friendly and courteous to everybody until they give me a reason not to be. Just fake fishermen. They're off. They're on a mission for something somewhere. And we are marking all sorts of fish here. I don't know what the deal is. Let me, we're gonna do a line check, make sure that we don't have crap on our line here. And we're gonna do both pulls. I'd bring it in and make sure we don't have weeds. But for those of you guys joining, welcome, welcome. We're here in central Montana today. This is Upper Holter Lake. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. We've landed one walleye so far. And the only rainbow we've hooked into, we lost right at the side of the boat. It was a small one, just a shaker. So it was basically a quick release. I'll let that spool out a little bit. We're just not going fast enough for it to spool itself with the drag closed. Slightly annoying. Gotta go wake Kai up. Yeah, we're headed that way right now. TLX, you rock, bro. I really love the way you do it. Oh, thanks, TLX. I'm glad you're enjoying or learning. Thanks for hanging out. So we're gonna let this out 2 colors or so. That should get us down 10, 12 foot. Let's check our bottom bouncer here. And then after we fix the bottom bouncer, I'm gonna go fix our, dig the weeds out of our outboard just in case we need to start it up. Let's check our worm, make sure we don't have weeds. Oh yeah, we got a pile of weeds on our, not on our hook, just on our swivel. Our worm still looks good. All right. All right, we're gonna let that spool out just a little bit. Gorgeous area, isn't it, Adventure Awaits? These canyons are just incredible. Thanks, you there, cool people, him and Kai, down to earth people. Oh, thanks, Jacob. Man, I was watching Josie for a bit, but her stream making me angry. Why, Carl? Oh, I didn't realize she was live. Somebody should hop over there and tell her, want to see my rod, says hi and good luck. Catch me a fatty. Neo, where is this at? Central Montana. This is Upper Holter Lake, Upper Holter Reservoir. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River system. All right, we're good. All right, we're over about 25-foot bottom. Most of what I'm seeing right now is in the 5 to 15-foot depth. So we're kind of right in the ballpark with our lake troll here. Let me, she's not fishing right. I told her that. She said the same. She's not fishing right. Hey man, you got a line and a lure in the water, you're fishing. Who's to say what's right and what's wrong? Let the fish decide is what I always say. All right, I'm gonna go try not to fall over the edge of the boat. I gotta go dig the weeds off the bottom of our outboard jet, our main outboard. Give me a moment. I'm also going to set the mic down here real quick so I don't drop it in the water. Somebody remind me to put that back on when I come back, please, and thank you. Turn my motor here a little bit. All right, we got half of it off. There is a whole bunch back there. I gotta turn my motor. I can get it off the other side now. That jet was plugged. Kenneth, appreciate your subscribe or for the gifting the channel. Justin said, "Hey Jimmy, what's up? No bite, that's normal lake troll action." Thank you for telling people that. It's a common question we get, common misunderstanding. For a lot of people don't troll, so they just don't know, or they troll but they've never trolled a lake troll. All right, we're marking some good fish, 5 to 17 foot. We're over about 24-foot bottom here. Got my PB walleye this last weekend, 24 inches, 4.5 pound, 4.2 pound at Bighorn Canyon Reservoir. Nice, Willie Gamer, congratulations. Sucks, transmission went out. Girls at work with other vehicle. I want to fish. Oh, dang. That's rough. Grimy 84, I have to drive 3 hours north to get anything that looks as beautiful. It's amazing. Yeah, this is about an hour drive, a little over an hour drive from where I live. This whole river system, the Missouri, all the way from Three Fork down to Ulm, Cascade area is absolutely incredible. So pretty. All right, I'm bumping it way down. We're gonna do 1.2 miles an hour for just a little bit. Need a co-fisherman so you can hang 4 rods. That's what I'm saying, Justin. It's definitely more difficult to manage that many rods. Oh man, it makes it so much more fun. Mike, yo, did you sleep? I did for 2.5 hours. I hit the snooze button a couple of times this morning. Ooh, big fish at 17 foot. Right on the bottom. Another big fish right at 17 foot. Let me mark these guys. Those are fatties. Another fat one. He's following too. I run 12 rods at a time. Yeah, I've never, I could do 4. I do get tangles. Like, you see how, like, when the wind, like, I get wake kicked up and the wind hits me and I, like, end up in a circle? Mess, and you spend an hour untangling it all or more. So it really, so we're bouncing bottom. We might be hitting bottom with both of these rods. I think we're hitting bottom or weeds. We're only at 14 foot depth here. Hopefully we don't snag up. We are running a 3-ounce bottom bouncer. Typically you get somewhere around 7 to 10 foot of dive depth per ounce, depending on how fast you're dragging it at. So this weight is actually quite heavy for the depth that we're trolling. And I probably should bring these in. They're almost certainly fouled with weeds, but that was a good spot back there. More good fish right here too. Astonishing view, isn't it? Fish Vincent says, what's up folks? We're out here living the dream, trying to catch some more fish. We've landed one good sized walleye, 17.5 inches. Nothing to write home about, but it is first fish landed of the day. Our first fish on the pole for the day, we did lose right at the side of the boat. It was a little rainbow trout. But we're out here for another marathon stream on Want to See My Rod. Hoping to pull a bunch of fish in today. Morning, Rod. What's up, Bryson Willert? Welcome to the stream. Willie Gamer says, that works for me too, Billiard. Increase speed for a sec. Imitate evasion. Yeah, anything you can do to change your presentation rapidly, whether it be turning, speeding up. Sometimes I kick off the key and let everything drop. Just that change oftentimes will trigger. And we're coming through a really deep canyon here, you guys. Somebody let me know if we start buffering. Mike says noise. Noise? Doesn't suck. I love Michigan fishing. Yeah, I've heard some good things about Michigan fishing. We got another big boat blasting past us here. Everybody hang on to something. We're about to get smacked by somebody blasting by here. I'll bring you here, Rod. One of these days, that'd be really fun. There we go. Finally, somebody waved back at me. Good fish, 15 foot. Yeah, we did get a nice, very dark colored walleye. These, I never understand. Sometimes the walleye are like really, really light colored here. Sometimes they're just like dark, greeny, orangey, like. And this was a real, real dark one. You know, in a big muskie, northern Wisconsin, Upper Peninsula, Michigan, Minnesota, your places for sure. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Man, it got chilly once that sun got hidden by the the cliff wall here. The temperature dropped like 10 degrees. Not to mention now that I'm soggy after dipping my arm down, cleaning that outboard off. It's a spot in northern Minnesota where you can catch a blue walleye. Interesting. Is the water clear? So the Missouri River system up here around Hauser, Holter Canyon Ferry, there's usually, it seems like pretty much a constant algae bloom. So there's always a green cloud, a green tinge to these waters. It's not super cloudy all year or in all of the water bodies, but it is definitely not what I would call clear water. Good morning from Lost Wages. If you ever visit, I'll take you fishing on Lake Mead. Oh, nice, Mike. I appreciate the offer there. I've heard of Lake Mead. I don't know that I know much about the fishing there. What kind of fish you catch in Lake Mead? Somewhat cloudy is better than gin clear. I guess that makes sense. Clear water bodies can be tougher to fish. You have to be more natural, finicky with your rigs out there, I think. Big fish, 25 foot. There's our walleye. That's what we're looking for. Stripers. Okay, so striped bass. Appreciate the sub there, Brandon Chapman. Welcome to the channel. For those of you guys just joining, we're in central Montana. This is Upper Holter Lake, Upper Holter Reservoir, an impoundment on the Missouri River system. We often stream from this essentially the same water body. It's called Lower Holter Lake, or the main Holter Lake body. Today, this is the first time I've fished Upper Holter Lake. We launched from Gates of the Mountain Boat launch, and are up here in the river canyon after trying to get onto the walleye here today. We've landed one so far, but we've only had just that initial one. We're still looking. 6:29 a.m. by fishing partner was calling me. He was heading to prison. I was heading to pool. More finicky because the water, clear visibility. That makes sense, Will. There's a river by me. When it gets that green color, fishing is the best. Oh, really? Yeah, it drives me crazy. Oftentimes trying to get recordings of the lures action, as well as to hopefully get some fish bites and fish catches on camera. And it makes for a really, if you look at the underwater camera videos that I post as shorts on my channel, you'll notice that almost all of them have just that kind of green, hazy tinge to it. And it just makes for not a great picture for the underwater footage. How's the fishing this morning? Project LA, we've caught one walleye and almost had the rainbow that we had on the line in the boat. We missed it. Little slow, but we're still catching fish, so I'm not gonna complain. We had a couple fish for the real early morning bite. I don't know what the feeding windows are going to look like here today. I didn't really look it up today. So we're just going to play it by ear. The wind has picked up a little bit. It is definitely chilly with the wind and no sun shining on me. What would warm me up real well right now is a fish. That's what we need. I need to get up and get my cranks in. Look, he's masturbating on the lake. That is what we're doing. Trying to catch us some fatties. I won't lie, I'm an a-hole. I get to do whatever I want. Welcome back, Essen. But it does make a cool scene when the pike appear behind your lure. Your underwater footage is dope. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like it, Shane. I have a whole bunch of raw footage that I still need to cut up. I'm still fumbling, trying to come up with a good format to post it. Some of that footage should be, you know, viral potential. I just don't know how to package it. Real good fish at 15 foot, 20 foot, 25 foot, 30 foot. We're right in them here. Definitely some walleye hunkering down. There's some rock piles here. We're gonna bump our speed down just a touch. Still good fish, 10 foot, 15 foot, 25 foot. We're over about 30 foot bottom. We're running about 1.3 miles an hour using our Lowrance Recon. I'll give you guys a quick look at the finder here. We're definitely marking some decent fish. So we're marking them in all different depths and they're fairly sizable. I mean, you could see on the down scans, it's hitting right next to the rocks. Those are 100% walleye. Not really picking out much on our side scan, but we are over a pretty constant stream of them. $60 to 80 foot depth. Man, you sent down the fish can last stream, but I didn't see any of them. Oh yeah, I have I posted one. It got smacked for a copyright claim. I made it so with the YouTube shorts, I didn't know that you can't use, even if you're adding the sounds from within the official YouTube library, you can't add songs to a short greater than 59 seconds, and my short was 116 seconds, so it got hidden globally because of the copyright claim on it. So I gotta chop it up again and repost it. Are you trolling Rapalas or live minnows? Out of spec. So we're running on the down rod back here. We are running just straight braid with a 3-ounce bottom bouncer, a 24-inch fluoro leader, and a green perch colored worm harness rig that I tied up. And it's got a full crawler on it. The pole off to the side, we're running lead core line. We're out 2 colors. We're running a lake troll in hammered brass, followed by a wedding ring / hoochie hybrid that I built. And that one's tipped with pink gulp maggots. We've caught 1 fish on each. The walleye came off the bottom bouncer. The trout came off of the lake troll. Got copyrighted the other day. I win that fight in 19 minutes. Clean the weeds off. Bill, yeah, let me check them. Good call. Do you ever have that talking bass? No, I never did have the talking bass. Let's make sure we're not fouled up. We've been picking up, there's a ton of floating weeds in here. So we gotta pull our lines in occasionally and de-weed them. Pretty much every time we've pulled them in, we have something on there. Got a little bit down here. All right, so this is the wedding ring slash micro hoochie that I tied up before I came out here. Kind of an experimental rig I'm playing with, a little bit bigger presentation up top, a second on the bottom. Trying to see if we can maybe get some of those, convert some of those follows to bites with putting a couple of different presentations out there. Awesome stuff, good luck. Thanks, Out of Specs. Yeah, I do have a whole bunch of cranks. I will be running some shallow diving cranks here at some point today. We'll switch our rigging throughout the day. I also have some live leeches that I want to throw on. And we might do that actually fairly quickly here, the leeches. And I'm spooling line out here, guys. Gonna pull in our bottom bouncer here and check on it. Again, it only takes 60 seconds, 2 minutes to pull it in and check. And it'll catch you more fish, because if you're dragging around a salad down there, oftentimes you're not gonna catch a lot. And we do have a little bit down here. So this is the second rig that we're running. It's just a perch colored blade, a wedding ring, and a slow death hook with a full crawler on there. I am actually gonna change that right now. I think I'm gonna take the crawler off and throw a leech on, being as we do have the live leeches. And we will at some point change out this spinner. This just happened to be one that I tied up recently for walleye, and I wanted to see if they'd like it. And we caught one off it so far, so they don't not like it. Oh, gimme, dang. Almost lost my bag. God, we're over some good fish here too. All right, so these leeches aren't super big. I would prefer them to be a little bit bigger, but you'll roll with what you got. So you just poke them once to the head, and normally they will lengthen out like a crawler does. This one's still all curled up. There he goes a little bit. So you just want a single poke through them. You don't feed them on like you would a worm. You'll kill them. You want you want them to stay alive. You want that action from them. And we're running this one on a 3-ounce bottom bouncer right now. Oh, come on. Feed out. Whoa, we are over a whole bunch of fish here. It's a nice fluke or flounder rig. Yeah, so that's the thing about worm harness rigs is, to me, it's really a multi-species rig. So many different things will bite on a crawler harness. I mean, you can make them in so many different ways. I love them. I run crawler harnesses all the time. Please turn the clicker off. You got me jumping. So Aaron, sorry about that. When I'm letting line out, oftentimes I will, when I'm going fast enough, you can open the bail, you can turn the clicker on, and you can set it down, and you get kind of a controlled spool from it, a controlled release. We're not going fast enough for it to really draw itself out now, so I was zipping it to get some line out. Never really fished with leeches, prefer livers or crawlers. So we can't use live fish here in most central Montana. We are allowed live crawlers and live leeches. Some days they really like the worms, some days they don't want to touch the worms, they want the leeches. So it's nice to have both in the boat. We did catch the first one off a crawler. It's been a minute since we've had a bite. And we've been running through them, so I figured we'd swap the bait out a little bit, see if they maybe want the leeches instead. Smallmouth love the leeches. People trip you out. What pound test line today? Felmar. So the lead core rod, I run about 65-pound Suffix 832 Advent Superline braid backer. I run 300 foot of that, and then a full 10 colors of the Suffix 832 lead core line in 27-pound test. The down rod with the bottom bouncer on it is just straight braid, 65-pound Suffix Advanced with a fluorocarbon leader, 30-pound fluorocarbon leader. It's a beautiful spot you're at. George, isn't it pretty here? Let me get my ugly mug out of the way so you guys can actually see it. So most of my rigging, you'll notice that it is quite heavy. I always err on the side of caution. I don't think the smaller line versus the bigger line has a huge impact on most fisheries and most fish. While it definitely can be situational, I would rather have oversized line and lose a few fish or spook a few fish than missing or getting busted off when you get a truly trophy fish on the end of your line. So I fish for the trophy fish, the big ones. So I always oversize my stuff. Sawyer with the star, I appreciate your support there. Clicker on, yeah, I did. So you set the drag, turn the clicker on. I usually set it 2-3, sometimes 4-pound-ish. So there's enough to resist when a fish bites, but not enough to really clothesline them. They can grab it and run. We're over a good amount of fish, all the way from 10 to 25, 27 foot. So this rod, the two colors of lead out get us down about 10 to 14 foot of dive depth on our rod on the side, our lead line. The bottom bouncer, we're running 3 ounces at about 1.2, 1.3 miles an hour. It should be getting us down pretty close to 30 foot. We should be ticking off the bottom here occasionally with this line. Hey Rod, what's up? You out again? Cool. Yeah, we're out here Upper Holter Lake today. We've got one walleye in the boat so far. We missed the one rainbow that bit, but I'm not too worried about that. It was just a small one. We're out here trying to get some walleye, some pike, some salmon, some trout. We fish for everything. Ran all kinds of lures and baits through, but never tried leeches. Yeah, I don't get a leech bite super often, but some days that's all they want to bite on. So I usually, when I'm in a water body that I know some days will like leeches, I try to bring them. I don't know if today's going to be one of those days or not. We'll see. And I'm actually going to bring this guy up higher in the water column. I'm seeing a bunch of stuff in the 10 to 15 foot. So let's run it. Let's just run this one like 45 foot back. Hopefully we don't tangle up with our other line. Let's get this above or at somewhere around 10 foot of dive depth. See if run into a little shallower, we'll trigger him. Hey there, Rod, what's up? Yet again, the last trip, did you catch? We caught one fish at Swan Lake. It was a rough day. It was still fun though. Very pretty lake up there. It was nice to finally get to fish it. But we did not figure out the Lakers there. 30-pound leader, what we do in shark fishing? Basically, yeah. So the state record walleye comes out of here 17 pounds, which if you've seen a 17-pound walleye, they have teeth, big teeth. Also, there are very big northern pike in here, 20 to 30 pounds. And if you've seen a 20-pound plus pike, they have not just big teeth, they have basically shark teeth. A 30-pound leader for a 20-pound pike is way undersized. You can land them on that, don't get me wrong, but I would, normally my pike rigs, I will run 80 to 100-pound test fluoro leaders. Circle or J-hooks? I don't use J-hooks very often for anything. I run circle hooks, octopus hooks, and drop shot hooks for the majority of my rigs. Almost all the crawler harnesses and stuff that you see, I tie octopus or drop shot hooks on. Anytime I'm fishing for sturgeon or for carp or for catfish, I'm almost always using a circle hook. J-hooks, I never really run them, and I don't know why. I mean, it's not that I've necessarily had bad luck with them. I just, circle hook is kind of my go-to when I'm doing that type of fishing. Yeah, that was heavy, but on the water is better than nothing. Yeah. No, I did talk to one boat at the end of the stream that was, he had loaded up as I was docking up. And him and his wife said that they've been fishing there for years, and he was fishing way up the river channel in like 6 foot of water, and they were catching Lakers. 2-3 pounders and smaller, nothing big, but he said they caught about 10 of them, and a really fat sucker. He was more excited about the fat sucker that he caught than he was the lake trout. But he was fishing, he said that they were fishing in like 6 foot of water, drifting with just a hook, a worm, and a couple of split shots. So he was just said we're sitting in shallow, casting out into, away from the shore and drifting. And he said that they were just slamming it. Good God, we're over a bunch of fish. We're gonna bump up our speed here real quick. Try and trigger a chase here. And that is one thing. The bite that we did have earlier, we were probably doing closer to 2 or 2.2 miles an hour. I've slowed down significantly since then, trying to get our bottom bouncer down. So maybe we need to bump the speed up slightly for a little bit. I do see a little life at the camp, it looks like. The dog is awake at least. What's your boat's name? I call her the old tin can. Not a real fancy name, but she's an old beater. What's up, Bearded Dragon? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we do. Let me pan the camera around, being as we're not catching any fish right now. And holy crap, 190 thumbs up. We're almost at 200. Appreciate y'all. We have the Lowrance Recon running here. And it is fully controlled right now with the graph. I can change the speed, the direction. I also have a foot pedal and you know, like a USB dongle or Bluetooth dongle. But we're marking some decent fish. But yeah, we got, so the Lowrance Recon, we're running with the Vader 24 volt 200 amp hour lithium networked in, so our two graphs are networked with the finder. We're running the Lowrance 3-in-1 HD transducer. So both graphs, the trolling motor as well as the transducer off the back of the boat are all networked and connected and can share data and equipment. So it's a pretty cool setup. You should troll with a small live trout if you want a monster. Out of specs, I would be committing a grievous penalty here in Montana if I were fishing in this water body with a live trout. Not only is live bait not allowed in this water body or most of central Montana, it's explicitly prohibited to fish with game fish as live bait or dead bait. Big no-no. You can get significant fines and penalties for doing so. So we will not be doing that. Buffering. Yeah, I accidentally closed the damn camera and opened it back up. It's back. Thank you, 420. What's up? I'm back. Welcome back, Jamie. Yeah, it's a very strict penalty. Good morning, SoCal. Welcome, my friend. You missed our walleye. We caught one finally. Very dark walleye. I need to do some Google foo on that. I don't know why some of them are so dark colored and why some of them are so light. Was it easy to link them together? Yeah, stupid simple. Again, you use the NMEA network. So those little black T's that I showed underneath, you basically have one T for every device in the network, and then the last T goes to a 12 volt power. And then there's a network cable that runs between your two graphs as well. But yeah, really simple to set up. You just join them to the same Wi-Fi network, and they can download updates, and one can push updates to the other, and it was surprisingly simple to set up. The hardest problem that I had was getting the firmware updated on the little Bluetooth remote for the trolling motor. But we did get that figured out. And yeah, it's run pretty well so far. We've only been running it for a few streams now, so I'm still learning, still getting the hang of it. You're on Swan. Hey Marbs, no, today we're in central Montana. Last week we were at Swan. This is Upper Holter Lake, about 20 miles north of Helena, Montana. We're here in the gates of the mountains. Real scenic area up here. If you guys are ever in central Montana, I would highly suggest stopping down at the Gates of the Mountain Recreation Area. They have tour boats that run all through the canyon here. It is freaking spectacular. Seeing it on camera here does it no justice. These cliff walls are so high, and there's all these caves burrowed into them, and it's just, I love it. It's so pretty up here. Do you have to have Wi-Fi on the boat to link them together? No, you don't. The Wi-Fi just allows me to, in real time, I can download firmware, you know, while I'm rolling around out here. Not that you would necessarily need to or want to. I can upload and download maps and stuff, but you don't have to have the internet connection. You can just hardwire them through the NEMA and the network cable, and they're still able to communicate with each other. having the Wi-Fi on just allows them. So like I have a Lowrance app. In fact, let me see if I can do that. And you can do all the same stuff with Bluetooth too. You don't need Wi-Fi. Marking good fish all the way from 5 to 20 foot. So we're in slightly shallower water here. Oh, I'm not done. I haven't messed with it in a while, but essentially what I could do is I can mirror the screen from either of my graphs to the phone, and at some point I'll be able to put it up on the camera as well. But instead of me having to pick up the camera to show you guys the graphs, when I have it set up, it's not configured on this phone, it's configured on the other phone. I can not only remote control graphs and my trolling motor from the app on my phone, but I can also, that sun just came out. I can basically clone either of the screens to turn around and show you guys. But yeah, it's nice having them all networked up and linked. Logan said hi. Welcome to the stream, Logan. Got anything? We've got one walleye so far and one rainbow trout that we lost at the side of the boat. 2 weekends ago, Holter's my new favorite place in central Montana. We had killer weekend in the storms. Nice fish in Montana. Yeah, it's a really fun lake to fish. Some days the bite is just off the chain here. You will get bites all day long. Other days it's a little slow. You got to work for it, but there's not many times you come out to Holter and get completely skunked. Yeah, I don't hunt much. I know you're answering lots of questions, but wondering if you and Kai do hunting stuff there. Kai does. King Kai 145. He did a bear hunt recently. I think he's got a turkey hunt that he put on a video for. I haven't really hunted in years. I primarily enjoy fishing. 199 thumbs up. Let's go. One more. Somebody bump us to 200. If you don't like the stream, you can take it back later. But let's somebody double tap that screen. No? No love? Nobody? Dang. All right. I see how it is. I suppose y'all already gave the thumbs up. Oh, there we go. There's 200. Thank you, guys. Snowy country, right? Yeah, Errol, we get lots of snow here. Pretty rough winters most years. Totally joking. This guy could catch a cold buck naked in a blizzard. I've never caught a fish in my life out of specs. We're just out here. There's in fact, it's a green screen. We're not even on the water. These poles are actually just under the table over here. And every once in a while, somebody sneaks out and throws a fish on so I can show it to the screen. 200 is up now. Let's go. 202 likes. Thank you, guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. We're here in central Montana. This is Upper Holter Lake. We launched out of Gates of the Mountains recreation area. Excuse me. We're targeting pike, walleye, salmon, and trout out here today. So far we have had on the line 2 different species, rainbow trout and walleye. We have not got into the pike. We've not got into the salmon. But we are going to be out here, if weather permits, until sundown. So we'll be out here for another 12, 13 hours. We got a long day ahead of us. I think he's kidding, SoCal. You do need ice fishing rods. Sage, I've never done it before. I was gonna try over this past winter, We had a really funky winter though. We didn't really have a whole lot of safe ice in my area, and I didn't want to make my first trip out on the ice be my last trip out on the ice. So maybe this winter I will try it. Yeah, I've never done it before. It sounds fun. I've never tried it before. How you doing, Petra? Welcome to the stream. YouTube shows us streamers one less than it shows chat when we're live. I've never understood why that is, SoCal. It's so weird. I'm in Africa, not much snow here. Yeah, we get a lot of snow and ice here in Montana. Just this past winter was a very mild winter, quite mild. And we had lots of freeze-thaw cycles that it didn't make for very safe ice in a lot of the water bodies around here. There were people out here in a lot of the water bodies fishing the super thin sketch ice, but that doesn't sound very fun to me. YouTube Camp Math, yeah, doing well, thanks. Got a VA appointment in Great Falls in a few hours. I thought the VA hospital was in Helena. I don't know that the benefice in Great Falls was part of the VA. Walleye is my favorite, congrats. Oh, thanks, Beatbox. Yeah, I'm always excited to catch a walleye. That's only my second walleye of the year that I've caught. We caught one earlier at Holter down by the Log Gulch campground boat launch. That one I don't really count though because it was truly an accident. It was one of those, I just set my rod down in the holder and it was spooled out a little bit while I was messing with the finders and it caught a fish. So, while it did end up in the net and in the boat, it's not really, I wasn't really trying for it. And does it really count if you're not trying? I don't know. From everyone I talked to this last winter, the ice never got close to 12 inches. Yeah, so a lot of the water bodies, I mean, like in Great Falls, for example, the Sun River would freeze and then it would thaw and then it would freeze and then it would thaw. Wadsworth, I think, might have had decent ice on one part of it. The Missouri River never really froze. Holter and Hauser up here, there were small portions that got some ice, but it was real sketch. I think there was a little bit up on Canyon Ferry. Most of the places that I was seeing people, there's another channel on here, Montana Outdoor Boys, or I think that's their channel name. They were fishing kind of Missoula area over by Browns Lake, Lake Inet, you know, kind of up in that. Some of the smaller water bodies up there, kokanee fishing and trout fishing. Walleye are vicious looking. They are cool. They have some pretty gnarly teeth. A few clinics around Great Falls, Browning area, the two I know of. Helena is the Montana VA headquarters. And okay, that's what it is. Pike and trout are nice, but walleye just seem to be a little tastier. Walleye are good. They're probably top 3 for me, but my preference is pike. I think pike is my favorite eating fish. All right, we're marking good fish all the way from 10 foot down to 25 foot. I don't know what they want from us. It's about at 9, swap out 1 or more of these rigs. Probably our crawler harness here. I don't know what we should need to start thinking about what to put down. Deep water doesn't freeze too well. Yeah. Normally we get about 1.5 to 2 feet of ice. Dang, that's a lot of ice, Petra. My cousin and uncle live in Missoula and Bozeman. Okay, Missoula's gorgeous. I love Missoula. Bozeman's pretty cool too. Bozeman's a nice area. How we doing? Corporate sponsor check-in. Good morning, Trip. We have 1 walleye in the boat, and we lost the only rainbow trout we've had bite. We got it right next to the boat, and I was trying to lift it over and pulled the hook out of its mouth. I just don't like filleting a piker. I'd probably take number 1. The Y-bone it takes a little while to understand what it looks like, where it's at in there, but once you figure out and understand how it lays in the fish, they're not bad to fillet. I'm slow at it. I won't say I'm an expert, but I'm just slow at filleting fish in general. But they're excellent eating. Find those fish again and jig those leeches on them maybe. Aaron, at some point we might do a little bit of jigging. My casting rod is actually sitting up next to my tent, and Kai and everybody else that's sleeping up there. All I have in the boat right now is my trolling rods, 2 lead core rods and 2 braid rods for crankbaits for I'm running one of my bottom bouncers off it right now. We're running over a ton of fish. They're not digging what we're throwing down. We might have to pull her in here. It's been a minute since we've pulled them out to check for weeds. They appear to be running all right. On the bottom bouncer, we did switch from a full crawler to a live leech. So we might go back to a crawler on that. I do have a whole bunch. I've got probably 20 or 30 different worm harness rigs that we could play around with. I do have one new crankbait that I wanted to try. We could try a spoon or something behind our lake troll instead of our worm harness rig. Rainbow number 7 flicker shad. I have a whole bunch of flicker shads. It's also fire country. Yes, Helena National Forest, Missoula area, Flathead area. There's a lot of mountains, a lot of evergreen trees, and on dry years it's severe fire hazards. And when they go up, they burn. Maybe time to throw something they've never seen before, SoCal. We should. I don't know how deep that thing dives. We're only, I mean, I guess we're in 25, 30 foot of water. Shit, we should be running a reef runner. I don't know, what do you guys think we should swap out first? Our bottom bouncer that's got the leech on it, or that caught a walleye, or the lake troll with the worm harness that caught a trout? Which one should we swap out? I grew up in the South with bass and crappie, easy fillets. That Y-bone took me for a whirlwind. Yeah, it's confusing when you first cut them up. It's like, where the hell is this damn bone at? But once you've done it a few times, and there's some really good tutorials on YouTube as well. But find what they want for the day. Get rid of the trout rod. So you think we should run? So I have... Where is it? There it is. This is the one that I bought for today. We should run this. She looks pretty. It's really similar to a flicker shad. So it's a size 5 Walleye Nation Creation Rumble Shad. And it's called Gold Digger. And I think it's about trolling. I think it's a 4 to 6 foot diver, so not a super deep diver. But I will probably be putting it on our one of our lead lines, so we can get this guy down deeper if we want. Yeah, let's swap out our worm harness rig here for a little while and run this little guy. So we ran this for an hour earlier this morning. It's a little Cleo and silver and blue. We didn't get any takers off of that guy. So we're gonna put our Walleye Nation Creation Rumble Shad in Gold Digger color. It's about a 4 to 6 foot diver. And we'll run it on a lead line so we can get it down a little deeper if we want. Most of the walleye looks like they're kind of sitting on the bottom over here, so. All right, let's get this guy in. We're over about 30-foot bottom. Most of what I'm marking right now is in the 10 to 15-foot range. Occasionally I'm seeing a few fish sitting on the bottom. We might need to turn back around and head back to where we were catching the walleye earlier. Oh, all right, I don't need a hook in the face. Calm down. Good God, we got the wind fucking blowing. Right, and I hooked myself. Wind gust blowing at me right as I'm trying to take my line in. And she's trying to hook me. All right. So we're gonna get this crankbait out. Let me, I'm gonna put a little bit of this Potski crawfish fire gel on it, just to add a little bit of an attractant here. We're gonna dip the rear hook in it, a couple of dabs, and then I'm gonna dip the nose of it, a couple of dabs. Up in our other line. In fact, I'm gonna switch our bottom bouncer over to the other side for just a moment while I let this line out. I don't want to tangle on our deployment. Hold on. I'm gonna reset our line counter here. Little Cleo is a classic. Yeah, I picked up a couple of them at North 40 when I was there day before yesterday. Or yesterday, I forget. All right, we're at about, let's go, we're gonna do about 60 foot, 65 foot on this guy. Let me get my rod leash on here so we don't feed Holter any more expensive trolling rods. And I'm gonna see how that runs, how that tracks. I didn't really see if it was going one way or the other. Some lures you gotta tune. So I just wanna see how true it's running before I bring our down rod back on camera. Look good, niceness. It's kind of how we got them bows on Canyon Ferry. Blue and silver, or I think perch color I used that day. Okay, okay. Oh, nice fish. 5 foot, 15 foot, 20 foot, 25 foot, and 30 foot. We're over about 35 foot bottom right now. We're a little bit deeper. I'm gonna slow our troll just slightly. 1.5 miles an hour. Let's go even slower than that. We're gonna go 1.28 miles an hour. All right, let's. Have you ever used smelly jelly on your lures, sir? I've heard of it. I've never seen it on the shelves around here. I would need to scope out and see where I could actually buy some. I've got all kinds of scents and attractants. No, I use a lot of Atlas Mike stuff. And a little bit of Potskis from time. Do you use smelly jelly? Do you like it? Is it effective? What flavor? What flavor do you like? Ah, that sun came back out again. So what exactly fish are you looking for? Is there walleye or just the rainbow and browns? David, so the state record walleye comes out of here, just over 17 pounds. There's kokanee salmon, there's rainbow trout, there's brown trout, there's really big northern pike, there's yellow perch. What we've caught so far today is one walleye and one rainbow trout. But there's a wide variety of fish in here. Yellow perch, mountain whitefish. There's a good number of species opportunity here. It is a real true multi-species fishery. All right, we're gonna go up a little bit further around this bend, and then I think we're gonna turn around and head back the way that we came. Both of our bites were further downriver, though every boat we've seen come in here today has jetted past us further upriver. Maybe they know something that we don't. I've never fished this portion of Holter before, so we're out here kind of exploring. But the main targets for today really are the walleye and the trout. Though I would to bite. I haven't caught a pike out of here yet this year. We've caught a 2 walleye, 3 or 4 kokanee salmon, probably about 75 or more rainbows, and I haven't caught any browns yet. Had fish Hauser down a lot, and Holter I pissed up towards there as well, but I didn't realize the state record came out of there. Yeah. Oh, shit, I think what was that? We 25 foot bottom, we're out. I let my line out a little bit. We hung bottom there for a sec. Let me bring this guy back into 60 foot. Got me excited there, but that was too much of a straight drone. You can tell that's a snag. Definitely be the river and lake whenever, so forth, to be close with a variety of fish year round, that is. Yeah, it's fun, David. I've fished Hauser, I don't know, 5-6 times last year. I didn't catch a lot. I haven't figured Hauser out yet. Holter seems to always produce a lot more for me. Float downstream and bottom bounce them leeches, fish on. That's what we're doing right now out of specs. We're moving at about 1.28 miles an hour. Bottom bouncer with a curl, or with a live leech. And the other line we just put down this small crankbait. No 4MK1 says Rocky Mountain High, what's up? Indian, welcome to the stream. Peachizzy, welcome back. Yeah, we still only caught the one walleye. We're exploring a little bit. We're about to head back down the direction of where we caught that walleye. We're getting into some pretty steep canyons here. I think if our signal starts doing wonky stuff, if it starts skipping or buffering, let me know. These cliff walls are really high, and we're running Starlink, so it might get a little crazy. Snag on, that's right, Lake Erie Leaf. Got me again. Sorry, Aaron, it was a snag. Our bottom bouncer hit and snagged up a little bit. Hey Rod, how's the fishing? Bill, good so far. Been a little slow. We have one walleye and one rainbow. The walleye we did land, the rainbow was just a shaker, and I was trying to lift it over, and we lost it as I was lifting it over. So not technically a catch, but we've had some life out here today. We got a bottom bouncer with a leech going, and we just threw out a Walleye Creation Nation rumble shad. It's a little 4 to 6 foot shad style crankbait, little diver. Love that sound though. Can't wait to get a salmon fishing. You hear that click in your heart. I know, I love it. I love it too, Jacob. I crave it when I'm out here fishing. That one of these pulls just a blast off. Once you hear that pull or line, there's nothing better than adrenaline rush. I love fishing out of the boat. I miss it. Haven't done it in years. I do. That's why a lot of people say trolling is boring, and it's like, man. Well, like just the anticipation of waiting for that rod to slam, it does it for me. I live on that edge, the precipice of which pole's gonna get smacked, which lure, how hard. Wexley with the 6'7". What's up, Wes Axley? Welcome to the stream. Bryson, yo, yesterday I caught a 7-pound saugeye. Dude, that's a pig for a saugeye. I've caught a sauger, I've caught a walleye. I don't think I've ever caught a saugeye. We do have them in Montana, in the Missouri. I know that they're an infrequent catch down Fort Benton and Loma area, where I like to catfish and sturgeon fish. I've never managed to pull one though. I don't know how to identify them though. Also, I might have mistakenly just thought it was a sauger. Does that river have bass? So Daniel, they're not an official species listed in here. They do from time to time pull them out on the fish, the surveys that Fish, Wildlife, and Park does, I believe. But I don't think there's a breeding population in here. 2 reservoirs up, Canyon Ferry has a stockpile of smallmouth bass. And I think some of them do eventually filter down into Hauser and then Holter. But I think most of them probably get murdered trying to pass through the spillway. Ones that do make it do end up in the surveys from time to time. They probably survive down here for a decent amount of time, but I don't think there's an actual breeding population in this water body. I've never caught one. They're a really rare catch. There's a lot of water to cover in Holter. There is. It's a big water body. How deep is that place? Looks epic. Not super deep. So this channel that we're in, this canyon, we're at kind of the deepest that I've seen so far. We're at about 38, 40 foot bottom depth right here. It's kind of a big canyon here, a bigger basin. I'm gonna kind of swoop around the edge here and turn around. Maybe I should go up to this next point. Let's go up to one more point and then we'll turn around. Beautiful view, as always. So cool you're fishing in canyon today. Yeah, we're trying it out. It's definitely hurting our signal here and there. We've had a couple of hiccups, but it's gorgeous. I love the scenery. And there's good fish in here too. Any size to the walleye. No, I mean, it was a good eater size, 17.5 inch. Nothing to write home about. really cool, really pretty coloring though. Really, really dark. Most of the walleye I was catching last year at Hauser were quite light colored. This was the darkest one I've caught in a long time. Old long distance release, right? Yo, yesterday I caught 7-pound saugeye. Bryson, I already told you congrats. Good luck, gotta go fix and make AC. All right, Whiskey Fish, we'll be here, my friend. Good luck fishing the AC. Fixing, fishing. I'm talking crazy over here. Yeah, on a little jig where I met you. Oh, nice, Bryson. Oh, so you caught it right down, that was at Fort Benton, right? No listed dive depth. We'd probably be all right to run. We're over 30, 35 foot bottom here. It does run over 20 and 15 foot in a few places. That one might dive that deep. But yeah, we should run that at some time. Hope everyone enjoyed the party last night. By the way, good morning. Good morning, Roy. Yeah, we had fun celebrating King Kai's 26th. Fish. You can get big fish almost any method of fishing. Really a matter of preference. And sometimes getting laggy. All right. Trazen, 1 walleye, 1 rainbow trout. Sorry for the dumb question just turned in. Not a problem. .C, and the bot that's in the room will tell you what the catch count is. What's up, Northern Fishing Outdoors? Good morning. Kick that orphan sent a gold coin. I appreciate that. Thanks for the support. Is it the area of Wolf Point? So we're on a map. We would be northwest of Wolf Point. So if you look on a map, the closest city that we're to is called Sieben, S-I-E-B-E-N, which really isn't a city. It's just an exit on the highway. If you look, the best place to look up would be Gates of Mountain Recreation Area. That's basically where we're at. We're north up canyon from there. And I'm gonna turn back around here and get out of this high canyon. Sorry, I'm turning the boat. One increment at a time here. Oh, no, Snaggy, come on. Damn it. All right. We got a snag. Sorry, guys. Give me a sec here. Let me get this other line in. We snagged our bottom bouncer. What are we over? 30-foot bottom. Huh. Hold on. See if we can get in front of this and pull it up. No, we're still snagged. This is part of bottom bouncing. You do snag up from time to time. Hopefully we can retrieve her. Jesus, trolling motor. Calm down there, buddy. So that water hitting the bottom of the boat, that can make you sleepy until your fishing pole starts going down, right? All right. Turn our speed down and try and get around the snag. Always wanted to kayak up it. Yeah, the current's not bad. I don't know, I know that the wind can tunnel down this canyon at times and can get a little dangerous, but it's pretty sheltered. And we're just not using a whole bunch of pressure here, but trying to yank her free over here. She does not want to come back. Oh, we got it. Yes, all right. Took us a little while, but we got it. All right, we are missing our, all we lost was our leech. I think I'm gonna throw a crawler back on here. No fishing for today for me. Western New York, it's so windy, there's white water. Oh, dang, Bill, that stinks. Fish whistle. Jordan, it's about that time. Let's get the rigs back in the water and we will bust the fish whistle out. Let me get another crawler put on this harness. I caught more fish out of my 16-foot aluminum boat than I did any other boat I had hard play. Sorry about that, guys. I think the stream should be fixed now. Can you guys see me now? Give me a thumbs up if you can see the screen. Thank you, guys. Sorry about that. I was getting the pole out and talking to myself, apparently. All right. We're gonna leave that other rod on the other side for a little bit. I don't like running them that close without a planer or something on there. Sean Clark, welcome. No, we're in Central Montana. Picnic area, huh? Well, enjoyed watching you. Hopefully I can see you catch a fish because that's what it's all about. Yeah, hopefully we could get a fish in here. We're, I don't know, the bite has been a little bit slow today. I'd be really surprised if we didn't catch at least a few more fish. The bite might really turn on though. Holter's kind of weird. You'll go sometimes hours without a bite, and then you get a couple hours where it's just on fire. Welcome back, everybody joining. Sorry about the technical difficulties there. These deep canyons that we're in get a little rough with the Starlink. I appreciate y'all's patience and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Lewis back says, Laughing Disco, sent to Laughing Disco. I appreciate the gifts. Does sending gifts get you paid? Sean Clark, yeah, so I do, for every gift that's sent, YouTube does send me a small portion of the cost of that. They take about 40 to 50% and the streamer gets somewhere between 50 and 60%. Starlink sucks so bad for what it's advertised. I mean, for home internet, yeah, there's much better in a lot of areas. For areas that there isn't, it's wonderful. For areas like this, we're out in the middle of the mountains. There's no cell signal. Starlink is the only way that we would ever be able to stream from the locations that we do. Sean Clark with the flow state. Thank you, Sean Clark. If you type just .cash app, it'll tell you my cash app. I've never had anybody send anything to my cash app though, so. Weather is 59.5, feels like 51. Gusts 2.3, wind 2.2, pressure 29.95. That doesn't work in the underground Vegas tunnels. Well, obviously, it needs a clear line of sight to the satellites floating around out there, buddy. It's not magic, it's satellite. Bryson, we've had one walleye and one rainbow trout so far. We haven't had a bite in probably, what are we up to now? We're a little over 3 hours, so we haven't had a bite in 2 hours. Roughly, maybe a little less than that. We're marking a lot of fish though. We just need to get on top of them and find something that they want. Guy's still sleeping? I think I just saw something post up. He tagged me in something or mentioned me. Did you put on? I have not. Thank you for the reminder. I really should do that. Are you at work, Mia? I think Kai is awake though. You gotta appreciate the dedication. Oh, we have fun out here, man. We have a blast. I love catching fish. I love hunting for them. I'll be going through the whole tackle box until I found it. What are we over? 35-foot bottom. Surface temperature 60.4, so it has gone up a little bit. That's so peaceful out here. Let me see what Kai just posted. Kai mentioned you in a video. Oh, I think Sears or Logan must be over there editing videos. They tagged me in a short they just posted. All right, we're over a bunch of fish. They're just not biting. Got a guy over in the boat here. He's looks like anchored up or spot locked and jigging. I feel like I was partying with you guys. It was a fun night. was nice to finally get to hang out with him. We've been passing each other on the water bodies and getting, stopping and chatting for a few minutes here and there, but we've never got to hang, so we finally got to meet Searsy and Kai and Dakota and the puppies and Logan. It was a good night. Almost. Oh, okay, so you're on the way to work, Mia. So as far as water temperature, what have you seen the best fishing at temperature wise? So early season like this, and man, this guy better pick a side. He's like barreling straight at me. Earlier in the season like this, it can be real hit and miss. When the water temperatures are still at or below 60 degrees, fishing is just sporadic for me. Some days it's fire, some days you can't get them to bite worth a damn. Bite for me honestly starts picking up when we get into the mid to low 60s. And the fish really start moving more into the different water levels. You can target a fish species based upon where in the water column it's at. With the water temperatures, in the high 50s, low 60s, oftentimes everything's still mixed up. The water really hasn't stratified. But right about now, usually late June, early July is when fishing in central Montana, in my experience, really starts picking up. I start catching a lot more pike, a lot more walleye. The trout are pretty much always biting. The kokanee start biting real well. But welcome those joining. We're out here at Holter Lake today. For those of you guys who've been on my stream before, we stream from Holter fairly often. Normally we fish either the basin area down by the dam or Log Gulch, Split Rock area. Today we are fishing up closer to the gates of the mountains. We've caught one walleye. We had one rainbow on the line, we lost it. We are also targeting northern pike. Kokanee salmon might still be playing around up here. They're probably deeper in the basin now. That the waters, they are one of the few fish in this water body that are more temperature sensitive than the rest. They tend to prefer 48 to 52 degree water. So they're in deeper water. Ever try slip bobbers there for walleye? Jacob, I've used bobbers. I don't normally rig up. I've not, to be perfectly honest, I have not fished slip bobber a lot. It is a very common tactic that people use, and it does do well in a water body like this. I'm lazy. I mean, to put it straight and blunt to you, I'm lazy. I don't like cutting my line off to slide a bobber up and the bobber stop and then to tie back on. So normally when I throw a bobber, I use a clip-on bobber. I've got a variety of different sizes and styles of them. If I were to do, and I've talked about it and I really should, I should just set up a slip bobber rig that just lives with a slip bobber on it. But no, I don't fish the slip bobber very often. And it's purely for the fact that I'm lazy, not because it's not effective. It's a very good tactic for walleye fishing, trout fishing. Is it supposed to say Hauser Dam? I've caught kokanee salmon. Hauser does have kokanee. In fact, the state record kokanee comes out of Hauser. I'm not super familiar with Hauser. Like I said, I fished it a handful of times last year and had really mixed success there. From what I understand, the kokanee and Hauser are kind of in a down cycle right now. I don't know that a lot of them of any size are being caught out of there these past few years. Though again, I don't have inside details on it. I just have very limited knowledge from what I've seen personally and from what the few people I've talked to have said. The big kokanee right now in central Montana are being caught out of Holter, but more so down by Log Gulch and the main boat ramp camp area by the dam. Hauser does have them. Again, the state record comes out of Hauser. Kokanee are a weird fish. I don't know a whole lot about their cycle, but I have read that they, in fisheries, oftentimes you'll have big upswings in the kokanee, the size, the numbers, and then they have a big downswing. So for a few years, it can be a real good fishery, and then it peters off and it turns into a, you know, a moderate to poor kokanee fishery for years, and then it swings back up. And I don't know what causes that, what plays into it. Have you ever ran a center pin reel with a river float set up? Out of specs, I'm not familiar with that. I'd have to look that up. What my uncle does offshore there, he'll sit on rock bluffs, cast out, but you know how it is, deep instantly. Yeah, if you can find, you can catch kokanee from the shore, especially later season. When they're spawning, and a lot of the water bodies around here, you can snag them. They allow you to snag up to 50 or 100 of them when they're spawning. But that's because most of them die and end up, you know, being fodder and rotting in the water body anyway. They're not really very good to eat when they're like that, though. So I don't. People snag them for dog food. I don't know. I've tried eating spawned out kokanee, and they're mushy. They're not good. Great for smoking, not eating, but in the smoker. Okay. Brian Paulson said hi. Welcome to the stream, Brian. Welcome back. Do you guys have mountain sheep hunting in Montana? We do, yeah. There's yes, bighorn sheep, mountain goats. There's a few different similar species. And they are in this general vicinity. Somebody was just in here saying that you can take a tour boat. They run out, I think, 2 times a day, certain days of the week here from gates of the mountains, and they come all up through these canyons. And apparently the goats are not a crazy rare sighting in these areas. There are a decent number of them. Brian, what are you fishing for? Rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, northern pike, walleye, yellow perch. There's a variety of different things in here. Primarily what we're targeting right now is walleye. We've caught 1 walleye so far, 1 rainbow. The rainbow didn't make it in the boat, so it's not on our fish counter. We lost it trying to hand line it over the side. But walleye is our primary target right now. We're 1 bottom bouncer with a crawler harness, and we just put down also a small crankbait, a rumble shad. There are no largemouth in here. Are you allowed to bow fish carp there? That's fun stuff. Certain water bodies you are allowed to bow fish for carp. I don't like killing things if I'm not going to eat it. So as fun as it would be, I totally get that. Not my kind of thing. I don't like needlessly killing things. And carp is not a fish that I personally have a taste for. A lot of people do eat it though. So for me, it's just not my kind of thing. I have to go adult for a bit. See you when I get back home. All right, SoCal, thanks for stopping through. We'll catch you later. Drive safe, my friend. We're marking a bunch of fish still. I don't know what the hell these fish want. What time is it? 9:37. Let's say another 10 minutes or so on this crank, and then we're gonna try something else. I like your channel. Thanks, Brian. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. We usually marathon stream here, sun up to sundown. If weather permits, we will be out here till the sun sets. So we still have a solid 12 plus hours of fishing to do here. Hopefully we can get back onto the fish. It's been a minute since we've had any action here, but that's how she goes some days. We're headed back down to the camp. We did camp out here last night with King Kai 145. And I think they're awake at the camp now. I told them I was leaving at first light, and they're like, yeah, nah. I want to be in a video. Well, Brian, come on down here to Holter. You can be in a video. This is the carp, came from Italy, Paris, introduced into the waters as a sport fish. Okay. Carp are fun as hell. I would much prefer fishing for them than stabbing them with a bow and arrow, to be perfectly honest. All right, we're gonna let this down a bit. All right, we're at 60 foot now instead of 45. Tour boat would be really cool. I know some states have sheep, but they're rare, so it's extremely hard to pull a hunting tag. They do. They're a draw-only tag here. I don't think you can get an over-the-counter tag for them. But they do have a limited number of tags in certain hunting areas here in Montana for them every year. It wouldn't have been something I'd ever. They're a cool animal, and I do love, you know, mounts and racks, and they're neat. But I'm not a trophy hunter when it comes to big game. I'm a trophy fisherman, not a trophy hunter. So if and when I do ever hunt, I like to, like I said, harvest things that I would like to eat. And sheep, I don't think is. I did try it a couple of times when I worked at the wild game processing plant, and it wasn't something that I would like a whole bunch of. It was fairly gamey and fairly tough. I'm headed that way. All right, Brian, we're at Gates of the Mountain area is where we're at. I'm gonna swipe out real quick and fix the mic. Give me a sec, guys. All right. Every 30 minutes or so, I gotta swipe out. I did get partially set up to try and get rid of the Bluetooth for the stream, for the mics, to get rid of the audio drift. But I don't have it fully working and tested yet. So next stream, we'll hopefully have that going. Can't believe how the sheep are able to scale the sides of those steep-ass mountains. Yeah, they walk up the side of a wall like it's nothing. Nature's crazy. Nature is really crazy. All right, what are we thinking for, what should we try next instead of our small shad style? Should we run another spoon? Should we throw down a second bottom bouncer? Should we try a deeper diving crankbait? Again, a lot of what we're running over, we are seeing sporadic marks on the bottom. There are some walleye on the bottom, but most of what we're seeing looks like this. We got fish suspended anywhere from 10 to 25 foot. Fairly flat bottom, a little bit of rockiness, so it's a fairly hard bottom, but not a whole lot of, it's just flat, not a whole lot of terrain down there. But we're running, I mean, it's not a lot of fish, but we're running, you know, every 15, every 30 seconds, we get a small patch of fish. I would imagine a lot of that is trout. Some of it might be walleye or perch. There might be some pike mixed in there. I mean, like, that's a good mark. But so we're running, I mean, we should be targeting probably the top 10 to 15 foot of the water column, more so than the bottom right now, until we start running back into them. A deep Rapala. What, something that's gonna run 15, 17 foot? Maybe a little bit shallower. Sorry, I'm trying to clean some of these weeds out of here. What haven't we tried in a while? What do you guys think about this pink and orange reef runner? I think this one dives to, this one might be a little deep. Is cannabis legal in Montana? Yeah, it is. It's recreational. I like that color. Yeah, I don't know what this one's called. It's a newer reef runner that I bought. I forget what the hell they're called. It's not the Bandit. Of course, it doesn't have the name on it. I wish every goddamn bait maker would just put the name of their bait on it so you don't have to guess or remember everything. I think we're gonna try this guy for a little bit. What deep size is that? I want to say this one is a, based upon the size of the bill on it, probably about a 20-foot diver-ish. It's the slowest I've seen you troll. Yeah, we're trolling, we're not on our outboard right now. We're trolling purely with the Lowrance Recon. So we're trolling about 1.4 miles an hour right now. When I throw this on, we might bump it up a little bit. I don't know how the action is on this crank at slower speeds. Got lots of boats out here today. I don't know, we need to get King Kai 145 out here to teach us how to catch a walleye. He was smacking them yesterday. I think he had eight or nine of them between the two boats. All right, so we're throwing this reef runner on there. I don't know what the hell the color on this one's called, but we got orange on the belly, pink and white on the sides, and then these white dots and chartreuse up top. She looks interesting. We'll throw her down for a bit. Oh yeah, it's got a nice waggle even at these slow speeds. Holy frickin' race boat. Yeah, they're just blasting by. I have that one we've been doing good on. Do you know what they're called? I forget what the name of the bait is. It's a reef runner, but it's not the 800 that I normally run. Is there an inlet in this lake? Walleye will pile up there in the spring. There is. So the whole thing it's basically a river, but it's got a dam way up at one end and a dam way down at the other end. The dam is miles and miles and miles north from here, 10 plus miles. In fact, probably further than that. It's down in eastern Helena, so probably closer to 20 miles. Come down to Red Lodge someday and fish Kokanee Lake. We got trout and walleye. Kokanee Lake, huh? That sounds fun. I like trout and walleye. 800 series on the box. Mike, so no, that's Bandit, or excuse me, they make a bunch of different lures. I have a bunch of Reef Runner 800s. They're a different style body. They're more like a half moon. This one is more straight, more like a stick bait. It's like the Bandit Walleye Shad or something like that. I'm gonna bump our speed up just slightly. We're gonna go to 1.5 miles an hour. And we are coming back up on our campsite here so we can maybe... All right, I think we're back. Our stream just crapped out here. Okay, my 800 is the exact same color, though I didn't notice it was a different... Okay. Any pike recently? On fishing, no. I've not caught very many pike out of Holter over the years. There are some absolute slobs swimming around in here. We're in the area where a lot of them could or should be, or one of the areas I should say. But I've only caught one pike so far this year. It's killing me. Pike is normally one of my most fished for and favorite species to target. Okay, we're back over some walleye on the bottom here. Very nice. Let's hook up on a fat fish as we roll into camp here. Show these guys what they're missing. I caught 2 last time I went to Holter. Nice, Ange. We're down by Split Rock area, by the cabins, Oxbow Bend or whatever the hell it's called, or Upper Holter, yeah, Gates area where we're fishing. Spill the deets, Ange. Where are you hoarding all the pike at here in Holter? I've never figured out where the best spots are here, other than this year, that area, Oxbow Bend, where the cabins are, right up from Split Rock. That just screams pike heaven to me down there. I know there's some fat ones down in that area, near Log Gulch, okay. Up the river channel by the cabins, or just like right by the boat launch area? And what did you catch them on? Over, give me some details. How deep of water? What were you fishing? Caught bass and it was 4 to 5 pounds. Nice time out. Congrats. Colby Queso, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Been a while since I've seen you. How you doing, Colby? Yeah, I've caught a handful of pike here over the years. Kai caught a couple when he was up here, I don't know, a month or so ago when we were streaming. But I know that there are some absolute slobs that get pulled out of here from time to time. There have been some rumors that a state record sized pike is likely to be pulled out of here sometime in the near future. There's not a lot of them in here, but the ones that are can get quite sizable. Lunch break at work. Appreciate you for helping time fly. Well, I'm happy to be an outlet for your lunchtime shenanigans. Don't forget to hit that sub button. Come back and fish with us sometime. We'd love to have you. We do stream. I try to stream at least once a week. Some weeks we get more time than others, and we get to get out 2-3 times. Early season like this, the weather can be real temperamental still here in Montana. As we get more into summer, the winter winds die down a little. The wind never goes away here in Montana, but it doesn't get quite so extreme and so often. So my fishing season really starts heating up late June, early July. We're right at the front end of it right now. most productive trolling for them. Damn it. Sorry, the stream's spazzing again. I keep getting reconnecting, so I just restarted. Let me know, can you give me a thumbs up if chat is all right, if you guys can see me and hear me all right? Been a minute, doing amazing. It's been busy with a 7-month. Oh God, man, yeah, you're running on fumes over there, I bet. Little ones are so much work. And just the sheer lack of sleep gets real old real quick. Good. Thank you, Colby. Aaron McLeese says K. What's up, Aaron? We got the dog coming down to greet me here at least. Oh shit, are we missing? Where's King Kai's boat? Did he move it or is he streaming? Reef Stalker. Mike, I think you might have it. That one isn't the... I'm thinking bandit walleye shad. Reef Stalker, 900. Can you look up, can you tell me what the dive depth is on that one? Is that the similar? I think it's similar to the 800s. We might be deeper than I think. I know that the 800s do about 27-foot dive depth unaided. Yeah, Kai's boat's gone here. He must be out fishing. Tommy Stam, the man, the myth, the legend. How you doing, buddy? We're doing awesome out here. We've the fishing's been a little slow. We have managed to catch one walleye, and we had one rainbow trout at the side of the boat. I lost it trying to hand line it over the edge. I didn't want to net it. It was just a shaker anyway, so it was a good, quick release. But we're having an awesome morning out here. It is absolutely beautiful. The weather is gorgeous so far today. We need a few more fish bites. So I hope you brought the magic juju there. We need a fish. You hear that, fish? We need you. Hopefully he's on the boat and not adrift down the river. Well, I see Sears's boat still there. I see at least one person sitting at the campsite. Can't tell who that is, if that's Logan. I don't know. I see the Starlink still sitting over here, so I don't know. Maybe they ran down to the marina for something. No, I think that's Dakota. They're what? Oh, did he go down there? Okay. Is he streaming or no? Okay. Oh, is that him right there? Okay, I see him now. We're headed right for him. I hollered earlier trying to wake y'all up. I caught a nice walleye right in front of the camp here. One thing I know, I'm jealous. I should be fishing. Get out there, real Midwest. Go catch yourself some fish. Yeah, Dakota's yelling out to me out here. She said that the Kai's down there fishing. He's down maybe, I don't know, 200-300 yards from me. All right, Carl, come on now. That's about enough. It says 10 to 15 foot at 2.2 miles an hour, but dives up to 8. That's weird. That doesn't make sense. It's a badass name. What's up, fishing fam? Thanks, 417. OnlyFins. Glad you're enjoying the streaming. Glad you like the channel name. It made me laugh when I made it up. Oh God, we are over all sorts of fish here. This is right where we caught the walleye earlier. We're on some good fish right here. They're all over in this area. Both of our rigs are probably below most of that. We might have to throw on a slightly shallower crankbait to make sure we're targeting a chance at some of those stuff that are higher in the water column. Windy as hell here today. Tried too rough. I came home. J-Rod, that stinks. That's always a bummer. You always fish in the most beautiful places. I'm so jealous, but good for you, Rod. Thanks, Remy. Yeah, we have some real gorgeous terrain out here in central and western Montana. You never quite get enough of these views. Wait, what? Who is this 417 OnlyFins guy? I am unsure. Okay, my bad. Any Texans in chat? Been to Texas, but I am not a Texan. I am Montana born and bred. New mic, what's the damage so far? So we've only landed one walleye, and we had one rainbow to the side of the boat that I was gonna just shake off, but we lost it as I was trying to hand line it over. It's been a minute since we've got a bite. We're running a bottom bouncer with a full crawler on a harness on the pole you guys can see. Off camera, I'm running a Reef Stalker 900 in, I don't know what the hell to call it. It's a pink and yellow and orange and chartreuse. A pretty abstract color. We're over an absolute shit pot of fish right now. We're headed down towards, or we were, I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is. He's super shallow. He's way more shallow than I am. Fishing Holter Lake. 417 OnlyFins. The name of my boat is OnlyFins. That's funny. 233 likes. Let's go. It's called Sherbert. Thank you, Aaron. Y'all are awesome. I appreciate you guys helping me out. I have all these questions about my own gear, and I appreciate you guys taking the time or just passing the knowledge to let me know. I buy so many lures. It's so hard to keep track of the names sometimes. The more fish I catch on something, the better I remember its name. But until I've found one that really slams, it's hard for me to keep that knowledge present in mind. But we have a whole bunch. Oh, I missed it. We've been dealing, you'll see float by occasionally these weed patties. There's one coming right underneath the pole, somewhere right around there. They snag up on and dirty our lures and stuff. Not been too bad. We shut off our main outboard because I sucked up a whole weed patty. Took me 10 minutes to pull all out of the end of my outboard. So we're trolling solely with our Lowrance Recon today. This is a first for the channel, a first for me. We've shut off the trolling motor a few times. I'm surprised. We've been sitting at 12.49 volts on the house battery for a significant period of time now. It draws down to 12.5 pretty quick, and then it seems like it's just chilling. So the old battery might have more power in her than I expect. That's an awesome camping spot, by the way. Yeah, I never even knew this was here. I told me that he was camping up here, and I thought it was just going to be a primitive camping spot. And shit, there's a water pump, there's bear boxes, there's 2 camp rings, there's a full freaking dock. It's this is better than any of the camping spots at, you know, the main camping spots, but it's only accessible by boat, so you got to have a boat and run up the canyon a mile to get to it. I think you're gonna fall in love with trolling off the electric. Yeah, so we ran it for the last time we were here. We ran this trolling motor. Granted, I was running that outboard most of the time for propulsion and it was just steering, but I ran it for 12, 13 hours and I still had 97% of my battery left. We're running on it just solely today, but I could probably pop it open. I don't think it's consuming or gonna consume nearly as much power as what I thought it was going to. We're in really shallow here. Only one walleye, one rainbow so far. You've caught 2 so far?
Yeah, I would troll that rock. There's a big hill, and there's a whole bunch spooled up. I don't have a net, so I'm beelining it back.
Oh shit, he forgot his net. He's caught 2 of them down here at the rock.
On this side of that big rock up here.
Okay. I did troll. I made a couple of passes through there earlier. Both of the fish that I've caught have been right in front of camp today. This morning I yelled out to tease y'all a little bit, wake y'all up and get you the fuck out here. But we caught the walleye right in front of camp. I've only snagged up once, so we're doing pretty good.
Are you doing
I got a bottom bouncer on one line. That's what I did catch the one walleye off of, and I'm running a deep diving crank on the other pole right now.
cool. I'm gonna go get a net. I think breakfast is done, and then I'll see you soon. My battery's 50% charged, so.
Nice.
Even an iPhone stream would be fun.
Okay. Yeah, we'll swing back that way in a little bit. I need to catch another fish. You're one up on me. This ain't happening.
Absolutely, Rod. I told you we were coming.
I
him at 29 feet.
29? Okay. We'll poke around over there. The deep. What's that?
What's the depth right there?
20.9. What are you at?
Okay, we're at 28 right
Okay, so you're actually deeper over there. I've been trying to stay more center channel because these cliffs are fucking with the Starlink.
100%. Felt that.
Sorry, let me catch up on chat. I've bought out discontinued Dropala lures more than ounce need any, hit me up. Oh, nice, J-Rod. I might have to poke it and see what kind of lures you picked up. Sage, Justin, Errol, all of the electronics except for the trolling motor off of. They're an AGM deep cycle crank / deep cycle battery. And I've got a pair of them. One I run as my crank battery, the other one as my house battery. Too cool. What volts do you usually start the main and charge back up? So the crank battery right now is sitting at 12.98 volts, and nothing's drawing off of it. I have my crank isolated by itself. Normally, once it reaches 13, it'll combine. The house battery, I will probably have to start back up. Once we start dipping closer to 12, we should be pretty safe at, 12.1, 12.2. Once it gets down there, I'll probably kick the outboard back on to try and get some juice back into the system. But I do also run 50-watt solar panels on the side here, which are wired into our house battery. So once the sun comes out, once the clouds go out, we do get a little bit of juice that way. But yeah, my primary charge, and to keep the system juiced, I do need to start the outboard from time to time to get some love pumping back in. The Rapala flat wrap, don't make them anymore, about 80 of them. A flat wrap? I'm not familiar with that one, J-Rod. Maybe because they don't make them anymore. You can see big rocks in the water. Oh, nice mark at 15 foot. That is a fat fish. We're gonna slow down to an almost crawl here for a second. Let everything settle in the water in front of it. He's gonna come over. If he sees it, he should come over and check it out. And then we're gonna juicer 0.2 to 2 miles an hour, which should then bring everything back up in the water column. And oftentimes that will be enough to trigger a strike. Come on. We're doing a demonstration here, guys. Get with it. Anyways, Vic Morris, welcome to the stream. I don't see big rocks in the water, Jacob. Where are you talking about? My ship's name is Duranaughty, 16-foot Duranautic aluminum. Nice, out of specs. Yeah, we haven't officially crowned with mine with a name. I always just refer to her as the old tin can. We're running beater boat over here. I like the tight wobble on my bait in cold water and a wide and warmer. Okay, so you're typically running less action in cold. So instead of, because this does have this reef stalker, has a pretty wide wobble on it. What are you guys running in colder water? What are your favorite cranks? For I mean, we're not early spring. It's not super cold water, but we are still sub 60, so it's definitely not warm yet. I put a Dakota lithium in all my boats. I felt I got kicked in the junk when I paid for them, but so worth it. Yeah, so the older outboards, a lot of them, you got to be real careful. You can damage the lithium can damage the motor. That's one thing that I do understand, is that outboards, you got to check with the manufacturer. If they don't recommend a lithium, don't run it. I'm running AGM, so I'm not running, just a standard lead core. Board is not a good one to run with lithium. I do, though, for the Recon trolling motor, have a Vatrier or Vader. I've heard it pronounced both ways. 24 volt, 200 amp hour lithium that I'm running, so it's got quite a bit of juice. And yeah, they're not cheap. These big lithiums are spendy. I think mine was it was on sale. It's normally like 15 or 1600 bucks, and I think I got it for like 900. Flat wrap is like the original floating wrap, but has flat sides instead of the wrap. Oh, okay. I love the Rapala original floater. That's been one of my most productive. We got a copter coming through the channel here. Let me see if I can show you. Quick. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. No idea. I don't know if that's Mercy Flight or a commercial. The cliff's too tall, sorry. You guys see these cliffs? That shit. There's all these caves in them. They're so neat. We'll give you guys a once around here. I don't want to put the phone back in the holder. We're just surrounded by breathtaking beauty here. But where we're headed is up here. Kai was saying right off this rock point, there's a hump that's holding a bunch of fish, and that's where he's caught both of his walleye. I love flat wrap, still have a few. Yeah, I'll have to look them up. That sounds like a lure I should have in my tackle box. You passed him talking to Kai? Oh, okay. What have you caught? One walleye, one rainbow. Careful going back, because there's definitely was some big rocks, a few I seen, close to your boat when you were talking to Kai. Are you sure, man? I didn't see anything on the graph. Tyler, yeah, one walleye about 17.5 inches and one rainbow that was probably like 15 inches. Check your clickers, give the handle a little Cuban spin. Yeah, we should check. Let me bring them in and check for weeds. It's been a while since we've done a weed check and a bait check. Little bit of weeds, not too bad. Let's clean her off and get her back down. And I'm gonna give this one a little walleye juju on here. We have some Atlas Mike's Lunker Lotion in Glow Walleye. It's really just, it smells like anise. I don't know what else they put in there. But I'm gonna give it a little dusty here on the lure. Maybe that little extra bump of scent will help us here. But we're running it about a 24-inch leader off the bottom bouncer. Not super far back. We'll let that spool out to maybe 50 or 60 foot. Spool, come on. I'm gonna speed up our troll just a touch. Scatter wraps in Ever Verizon. I have a ton of those. I bought over 100. I only have a few scatter wraps. I don't run them very often. I really should try them more often. K-Hod says, shh. Yo, a walleye, let's go. How long? 17.5 inches was the walleye from this morning. I posted it on FishBrain. It was a very dark colored walleye. We're just spooling out some line here. Sorry for the noise. Give me a minute. All right, we're out 60 foot. That's our 3-inch bottom bouncer, or 3-ounce bottom bouncer, sorry. And I'm just letting out a little bit more line on our diver over here. 75 foot. All right. Solar panel chargers for the boat battery works well. Yeah, so mine, you guys can see right here, they're not mounted at an ideal angle. You preferably want them, you know, flat or, you know, slightly angled. Mine are at an extreme angle. They're blocking backpacks my bench, but it's the only spot I could find to put them. And like I said, any juice back into the system when you're using as much as I do streaming. I mean, I have 2 cell phones, a GoPro camera, 2 graphs, you know, my onboard lights. There's a lot of electronics that are running off of the house battery. So when I'm not putting anything back into the system, the draw is quite large. So the little bit that they put back in is a great benefit. If I had other places that I could stick them, I'd add more. Les Nicholson, welcome to the stream. Husky jerks and bandits are good in colder water too. Husky jerks and bandits. Husky jerk, bandits, scatter wraps. All right, let me bust out a different box here. Let's dig through the tackle box, y'all. Got bandits. All right, we got a few different boxes to go through and look at. Let's get them set out on the back bench here. Oh, that's something I haven't tried either. What are these guys? I just got these as well. These are the other reef runners that I just got. Those are more shad style. And again, I forget what the hell they're called. Brand new, I've never fished these before. I have two different ones. Let me give you guys a little tour of some of the tackle boxes here. Can help pick our next lure. All right. So I was thinking one of these two guys. Those are the new bandits that I just picked up. We got a real nice, that one looks almost like the moon eye that does real good for pike at Pishkin. We got a couple of Ropalas. We have these Storm Deep Thunderstick Juniors. I think that one's a scatter wrap, I think. Maybe we should try that one. Yeah, scatter wrap deep. What do you guys think about this one? It's in perch pattern, which is excellent because there are a lot of perch forage in here. I gotta put the phone down here and make my turn. Let me pull my, we lost our leaded, got snagged up on our leaded line last time we tried to turn around. Let me bring this in a little bit. Husky jerks, bandits, jig a leech there. You'll have to have a P.O. box or something. Yeah, I need to set up a P.O. box. I need to go over to the post office and talk to them about that. Your water isn't real cold, or is it low 60s? 59.9 currently. 100% was the rocks. Yeah, Jacob, I didn't see them. Gonna hit the fish whistle for you. Clump of weeds. Yeah, there's weeds floating on the surface all over. There, I don't think that we went over any shallow rocks. Bro, living the life. We're trying to, yo. We're trying to. They were rocks up, but maybe I could have missed it. Take the dog for a walk in a bit and light the fish flute. Heck yeah, K-Hud. Trying to catch up on chat and get turned around here. Hard to tell from stream here. Jacob, I think that's putting weeds. Lake Erie guy, trying the Walleye Nation creation lures. The boogie shad is. So I just ran. We just took that up, J-Rod. I thought it was a boogie shad or a rumble shad, but we ran one for, I don't know, almost an hour. It didn't get hit. All right, let's let this guy back down. All right. What's up, brother? Hey, Nash Boy, welcome to the stream. What's your go-to rod and reel if you had no budget or you picking? I don't have a budget. I run what I like, the Akuma rods and reels. Is that old Evinrude on your cruise ship? Yeah, it is. It's a 1984 Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower two-stroke with a jet foot conversion. Shadow wraps are good too. Fish whistle, great setup, bros. Thanks, Troy. Watson Terry said hi. Welcome to the stream, Watson. Jay, I got a guy that's been building my last few rods, maybe a Fenwick on a budget. If you weren't by yourself, I would say increase your leader length 3 to 4 foot. Yeah, so I see people say that all the time. And it's probably great advice. Long leaders are a pain in the ass when you're by yourself trying to get them into the boat. I tangle them up all. That's that other reef runner that I bought. We'll try that one in a little bit, Mia. Shad colored. Might be able to handle it by yourself. You have an 8-foot rod. Yeah, we might. I'll have to tie up. Normally, I used to tie my worm harness rigs with a 36 to 48-inch leader. I hated them. There's so much extra line. I've dialed everything back. Most of my stuff is 18 to 24 inches now. The white bent one on the top right, classic black silver. Hey man, any bites this morning? Eskimo, 1 walleye, 1 rainbow trout. That's what I was thinking, Sage. Classic bull. Can you come pick me up, please? Where are you at, Watson? Great minds. I like the purple and silver thunder thing with the yellow eye. Looks awesome. Doing great, Rod. Keep it up. How many fish in the boat so far today? Well, 1 walleye, 1 rainbow. The white bent lure on top right in the box. What state? We're in central Montana. God, how far behind Chad am I? Run what you brung. I have so much stuff, Carl. We sell Mercury outboards at my work. Nice. You're fishing, I'm working. I'm sorry. I'm glad I'm not working. You're trolling too fast. We are currently at 1.7 miles an hour. Let's bump her down. We'll go 1.6. I like lots of things, Utah, so problem. All right, so the bent one is a flatfish. That's the one that you guys talking about, the bent one. That's a flatfish. I've never run I bought these for lake trout. Eskimo Jet with the 10 bones there. Appreciate the super chat. Hopefully fish bite soon. I'm gonna try and watch your lives more. I enjoy fishing a lot as well. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, Eskimo. I very much appreciate your support. Any and all donations to the channel go to help pay for the monthly Starlink Mini that we use to stream from. It's $175 a month. Most months we get close to or a little over paying for the Starlink. And that's about the extent of what we make for the channel. So as long as I'm paying for the Starlink, that's the goal we shoot for. But thank you for your support. I'm very glad you're enjoying the stream out here today. Wow, we're in shallow water. Way shallow water. Hold on, before I snag up. We just came into 15-foot depth here. Not what I was trying to do. All right, we didn't snag. Crank up some good music, get them fish dancing. Unfortunately, I can't play copyrighted music on the streams, otherwise they banish my channel from the feeds, and we don't get anybody in here. 15 foot, probably gonna hook up. It's bottom bouncer, way too heavy for 15 foot. We'd have to switch to like 1.5 ounces or 2 ounce for that depth. Eskimo Jet 907 with $100 super chat. Let's go. Let me reduce your Starlink a little, my guy. If you're a believer, the Lord is good. Thank you, Eskimo. I sincerely appreciate your support of the channel. You are a rock star, my friend. That goes a long way to help pay for our monthly costs for the channel. So you, sir, are a legend. Thank you. What a legendary super chat. That's what I'm saying, Connor. Heck yeah. Thank you again for y'all's continued support. We do have the Rod Squad if anybody's interested. It's 99 cents a month. You don't really get anything out of it. It flicks a few pennies my way every month to help pay the operating costs for the channel. You're welcome to join. All the cool kids are doing it. Otherwise, again, I just appreciate y'all coming and hanging out and fishing with us. And definitely the continued support from viewers makes it fun, and it takes a little dent out of the operating cost. I'd be out here fishing whether I was streaming or not, so I spend the money anyway. It is nice though to help get a little bit of help to pay for the Starlink, because that is one thing that I wouldn't be paying for if I wasn't streaming. So thank you. Lake Erie Lee. I am at Eskimo. Skipjack Cindy, welcome to the stream. Good morning, Cindy. What's the weather out there? It's probably low to mid 50s right now. A little bit of overcast skies. Very little wind, 2 to 3 miles an hour. It's a absolutely gorgeous day out here right now. All right, let's get these back down. Now that situation, disaster was averted there. We're gonna let our bottom bouncer back down. And I'm actually gonna pull back in that other bandit. And we're gonna throw this pink bandit that Mia chose. Miyazaki, if you are watching, the next lure is for you. I've never run them before, or they're not bandit, reef runner. It's a new reef runner that I've never put in the water before. So we're taking out, I believe this is, somebody looked it up, this one's called the Reef Stalker 900. It's a deep diving crank. It might be a little bit big, the wobble might be a little crazy. We're gonna go for a shad style pattern, something a little bit smaller. Similar color to what we just had down, in fact, very close color, but just a different body style. We'll see if that's the ticket. And here in a little bit, I might pull out that current worm harness and swap it for a different color. And I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna add on this one a little bit of the Potski's Fire Gel in crawfish, just to add a little bit of scent, mask my scent. So what I typically do is I'll dip the rear hook. I just dab a little, and I take the tip of the crank and I dip a little there. And it just gives it a little bit of scent, a little bit of extra, attractant. We'll see if they might want this one instead. Alexander says, Petrie. What's up, Alexander? Eskimo, you are a legend. I agree, Sage. Watson Terry, wow, it's 10:30 in the morning in Utah, already 95 degrees. That is rough, Watson. Stay inside. Sorry I can't gift you, I'm far in Africa. That's all right, Errol. I don't join gang. I got one tattooed on me already. All right, we're gonna let this out about 75. But yeah, I'll give you guys a better tour of the tackle choices here in a few. Oh, we got another copter coming. Jamie, welcome back. How you doing, Jamie? I don't want to stay inside. I want to go fishing. You're going to be roasting balls out there, Watson. Life was rough. Yeah, it's the way it goes sometimes, Carl. Ups and downs. It's a roller coaster ride. Jamie Langolas, what's up? We're still trying to catch another fish. We haven't had a bite in a long while here. We might have to go back to targeting trout here in a little bit if we can't get a walleye bite. Signal's jumping now again. Let me swipe real quick. Let me try and fix that. And fishing, welcome back. We got a low pass here on a helicopter going right over top of us. That's pretty cool. Yozuro Christie 3D Minion Deep Diver Lure, silver black. Sage, I have a couple of Yozuri. Alright, I guess let me... Alright. So there are a couple of Yozuri just in this box that I just showed you guys. I think. Oh. Yeah, these are all... Oh, shit, I'm super zoomed. These are all 3 Yozuri. We got a perch, we got a white, I don't know what the hell that one is, and then a silver with a black dot. Yeah, so we have some Rapala original floaters. That one I think is oh, what are the ones with the tail on the back? Scatter wrap? No. I forget what those ones are. But then we have a whole box of flicker shads. Those are all size 5 and size 7 flickers. Mostly all. We have a box of Bandit, like 800, or excuse me, Bandit 100, 200, and 300 style cranks. Another box of Bandit Shad style. We got a whole bunch to look through. Ripstop, okay. Let me change our course here real quick. We are marking some fish. But we'll do another lure change here in probably 30 minutes or so. They all look tasty. The perch is a Rapala Ripstop. Okay, Ripstop. Is that what that one's called? Oh, one of the ones in the tackle box. This one's a scatter wrap tail dancer. Is this one? That one's going next, I think. We're gonna run that reef runner for a little bit. If we don't get hit on that, we're probably gonna switch to this tail dancer, and then we will figure out where to go from there. Oh, the one you said was a Yozuri. Oh, the one at the end. So there are 2 of those, I think, are Yozuris. I don't fish them very often. They caught me. I bought them walking down the aisle, and I rarely ever fish them. Yeah, that one's a Yozuri. That other one, yeah, you're right. That one is a Rapala Ripstop Deep 12. It's so hard to keep track of all the damn names. I don't know how people do it. You're funny. Thanks, Jamie. I've been on your live almost all day. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Jamie. Thanks for coming to hang out and fish with us. I need a drink. I am parched over here. We need a fish. That's what we need. We've been struggle busting it out here a bit today. Kai swung out for an hour and caught 2 fish, and now he's back eating breakfast, and we're still out here trying to catch another fish. Hit like and subscribe. Hell yeah. What do we got? We're almost at 250 likes. We got 242 likes so far. Can't go outside, it's storming. Yeah, stay inside where it's nice and warm and dry. Man, never test a fisherman. We're coming back up on the camp area here. Let's see if we can catch another fish in front of camp. Oh, it is such a nice day out here. I hope it stays nice. I'm really looking forward to spending the day out here. What size was your walleye? She was pretty plump. It wasn't too long. Good eater size, 17.5 inches, maybe a little over 2 pounds. Yell for Kai again. That was funny. They're all sitting around the picnic table right now. I think they're all eating breakfast. Heather, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Heather? One dew, one smoke, one walleye. That's right. Gotta prioritize here. Let me see if I can check the battery. I'm just checking to see where our trolling motor battery is at. I'd be surprised. 93%. So we have used, how long we've been? 3 hours, 3.5, almost 4 hours we've been trolling with the trolling motor and just the trolling motor. And we've used 7% of the battery. So yeah, we get a lot more battery out. What was that? Was that a bite? We are over a whole bunch of fish right now. Hi, FW Reed. We are after walleye, pike, trout, and salmon. We've caught one walleye and one trout so far. No pike, no salmon. We're running one bottom bouncer, a 3-ounce bottom bouncer with a crawler harness at the end of it. And on the other line, we just put on a small reef runner shad style diver. We're running that one on leaded line. 2 colors out, hitting bottom, are we? We might have. Been ranging between 25 and 30 foot bottom here. Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy. So we are coming right back up on here in a moment where we hooked up on the first. Oh God, look at all these weeds. See, this is the stuff. It keeps getting tangled on our lines. What a mess. We are pulling right through the mess of it there. Oh, come on, cut through, cut through, cut through. Well, I think we're gonna drag, maybe we cut through it. I think we're gonna be dragging a whole bunch of weeds here in a minute. Marking some good fish all the way from 5 foot to 25 foot. We're over about 32 foot bottom right now. And I don't think that was a bite. I think the weeds. Let me try and rip through these here. All right, I'm gonna bring this one in and check it. I think we got weeds on it. Yep. All right, clean this off. Get her back out because we are right over top where I caught that last one. Both rigs should be good. What is your name? Jamie, everybody just calls me Rod. There are rocks or weeds. Yeah, I don't see any rocks, just weeds. I'm going shark fishing in the Bogue Sound down east. Nice, Yasma. Go catch some sharks. That sounds fun. Tear 'em up, brother. Thanks, Golden with Joe. What's up, buddy? Always a pleasure to see you in here, Golden with Joe. We've caught one walleye so far. We're still trying to figure it out here. We caught one off a bottom bouncer. We're trying to run some cranks, some other harness rigs. Reel up rod, no weeds allowed. Yeah, we're running through another big pile of them right now, too. These weeds over here are rough. Pull them in the boat and smoke them. Fire tiger is for people in the boat you don't want to catch fish. Is that really how you feel, Sage? I don't know. I've caught some decent fish. My first fish of the year here was off of a fire tiger. My first walleye of the year, I should say. Hey, I don't know if you saw my post on the community page, but I either tore or bruised my ACL and cut off the tip of my toe. Blake, good Lord, man. What are you doing over there? That doesn't sound like you're having a good day, good week. Channel approved, Esco. You're awesome, bro. How did you manage to tear your ACL and cut off your toe? That sounds like a bullshit mission and a half there, buddy. Yeah, we're at Upper Holter. We launched from Gates of the Mountain. So where we typically stream from Holter is either the Holter Dam or the Log Gulch boat launches. We're 10 miles upstream at the, Gates of the Mountains boat launch. Chase says, I love Holter. Air says, you're hooked. No, we just ran over a bunch of weeds. I'm pretty sure we just got weeds all over our line again. I gotta pull it back in and clean it off. There are floating weed patties all over the damn place here. I don't know how I fell through a porch because there was a hole in between our house and the porch. I fell through and I don't know how I cut my toe open. Oh man, that's rough. Well, I hope you get better there, buddy. That sucks. I always put in at Gates. Oh yeah, Chase? Yeah, it's beautiful up here. I've just never fished it. I've always fished lower Holter. Let me... All right, it feels all right. No, we got something on there. We got garbage on there. Let me clean her off. Dang it, we just cleaned this one off and then we went through, yeah. We got a Loch Ness Monster here. I was like, nah, that's pulling a little bit too much. Crazy how many weeds there are up here. It didn't seem this weedy down at Log Gulch the past few times I've been down there. Y'all have a extra dose of the weeds up here at Gates launch. All right, let's try this again. Third time's a charm. There we go, there's bottom. All right. Good to go. Check our crankbait over here. All right, crankbait's feeling all right. All right, we are back. Grass bass. Axology with the star. Thank you, Axology. Welcome, welcome. How do you not see wood rot? Oh. What's your biggest fish? Sarah Parrott. 22 pound, 42 inch northern pike is the biggest fish that I've landed, weighed, measured, and got pictures of. I've had bigger fish on the line, they haven't made it in the net. My name isn't Jamie, that's my dad's name. My name is Ashton. Oh, okay. Well, welcome to the stream, Ashton. How many rods are you running? Clint, we're running 2. In fact, I could probably, let's switch this down rod back to the, I'll give you guys a view of both of them, see if we can do this without tangling up. We seem to do all right until we, shit. Let me pull this one in and let it back out again. We'll swap sides so you guys can see. We're running 2 rods here in central Montana in lakes and reservoirs and ponds. You're allowed 2 rods with 2 hooks per rod per league. All right, well, good thing we checked it because there was bullshit on this one. Man, these weeds are something else here today. Messing with you, Ashton. I created a monster, now he wants both rods in stream. Just joking with you, bud. Well, I mean, everybody always, I think a lot of people assume we're only running 1 rod because they only see 1 rod. I really should, we could bust out one of the small planer boards or something to get the second rod away from the boat. $100 both rods, rent it, run it. That's right. If y'all wanna teach us how to fish, or you wanna fish really vicariously, y'all can rent both rods and the boat and tell us how to fish, where to fish for 1 hour for $100 super chat. So if y'all really wanna, if you don't think we're doing something right and you wanna catch us a fish, that's the way to do it. Carl over here, up Madman is he's hawking our rods again. We did it as a joke a while back, and people started actually super chatting to rent the rods, so what the hell. It's a fun little segment for the day. David Henso with the dot roaches. One of these days, David, you're gonna type that and it's gonna do something. I promise. Get deep. We're in 30 feet of water. Yeah, I don't need dipsies in 30 feet of water. I know people do run dipsies shallow. I've never run them other than trying to get deep. I've never run them just for the planer. I do have some smaller ones. Maybe we could do that. If you catch a fish, do we get a refund? I don't know. Maybe we could figure something out. What we did last time is if you catch a fish, your time gets extended. So I guess theoretically, if you rig us up with something good that works, we might fish your rig all day long. They do small dipsies. I'm not saying do that. Yeah, so I have the little like mini ones. I have one of each size. I have like 3 or 4 of the bigger ones. Normally when I bust out the dipsies, it's because I want to get, 50, 60 plus feet. And the lead core, I would just have to let out way too much lead core, and I don't want to snap on, 6, 8, 10 ounces of snap weights onto the line, so I throw a dipsy on. But I've never really run the smaller ones much. We run what we bring. You got a fish, freeze? No, there's no fish yet. These lines, when there's a fish on, you'll hear this. You'll hear a zip. There's the drags are set fairly light on these. The clickers are fairly loud. Trust me, when there's a fish, you'll know it. What you see right now is we're moving 1.6 miles an hour right now. And the deep diving crankbait has an action. The bottom bouncer is ticking off the bottom occasionally. Woo, let's go boys and girls. Run it up, chat for Want to See My Rod. Thank you, NFO. Franco D West, any fish? Not in hours. We did have one rainbow this morning and one walleye. We've been struggle busting it for a few hours here, trying to get them to bite again. Fish are probably pulled up closer to the bank, maybe. The problem is I can't get too close. We're running Starlink to be able to stream here. And as you can see, these canyon walls are quite steep. And when I get close to them, it obscures the satellite and we lose connection for the stream. So we have to stay kind of out here in the middle of the channel for our Starlink to be able to maintain a connection. Lead core rod, some are 5 color, some are 3 color. Only thing I can afford is to run is cooler. That's for Quakers. Yeah, so I see a lot of people run, 1 color, 3 color, 5 color rods. When I spool it up, I spool on all 10 colors. I spool up the whole thing that it comes with. I put 300 foot of 65-pound braid backer on it, and then the full 10 color 27-pound lead core fits on. But I mean, that's 300 feet of lead core. Normally the most I fish out is 5, sometimes 6 colors. Gets hot out there. Good morning, bro. What's your PB trout and walleye? Is it junk? My PB walleye is just under 30 inches. It was it was a long one, but not a fat one. It was only like 6, 7 pounds. Biggest trout, I've never really caught a huge trout. Biggest rainbow was just under 5 pounds. Biggest brown was about 5 pounds. Biggest lake trout was 6 or 7 pounds. I've never caught a true monster trout. How old are you? How many platforms? Kagan, I am in my 40s, and I'm on YouTube, I'm on Instagram, I'm on FishBrain. I'm not very active on Instagram, though I am starting to post some stuff there. I have a TikTok, or not a TikTok, a Kick. Maybe I have a TikTok. I signed up for a bunch of them to get my name, to get my tag, but primarily I'm only active on YouTube. Jamie, everybody just calls me Rod. Exclusively catching walleye in under 20 feet of water. Interesting, Chase. It's late spring, fish are out deeper. Yeah, so they're kind of all over. And I have seen a lot of people pulling stuff out of shallow water lately. But we're at just over 60 degrees. So they're kind of all over in the water column right now. There isn't really any deep sections over where we're fishing. It goes kind of from nothing down to 20 foot, down to 30 foot, back up to 20 foot, and then to nothing. We're in a pretty uninteresting bottom. Most of them that I've seen, though, are out here in the deep walleye right now. This is 100% a walleye. Sitting right by the rock. And that's where we've been seeing them is, we'll keep an eye out. There might be another one coming up here. Not a whole lot on the down scan or sonar. But the ones that we are seeing, we're over a kind of a hard rocky bottom here, which is a good area to look for them. But when we do see them, there's usually a rock pile or two, and then you have a walleye set up in front of it, maybe on top of it, maybe behind it, but they're all just laying on the bottom. Sky fishing, he fished for a little bit. He's back up there. They're eating breakfast. Nate, if you want them to bite, you just gotta sing a little song that goes like, well, I got my rod, I got my bait. All I gotta do is sit and wait for the big fishy to come my way, even if it's 400 copper. Been catching all my walleye in 12 to 18. So Dixon, you're getting them super shallow too. Interesting. Not bad at all. Subbed. Thank you for the sub there. Is it junk? Glad you're enjoying the stream. I just got here. What bait are you using? Farmer G. So we have two rods in view. The back rod, the down rod, is running a braid line, 65 pound, to a bottom bouncer, 3 ounce. Followed by a 24-inch leader, fluorocarbon leader and worm harness rig. We have a full crawler on that one. The second line that's sticking out the side, we're running our 27-pound Suffix 832 Advanced lead core line. And we're running a small shad-style reef runner in, it's like white with a chartreuse eye and like some orange and some pink on it. I forget what the style is called. So a medium diving crankbait and a bottom bouncer and a crawler harness. Do you bass fish? A little bit, Parker Johnson. There's not a whole lot of bass fishing opportunity around here where I live. But there is a local pond that I pull largemouth out of from time to time. When I'm down fishing Loma, Fort Benton area on the Missouri River, there are some nice smallies down there. You have fish brain, how much is that a month there? Yeah, so I usually do the yearly package with it. It's like $70 a year for fish brain, which equates to be, it's a little over $5 a month. Not very much. I'm saying they're shallow because it's a fact. I'm speaking from experience. Yeah, it could differ. Different regions, different water bodies, they all kind of ripen at different times. So you may be fishing for them shallow. The next guy may be fishing for them at 50 foot deep. It really depends on the water body. I don't think there's a time of year where you're catching them shallow. I mean, the one that I caught today was over 30 foot bottom on a bottom bouncer. We caught it in the deepest part of the channel here. Kai's been catching them in a little bit more shallow water than I have. He's been catching more of them too. But right now, with the water temperature, we're kind of at that transition period. We're in the low 50s, high 50s, low 60s. Is kind of, I think, when they start dispersing from the shallows more and moving into slightly deeper water. But they do spend a lot of time back up in shallows. Just because they prefer the deeper doesn't mean they stay in deeper. They go up to hunt in the shallows, they come back down to chill in the deeper, colder water. Nate, all the Mexicans that can run or jump are here, so I'm going South Korea. That's not as funny as you think, Nate. Dave Waves, let's go. Too many White Claws. I caught 16 between 1 and 5 pounds 5 days ago, same water. Chase, here at Holter? Interesting. What were you just doing a bottom bouncer and a crawler rig, or you're spot locked and jigging? What method were you using, Chase? Walleye lay about to wait to ambush fish, so that makes sense sitting on bottom. Yeah, that's oftentimes where I'll see them, especially as the season gets later. You just see them hunkered down next to rock piles or on, sand flats, mud flats. We're marking some good fish, anywhere from 5 foot all the way down to 25 foot, so 5 foot off the bottom. Always bring weed when you go fishing, so you're at least guaranteed to catch a buzz. There you go, Nate. Who do you think is going to win today's match in the World Cup, Mexico or South Korea? I don't watch soccer, Gabriel, so I have no idea. Nate, he does. He's got the fish whistle. Come on, Wally. I know, we need a damn fish. It's about time to switch out. I think we might move our pink crankbait off and move to our this perch pattern that we picked out of the tackle box here. I'm emptying my pocket full of cigarette butts in the trash can here. Everybody always thinks I throw them in the water, and I keep trying to tell people at the end of every fishing trip I have pockets full of cigarette butts. I twist the cherry into the water, and then I don't like to litter, so I toss them in my pockets. Always jigging off the bottom for walleye here in Columbia River. Different waters, fish different. 100% Dave. That's basically what I was trying to say. We catch them deep in Utah. Rent a rod, $59.99 an hour to run. Speed lure tech. That's right, y'all. If you think we're doing it wrong, send yourself a fat super chat, and you can rent one or more of our rods for an hour and teach us how to fish. Is Kai your brother? No, he's just another local Montana boy. I found him on YouTube, and we've hung out a few times. Or, well, I guess last night was the first time we hung out. We've met up a few times while we were fishing. We fish a lot of the same water bodies. He also streams. But no, we are not related. Walleye Hockey said hi. Welcome to the stream, Walleye. Chase said yes. Okay. Boo, L for Nate. Missed that. We're not racist here, brother. Yeah, no politics, no racist shit. Even if you think it's funny, it's not. We got too much shit going on in our society for a lot of that stuff to really be humorous anymore. Get us some salmon quickly. Osmond, there are kokanee salmon. There are quite fat kokanee salmon in here. This time of the year, they tend not to be in this part of the water body, though. As I was just talking about, the waters are warming up. Kokanee salmon are one of the more sensitive fish in these water bodies to temperature. From what I understand, they have a preference for like 48 to 52 degree-ish, somewhere in that ballpark. So the waters up here in the upper Holter are warming up, and it's too shallow for them to be able to find that nice depth. So they tend to be down in the deeper waters by the dam. We might run into them. Trolling bouncers with harnesses. And I did really well with woolly bugger fly, about 6 to 10 feet. Okay, so I did just buy, now that you mentioned that, that's something that we should try. We could try changing out our crawler harness. I've never really trolled flies, so I picked up some Amazon specials here. We got the Tigo fly, definitely not made in China, but probably made in China. And we got a whole assortment of colors here. These are meant to be trolling flies, from what I understand. These ones are a little bit bigger, but we got a whole wide variety, purples, pinks, blacks, and a lot of these are UV glow as well, I believe. But then I also did get some, these ones I think are gonna do better. We got the white and pink, red and white heads. These ones are a little bit smaller than the other ones. We might try pulling some flies. I don't have any woolly buggers. 6 to 10 foot, that's a long ways to run from your bouncer. Wash another lure, pocket butt. I just heard something, what was that? We're still in 35-foot bottom. We're fine. I was bass fishing from the bank once, fishing 30 minutes before dusk. Saw 5 walleye cruise up, 2 feet of water, 10 feet from shore, middle of summer. Oh yeah, they do. Again, feeding often happens in the shallows, no matter what species it is. They chase the bait fish up there. The weeds tend to be more shallow. They're kind of cover for the bait fish. So a lot of the predatory fish will sit on the edge of that and wait for them, or they go and chase them up into the weeds. So fishing shallow is really never a bad idea. Like I said, we have complications here because we're streaming with Starlink Mini and we're in a big tunnel. We have cliff walls, high cliff walls on both sides. And the closer I get to either of those cliff walls, the harder, more obstruction the Starlink gets and our signal drops out. So I'm trying to stay kind of in the middle of the channel cliff walls. That, and I have terrible luck snagging shit trying to troll in shallow water. So I tend to, normally when you see me trolling, I'm trolling in 15 to 25, maybe 30 foot bottom. I don't often get shallower than that. Even though I know a lot of people will catch a lot of fish in that area, I lose so much gear. Rod has rent a rod, super chat, and you get a rod of your choice for an hour. Love it. Yeah, it's a gimmick that Carl came up here with here that's kind of fun, actually. And we did actually, one of those streams that somebody rented a rod, they caught us a fish. So, they caught us the only fish for the stream. Catch a salmon. Holter might have about the largest kokanee in Montana. Yeah, so I've heard some stories that bigger than the state record has come out of Holter multiple times in the last few years. It's such a pain in the ass to get a record registered here in Montana, and 99% of the time, the process, you're gonna kill the fish unless you have an excellent live well set up and luck out. So the people that have been catching the fat ones here have just been releasing them without actually getting the record updated. But yeah, Holter is absolutely producing some fat kokanee these last few years. I've caught 2 over 5-pounders in the last 2 years. State record's a little over 7 pounds. Woolly bugger's a classic fly. Long streamers are great for trolling. Yeah, I need to get some gear like that. I've never really, like I said, these are the first flies that I'm going to try to troll with. The white and chartreuse. Those will work, go with black or purple. Dodger fly, fuck yeah. We could do a Dodger fly. Throw the white, pink, or black. Bruce Lee, restart your mic, hold on. Fish count, let me restart. All right, old Kung Fu film dub mode should be disengaged. We should be back to my mouth matches the video. Thank you for letting me know. I did 2 streams and we paid for Starlink. Nice. Can't troll a drop shot rig. You could. Talk now, voice later mode, right, Ted? Bruce Lee. There's no weight on the fly, so you can get away with 6'10". Yeah, so Chase, when I hear 6 to 10 foot back on a bottom bouncer, I immediately think of how many things I'm gonna tangle that 6 to 10 foot of line on while I'm trying to net the fish, while I'm trying to get that rig back out in the water. We were just talking about this earlier. Most of my leaders, I used to run 36, 48 inches for a lot of my crawler harnesses and things of that nature. And I started cutting them back to like 18 to 24 inches because I get annoyed tangling these long ass leaders on everything. We got some big bubblies over here. Those look like some pike bubblies. Come here, buddy. We're gonna run a fat lure right over your head here. Feel free to join the party. Oh, got fish surfacing. What do you guys think? A Dodger fly rig or a bottom bouncer fly? Hello from Germany. What's up, Andreas? Welcome to the stream. Good morning. Why no fishing sideboard? What do you mean, Andres? Sideboard? You mean like a planer board? What's up, Rod? Hey, Dog Tags and Tackle, how you doing? Yupper's good now, 8 months. Dog Tags and Tackle, 8 months in the Rod Squad. Let's go. I appreciate your continued support, my friend. Good to see you. How you doing today? Man looks at us go. True Rod, Mike got bite right now. God, lots of topwater activity. We might need to throw our worm harness rig back out here, and we need a fish. We can get back to the walleye fishing out here after we catch a fish. Turtle, don't do it. Kind of tricky, especially in our lovely Montana wind. I'll have to try that. I'll have to try a couple of rigs with super long leaders. Planers, side, yeah, okay. That's what he meant. I assume that's what he meant. Tired boss man, ready to do some fishing. Nice. Let's go deeper water fishing. So this end of the lake is all shallow. Here around the next bend, I think it got down to like 40 foot. But the deeper end of the basin is where we've been fishing in previous streams. We can do a stream from there. Maybe Friday I'm taking me out if she wants to go fishing. Friday's supposed to be really nice, so tomorrow. And I don't know what she's gonna want to do. Belgrade Fisherman, what's up, Belgrade? How you doing? Try the Dodger. I always do well on mine. It's the red one I use most. I've got a whole bunch of Dodgers. Let's do a Dodger fly combo. Let's mix her up a little bit. We'll bust out my Dodger box here and let you guys pick one. It's a little hard because they're all cramped in here, but just gotta make sure we're not running over bottom here. All right, so we have a whole bunch of Dodgers. We got some smaller, like spade style ones. A lot of these I've never even used. We got silver, we got orange and green and silver. This one's kind of a, what the hell are they called? Clown or birthday cake. There's a lot of different names for it. We have pink. We got some Brad's Extreme Kokanee Dodgers. We have the, these are spade Dodgers. So we got gold, we got the gold and pink. We have kind of a moonshine and orange. I kind of like that one. That one's kind of calling to me. Small Dodger, Montana Lure Company. I do have, so we got a whole bunch in here. So here's my smaller ones. We have the smaller spades, gold medal Kokanee Dodgers. We got watermelon, we got silver, green. A whole freaking bunch of them. The blue one is fire. You're talking about the Brads, the blue and orange? That one's the one I'm thinking. Cheers for now, later. All right, Errol. Thanks for stopping through. I fish big water and I still know them small water companies. Nice. Struggle Bus, yeah. I'm thinking the Brads. We haven't, this one's looking tasty, guys. I love the purple, blue, the moonshine there. And that bright orange is, let's try that guy. I'd bite that if I was a fish. Well, I hope they agree. I know, Dave, we're trying. We've at least had 2 fish on the line today, so we're already 1 up from Swan, but we are still pretty much getting our butts kicked. All right, so let's get this guy away. All right. Let me put the phone down. I don't have any long leaders tied up for flies, so I'm gonna have to bust out a leader line and tie it up real quick. Oh, easy there, Chief. We're gonna do probably, I don't know, I'll do an arm's length. Probably somewhere around 48 inches span there. And this is Suffix Advanced 25-pound fluorocarbon is what I'm tying this guy up with. And there's a bunch of different ways to tie these on. I think what I'm going to do is put a snap on one side and we're going to do a bead swivel, chain swivel on the other side. And I just tie a double loop uni is what I typically will tie. I know all y'all do the polymers and a bunch of other shit. I tie unis for almost everything. But when I say a double loop uni, what I mean is you go through the eye twice. Ouch, sharp. All right, so we got the chain swivel on our far end. That's what we'll connect to the Dodger. And then I'm gonna tie just a snap on the other side. So once through the eye, twice through the eye. You make a loop. And then you're going over both your main line and tag lines. So you're basically just going through the loop. I usually do it 5 to 7 times. 4, 5. Cinch it up. You don't want to tighten it all the way down, wet it, because you will stretch and burn your fluoro here otherwise. Pull it tight, pull your tag end tight. I usually go back and forth a couple of times. Cut off your tag. What color fly should we run behind our fancy Dodger here? Oh shit, look at that, I didn't even need it. It comes with a bead swivel on it. I didn't realize that. Well, now we have two. Do a loop in pull in your shoes, you're looking cool. Forgot English for a sec. Double swivel up top and hook swivel in the bottom. Really? So we do have a double swivel up top. This one comes with a swivel. It comes with a chain. We're putting a chain. And then at the end before the fly, I'm just putting a clip. I'm not putting a swivel at the fly. You would run a swivel at both ends, huh? God damn it. Oh. Why is it like a strongman contest to get freaking these clips open? All right. Y'all vote and pick on which color fly we're gonna run. We're in a little bit more shallow water here. I'm gonna start turning us around. All right, now the question is should we flatline it on lead or should we, man, I got real toasty out here. I gotta take this off real quick. Should we run it on lead or flatline it with our braid? Sunscreen, thank you, yes, we need to. Barrel swivel. Yeah, if you look at, and again, a knot is a knot is a knot. But if you look at the break strength of a double uni to almost any other knot, and again, when I say double uni, it's not a uni to uni that you use to tie two different line types together. It's a double loop uni. You go once through the eye, twice through the eye. A double loop uni is one of the strongest knots that exist. It's also one of the most simple and easy knots to tie for me. I love it. Shit, the mic. Gotcha, Mike. Unit can be locked as an open loop. No, as well. Can you? I've never learned how to tie a uni like that. Get off my lake, brother. Minuteman only after I've caught all. We've only caught one walleye and one rainbow so far. It's been a slow day. All right, so first question is, are we running our Dodger? Normally I would run it on a lead core line because these Dodgers don't have much depth. If I run it on my braid line, we'd probably be doing a snap weight. Let's do that. We haven't run snap weights today. Maybe don't forget your life jacket. Thank you. Let's set it up on our braid line and we'll do a snap weight on it. So I bought an 8-pack of whopper floppers. I'm ready for tomorrow. Nice, dude. Are you gonna empty the lake today? Well, that was the plan. It's not working out so well so far, but we do have a whole day out here to figure this out. So let's keep at it. And we have another leader on here. I'm just gonna run it off of that. No biggie. All right, and then what fly do we want to tie on here? Do we want to do, I kind of want to try one of these pink ones. Let's do the pink and white and silver. Should we tip it with anything? A crawler? Half a crawler? Lower pressure today, Rod. Can't blame that, but it's still up there. Yeah, the pressure's still up there a bit. It's definitely not as bad as it was at Swan. I mean, there were people catching at Swan, so that was not the problem. It was just our presentation. Ouch! Hooks are sharp, guys. Public service announcement. Hooks are sharp. Just in case you were not aware. I want you to stop catching my food. We throw them all back. You can catch them and eat them still. They'll just have a few more holes in them. Crawler. Let's just do half a crawler. I don't think we need a giant dangly off the end of our fly there. All right, so this is the new setup. We have a Brad's Dodger Silver Moon and pink or orange, about a 36, maybe a little bit bigger than 36-inch long fluoro leader, and our pink fly with just a half a crawler on it. We're gonna get our crankbait back in. She did not produce anything. And that's actually probably way too long of a leader now that I think about it for our Dodger. I don't think our Dodger is gonna impart much for action on that at all. We might have to shorten that leader. I wasn't thinking about that. Normally you wanna go 2 to 3 times the length of your Dodger or flasher when you're determining leader length. And that's to ensure that your Dodger is actually imparting action onto your lure. If your lure or leader is too long, your Dodger flaps in the water, but it doesn't really do much for your... Yeah, and that ain't doing squat. Dang it. Hold on, we gotta fix this real quick. Too long of a leader. We would need a bigger Dodger, a bigger flasher to do this. So give me a sec. It should only take me a moment to hack this off and tie it a little shorter. Wasn't thinking, guys. There we go. All right. Problem solved. So we went from our 36, almost 48-inch leader down to more like 16 inches. And again, the whole reason, so your Dodger, for those of you guys who aren't familiar with a Dodger, what a Dodger does, it creates a flash, it creates a vibration, but it also swoops back and forth in the water, and it imparts an action on whatever's trailing behind it. So as this is swooping, it's gonna make your bait at the end move. So you use it when you have basically a static presentation, such as a fly that isn't gonna move on its own. There we go, that's better. And it just gives it some movement. So you're imparting action into a lure that otherwise would not have action on its own, or very little. All right, we're out 30 foot. I'm gonna clip on probably a 1 ounce. I think these are called dolphins. They're little snap weights. They're shaped like a cute little fish. We snap that on, and that gets us down somewhere around the 10-foot mark. So we let it out 30 foot, we snapped on one ounce, and then I'm gonna let it out 40 foot. So we're out 70 foot total. Maybe now we'll catch a fish, I don't know. Slow speed, you're gonna catch those salmon. We're only doing 1.6 miles an hour. Again, we're trolling purely with our recon today. I'm in Colorado because my kids are chased. My aunts refused to follow my instructions after his death. I didn't get anything from him. He left all his firearms and knives. Gotta love family. Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. Oldest grave I think I've seen in Montana, I'm related to it from 1883. I think there are older graves here than that. Great Lakes looks like an ocean until you get out on the ocean. Nia, we're in central Montana. This is Upper Holter Lake, Upper Holter Reservoir. We're running. We just switched to a Brad's Dodger in moonshine and orange and silver with a pink and white fly tipped with a crawler, half a crawler on this outside line. We have it on 1 ounce snap weight. The other line we're running a 3 ounce bottom bouncer with a crawler harness rig. My lips are so dry. I wish I remembered my chapstick today. All right, I said we were gonna turn around like frickin' half a mile ago. This is the furthest we've been up so far over here. Where are we? We're almost down by frickin' Willow Creek, I think. Nah, we got a ways. We're gonna turn around here. You don't even have the right fishing glasses on? I have my prescription glasses on that help me kind of see. Those are my favorite fishing glasses, the ones that help me see. It got toasty out here. Can somebody do me a favor and type .w for the weather? Feels like it's in the 60s, maybe the 70s. And somebody we've had 2 or 3 people tell me to put sunscreen on. I need to get the boat turned around first. Somebody remind me after I get the boat turned around. Hopefully without snagging our stuff here. Best YouTuber is on live and it's you. Thanks, Dax. I appreciate you saying that. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. I love taking you guys fishing. Today we're struggling a little bit. We haven't caught a whole lot of fish, but we are, as always, having an absolute blast out here. Enjoying the scenery, enjoying the weather. The anticipation of the next fish is killing me here. You know what the worst part? When my grandfather died, you guys are still talking about guns. Trying to do this without snagging our lines, but I'm not sure how that's going. Almost turned around. All right, I think we managed to turn around without snagging anything. Good deal. Again, I'm playing with the trolling motor. I'm very novice at running this trolling motor. And we're running it right now just with the fish finder. I'm just clicking on the screen. Open fish, yeah, one fish, or one walleye, one rainbow so far. The rainbow we didn't count because technically we didn't get it in the boat, but we had it right next to the boat. I was trying to hand line it over because it was just a small one, and it popped the hook. Thank you all for joining the stream here today. We're in central Montana fishing Upper Holter Lake, targeting walleye, northern pike, rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, pretty much anything that'll bite. We have one bottom bouncer out with a worm crawler harness. That's what we caught the walleye on earlier. And we just switched. We've been seeing a lot of topwater feeding. So we just put on Brad's Dodger and a fly. Seeing if we can maybe pull one of them topwater bites. Are you trolling? Yeah, we're trolling at about 1.5 miles an hour right now. And I might actually bump, let's go to 1.6, 1.7. Let's bump up our troll speed just a little bit. Oh, here's the boat tour up here. I can see them. This boat is ridiculous. It's so huge. It's like a little mini yacht. They do daily tours here through the canyon at the gates of the mountain. Looks like they're headed right at us. Sunblock, thank you. Let's get past this tour ship here so I don't crash into them. But yes, let me get it out so I don't forget it. What to do with it? There it is. Good fish at 30 foot. Let's drop this guy down a little bit. Boy, we got a whole boat over here. That's the Sacagawea 2. There's gotta be 50 people on that boat. We'll move over here. Look at all those people taking the tour. Here comes that boat's wake. All right, let's get some sunscreen on here. I always put way too much. Good Lord. All right. Way too much, but better too much than not enough, right? Oh yeah, loving it. Gloves on when doing. Yeah, I need to get some gloves to put on the boat because I think about that every time. It's waterproof, and now I have it all over myself, and now everything I touch is gonna have it all over it. But too late. I don't have any gloves on the boat. Let's finish off our warm dew here. Oh. Get the tip of the nose. Did I miss the tip? There we go. We should be good. You kind of look like a ghost. Well, when I take off my glasses, you guys can see I have white rings here. I get tanned from my sunglasses down, burnt, and then we get raccoon eyes. I look like a clown. That's why the glasses stay on. Rod is a savage, you won't get tired. Back of the neck, I got the back of the neck. No, Mike, we'll be out here till sundown if the weather's not bad. Where's that? Looks awesome. Ben, yeah, Holter Lake, Central Montana. Thank you, Montana Kids Adventuring, for answering that. EWAS, how many rods? We're running 2 rods. You can see both of them here today. So this one in the back is our bottom bouncer rod. We have 3-ounce weight on there with a worm harness with a full crawler on there. The second one we just switched about 10 minutes ago. We put a Brad's Dodger on there, about a 16-inch fluoro leader tied to a just a trolling fly, pink and white, and that one's got half a crawler on it. What's up, Sebastian? Can confirm, Cypher. The reverse raccoon eyes, right? I was watching the same streams as you yesterday. I was a guy slamming a bunch of walleye. I just don't remember his name. King Kai, we were down there camping with him last night. King Kai 145, he got 8 walleye last night. He got 8 and the other boat he was with got 1. We've got 1 so far. I think he's got 2 so far today. Or that's how many he had last check. A lot better weather than here. We have 90-kilometer winds. Good Lord. Hurricane winds. I just walk on my boat and watch you, I guess. Carson, we're in central Montana. When do you catch big walleye? They're in here. The state record walleye comes out of here. When we catch it is, I mean, you tell me. I'd climb the mountain. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun climbing around here. There's a lot of caves poked into these canyon walls here. They'd be fun to explore. I enjoy watching Kai. Glad you let us know who he was. Yeah, he's fun to hang out with. He's been a good stream. They're out here somewhere. Oh God, here's another tour boat coming up. This one's even bigger than the last one. All right, we got a walleye definitely sitting on the bottom at 25 foot. We're marking stuff anywhere from 10 to 20 foot. Water temperature's up to 61.4, so we've warmed up a degree and a half in the last couple hours. We're trolling at about 1.6 miles an hour. 1.5 I just bumped it down to. We have one rig with the 3 ouncer is probably right off the bottom. Our other one, we have a 1 ounce snap weight on there, so we're probably 7 to 10 foot on that line. So we're fishing depths in the water column. You're fishing for carp. There are carp and big head buffalo, small head buffalo in here. We're not fishing for them though. We're after walleye, pike, trout, and salmon. I'm gonna try your pizza dough strawberry jello method. I need that carp. It works real well. The biggest problem with the pizza dough is keeping it on the hook. So if you're out on a warm day, I would suggest keeping, if you can, a small cooler to keep it cold. It stays much more rigid when it's cold. I've thought about what I want to try to do is pre-bake some balls. So go take, little chunks and basically like you would on a cookie sheet, make a bunch of little balls and not cook them all the way through, but just cook them enough to get a crust on them and kind of harden them and make them a solid shape. And then you could either dust them before or after with the strawberry jello. That shit kills the carp around here. And if you want a slightly less messy alternative, just bread balls works. Go get yourself some nice fresh bread, either morning rolls or dinner rolls work real well, or hot dog buns if they're real fresh. Just get rid of the crust and mash it up into a ball so it stays good and poke your hook through there. Good fish at 27 foot. Sebastian with all the bees and the flowers. It is spring. Government pay you to sham folks on YouTube? Yes, F Shams, that's exactly what's happening right now. The government has paid me to sham people on YouTube, because that's totally a thing, F Shams. Y'all say some weird shit sometimes, and I never know if some of these people are serious, if they're trolling, or if they're dropped on their head one too many times as a child. Sounds good. Oh, Seb's just excited. Let's not. Come on, y'all. Chill, chill. All right, we got a giant boat headed straight for us. We got to move over in the water. Ooh, nice fish. God, why won't they bite? All right, now he's moving to the other side of the channel. I'm gonna bring this in. This is where we snagged up the last time. Let me bring this guy in back to 60 foot or something. Maybe we'll do 45. You guys, look at this tour boat. Look at all the people on that thing. Now that's a boat. How many rods do you think we could troll off of that bad boy? She's a monster. It's like a floating deck. Open fish, what are you using for bait? So we have a 3-ounce bottom bouncer, a worm hauler, jeez, why can't I say that today? A crawler harness with a full crawler on it. Line we just put out a Brad's Dodger and a trolling fly tipped with half a crawler. Lowrance FS. Yeah, so we have the Lowrance Elite FS9. I also just picked up the HDS 10 Pro, and they're networked with our Lowrance Recon trolling motor. Probably a couple diesel in that. What are you going after? Mike Piper, we are after walleye, northern pike, trout and salmon. There's brown trout, there's rainbow trout, there's brook trout, there's kokanee salmon, yellow perch, mountain whitefish. We've caught one rainbow today and one walleye. 2 rods each for all those folks would make quite the school, right? Yeah, it's been a while since we've caught anything. We had the first rainbow was in the first, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes of our stream this morning. And then within a half hour or so of that, we caught our first walleye. And it's been radio silence ever since. We haven't had a bite, a nibble, a nothing. How much does the liter of gasoline cost in Montana? I don't know what the conversion is for liter to gallon. You'd have to look it up. But premium unleaded right now, 91 or 93 octane is it depends on where you get it, anywhere from like $5.20 to $5.50 a gallon. Expensive. Rod, restart the stream. Let me fix the audio. Be right back. I think our audio should be fixed. Thank you for reminding me. I am also an angler. Nice, Mike. What do you like to fish for? Yeah, I don't know offhand how many liters are in a gallon. A few. Just over $5 a premium. $5 a gallon for premium here. All right, I need a fresh soda, I need an aspirin, and I need a fat fish. And I don't care about the order of those. We'll take them any order that works. Let's see here. Excuse me. 650 is brutal. Good God, yeah, that is. 370 for usage. That's not bad. For premium or for just regular unleaded? We were talking about premium. I don't think we have many places in the US that premium is under $4 a gallon right now. Oh, come on, Pills, go down. All right, we're gonna bump our speed up a little bit. When you're trolling, you always gotta keep trying things. Change rigs, change speeds, turn more. Eventually you'll figure out what they're biting on, and usually if you can dial it in, you can keep catching them all day long. We just have not figured out what they want from us today. You got a vacation home up near Holter Lake. Very nice, tree pounder. I wish I had a house up here near Holter. I live out in Vaughan, kind of near Great Falls area. We it's about an hour or so drive, hour and 20-minute to Gates from where I live. More often than not, I fish out of Log Gulch or the dam boat launch. What's up, Tink Tink? Welcome to the stream. 91 was almost $5.50 a gallon here in early spring. Ugh. California Special Blend, it's only $3.79 here in Mississippi. Okay. Way cheaper than everywhere else. Montana is not one of them. Good fish, all the way from 10 foot to 30 foot. Come on, man, what do you want? I'm marking them. It's about all I can do, is mark them. All right, I think it's fish whistle 30, y'all. Maybe that is the missing point here. I'm confused. Why is there a boat out here? I don't see anybody around. There's just a boat sitting on a dock out here. Did somebody drown? Huh. Yeah, single X on Vox, V-O-X. You can see the one walleye that we caught. I did post it on there. It's not the greatest picture, but normally the first fish of the day when we're out here streaming, I like to pop on FishBrain and post it to let people know we're live. We do get a decent amount of people come in from FishBrain. All right, you hogs, this is your call. All right, we're gonna snag 20 foot of water. Oh, I'm dying over here. Is it a tree or a vape? Steven, on Wanna See My Rod, we just call it the fish whistle. And we'll leave it to your imagination as to what is actually in it. It's just the fish whistle. Like quit, Erie? Is that tree, fish whistle time for me? Maybe he's using the third tree on the left, maybe. Oh, 15 feet. Come on now. We're not trying to snag our bottom bouncer here. Really don't need that right now. We are marking some fish though. 10 foot off the bottom, 12 foot off the bottom. All right, here we're dipping back down. Hopefully we don't snag. I gotta let this bottom bouncer out a little bit. Caught was gone. No, we haven't had anything, Errol. It's been slow. Man, we would be beat fishing buddies. Best fishing buddies, I think is what you meant. I enjoy fishing, and pretty much anyone who also enjoys fishing and isn't a complete butthole, I will get along with. Vox 406, yep, that's me on FishBrain Open Fish. I don't post all my catches. I do like to post my more interesting. A lot of my PBs are on, ooh, nice fish jumping over there. A lot of my PBs are on FishBrain. So if you guys want to go see, people ask me all the time, you know, what's your biggest pike? My biggest pike is on FishBrain. People ask me what my biggest walleye is. My biggest walleye is on FishBrain. So if you guys want to see some of my biggest, my trophies, even if you don't have the app, I think you can still, they have the website, so you can just go to fishbrain.com and find me at, I think it's /anglers/@Vox. You can see it on your phone browser, or you can download the app. There's a free version. I have the paid version. It allows you to log what you caught stuff on. It logs what time of the day, your geo coordinates when you log it. So it helps you keep a fishing log. I don't post all my catches on there anymore, so it's not as useful for me for that purpose. But like I said, I do post a lot of my bigger catches on there, so you can see some of the more interesting stuff that I catch. Case, what boat do you have? It is a 16-foot flat bottom aluminum welded John boat. It's made by a company called Weld Tech. And it's the Landau series. It's like a 25-year-old boat. It's kind of an old boat. 16-foot long, 50-foot wide. It's running a real old school, a 1984 Johnson Evinrude two-stroke outboard with a jet foot conversion on it. So we're running real old school, but I have lots of electronics on it. I have just equipped the Lowrance Recon trolling motor on it. It's networked with our Lowrance HDS 10 Pro graph, as well as our Lowrance Elite FS9 graph. So we got two graphs. I run one for mapping, graphing, and to control the trolling motor, and the other one I have down scan and side scan on. There's King Kai 145. They're headed way up there. And I think we got Sears down back behind him. They're out fishing, so who just passed us was King Kai 145, for those of you guys who were on the stream last night for the birthday bash. Mine's a 16-foot, 1986, I forgot the rest. Where's the fish? I don't know, Kishwal, we're looking. I don't know where the hell they're at. Wow, it's so beautiful out there. Mandy Candy, isn't it pretty here? These high canyon walls, look at all these caves carved into it. I'll try and turn slightly over to the side here. I don't know what carves these out, if it's just erosion over time, but there's like a giant one up at the top over here. Animals, I don't know. They're neat. I always want to climb up there and look at them. Trying to pan around. There you guys go. You can see up the cliff sides there, a bunch of big holes, big caves. Bear caves, maybe. I don't think the bears carved them though. I don't know, there is a history of you know, a lot of Native Americans throughout Montana and surrounding areas. So there might have been some primitive man that lived up here in these hills. Shit, I'd live in a bat cave. That'd be cool. I don't know, I'd have to have a pretty big reel to cast my line in from up there, but we'd sure give her a go. All right, sun just came back out. Lava chutes? Maybe. A lot of this could be igneous rock. A lot of these mountains, I think, were formed by subversion from the plates, and there was a lot of tectonic activity in here, so there could be, some of it could be lava chutes. I don't know, I'm not a geologist. I'm talking out my butt here. Let's check these real quick. We are let's just make sure we're not fouled up with a bunch of garbage. Takes a couple of minutes to pull it in and check. It's worthwhile. No, we look good. We got a little bit of weeds on here. All right, we got a little bit less weeds on there. That's close enough, I think. And I think we need to swap this worm harness rig out. We caught a fish off of it, but I feel like it's just not, I have a handful of other harness rigs we can maybe pick from. I think maybe this was the morning bite, but they don't want it anymore. Let's take a look at this guy real quick. Man, I am digging this trolling motor, y'all. I've been talking about putting one of these puppies on my boat for years now. And I am absolutely stoked. I finally bit the bullet and did it. It cost me an egregious amount of money to put it on there. But I do like to spoil myself from time to time. And yeah, she hit the spot. I'm digging it. It's gonna take us a while to learn all of the features and functionality on it. All right, we're good. There's a little bit of weed on there. So we're running a Brad's Dodger, Moon Jelly, fluorescent orange, and silver nickel. 25-pound fluoro leader to a clip and a white fly tipped with a worm. We'll run this for a little bit longer. There's a couple of other rigs too I would like to try today. We got a long time to try some stuff though. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I know it's been a little slow, but y'all know it's been, we've had a lot of slow days this year so far. We still enjoy our time out on the water. And we're always learning and trying to adapt and figure out what we need to do. All right, and this one, we just have a 1-ounce snap weight on it. We're not trying to get down too deep. This is kind of our subsurface rod. We're running probably 7 to 10 foot depth on that. We're running about 1.5 miles an hour. Good. We're coming up on Sears and Logan fishing up here, it looks like. What's that? Still just 2. We haven't had anything since this morning. 1 rainbow, 1 walleye. 1
walleye and 1 trout?
1 rainbow, 1 walleye. You guys managed to get any bites yet?
No, I'm not marking any fish. We were gonna just talk to you and then we're gonna dip over to the mouth of the gates and try over there.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll probably troll down that way. Why don't you just troll along with us? What do you mean you're not seeing anything? There's fish all over the place right here. Yeah, I'm talking shit 10 to 25, all the way to the bottom here.
Alright, we're gonna come up behind you then.
Yeah, follow on behind. Yeah, I'm just running one bottom bouncer and a crawler harness. That's what we caught the one walleye off this morning. It hasn't been touched since. And I just switched to a dodger and a fly on the other rod. But yeah, I'm marking all kinds of fish in here.
I like your line. That's so sick.
In what way?
It's bright.
Oh, the high vis of it. Yeah, so this is the Suffix Super line, and I always get it in the high vis yellow.
Is it extra? Is it like pricier?
Suffix is a little bit spendier than some of the other brands, but I mean, honestly, it's not that bad. No. Braid these days isn't really expensive in general. Fluoro is where it starts getting more expensive, or lead line. Did Kai say where he was going? He just jetted way down there.
His cranking battery's almost dead, so he's just running it.
Oh, okay, he's running it out. Yeah, my solar's been doing good to keep us charged here today. I haven't run my outboard since 8 o'clock this morning, 7 o'clock this morning. Rowan sent the laughing disco. Appreciate that. Sage said no. Did you catch anything since I left? Jamie, no, we're still struggle busting it. It's all right. I feel a fish is coming on, y'all. Don't get discouraged. They're coming. We're gonna get them. What's up, Alexander? Suffix is good line. I do that. Yeah, so I've run quite a few different brands of braid over the years, and I switched to the Suffix Advanced. I put it on a couple of my poles 3 years ago, and now I run Suffix on all of my lines, all of my fluoro, all my braid, all my lead core. They make a really good product. I've ditched everything else. I still have some remnants of some other brands, but I love their line. Hi from Australia. Is this live? Yay. Hey, Greg Savage. We're out here in central Montana streaming. We marathon stream here on Wanna See My Rod. We've been here since sunup. We will be here till sundown. Usually 12 to 15 hour streams. We streamed from Swan Lake last week, and it was a 19 hour and some change long stream. We fish for a bunch of different species. It's all freshwater. We're here in landlocked Montana, so we don't have any salt water, but today we're targeting walleye, trout. There's salmon in here, there's pike in here. We've caught one walleye and one rainbow so far. It's been a bit slow. Put a deeper diver crankbait on. Jamie, so we did run for probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe a little bit longer. We ran through 3 different crankbaits so far. They didn't get touched. We will probably take some cranks back out at some point in time and run them. I think I'm gonna, maybe we should, maybe on our bottom bouncer, let's put a Rapala original floater on the bottom bouncer. Let's see if we can, maybe the worm harness is not the right call for right now. We've been running that for quite a while. We haven't been touched on it. Really need tips on trout fishing. Daryl, are you fishing from bank or from shore? Or excuse me, bank or boat? Bank or shore. Are you fishing or are you fishing? Trout at least rainbow trout are one of the least complicated fish to catch. Usually they are quite willing and ready to come out and play from the bank. Okay. rivers, lakes. So I've been successful with a few different strategies fishing for trout from the bank. A bottom rig is honestly one of the most successful ways I've ever caught trout, rainbow trout in particular. Just like you would be fishing for a catfish or a sucker or a sinker, a crawler, and a hook. Oftentimes I use these things called little corkies. So that's what this is rigged up for. I use these when I'm bank fishing for trout. So you can use whatever size hook you want. These are a little large. That's probably a 2/0. I use these for carp fishing as well sometimes too though. But you have your leader, you have your hook, put a worm on, corn sometimes will work. But these little corkies are, it's a styrofoam ball with a plastic coating on it. And they float, right? So you put it 2-3 fingers away from your hook, and you take a stick, a toothpick, something, and wedge it in between in the little hole, and that pegs it on your line. So when you throw out your sinker with your hook attached to it, instead of this sitting on the bottom, where trout, they do feed off the bottom, but oftentimes they're looking for floating shit in the water. So what this does is it bait up off the bottom just a little bit, just to make it recognizable. And these have worked out real well. A handful of local lakes that I've fished in, fishing for trout. If you much prefer a more active method for fishing for them, small spoons are always a good bet. Small spinners. So, you know, like your little Mepsiglias, all those little, there's so many different brands. They all make very similar, just an inline spinner. You can tip them with night crawlers, you can tip them with maggots, you can tip them with corn. Hi from Africa. Welcome back, Errol. Thank you for that. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, and you've just missed one of the better times to fish from the bank for trout is during trout spawn. They have pretty much finished spawning around here in most of our local water bodies. But man, for like late April, May, no, probably May, late April and May, I think is when they were spawning here. Super productive to fish from the shore, and you catch some of the biggest fish you'll catch all year from the bank during spawn as well. They're highly aggressive and incredibly hungry. Thad says, I'm fishing nearby. Nice, Thad. Are you in a boat or are you on the bank? And are you catching anything? We had a good start to the day, but it's kind of petered off for us. Fishing from the bank, okay. Nice. What's your best late summer pike lure when the water is close to peak temps? Berkeley dredger in yellow perch or the pearlescent ghost or ghost pearl. Anywhere from the 15.5-foot diver all the way down to the 25.5-foot diver. The Reef Runner 800 series, or they do have, I think, the 700 and 600 series, which are slightly shallower divers. The Reef Runner 800 dives down to like 27 foot. But most of my late season pike fishing, I'm fishing in 25 to 50-foot bottoms and running deep diving crankbaits that dive unaided down to usually 25 to 30 foot. And oftentimes I will then also run them on my lead core lines, and I'll run them out 45 foot, 60 foot, 75 foot. Every 30 foot you add gives another 5-ish foot of dive depth. So I do pull them from fairly deep depths, but man, check out some of our late season live streams from Pishkin Reservoir. If you look on my profile, there's a playlist for Pishkin. Look for some of the like September, October streams. We were catching 30, 33, 37 pike in a stream. And that was just the ones we were landing. We were losing twice as many as we were catching. It was just non-stop action. And again, almost all of those bites were coming off either the Berkeley Dredger or the Reef Runner 800. And the patterns that I usually pick are rainbow trout, yellow perch, and pike. Those three patterns are, for me here in central Montana, some of the most productive I've used for pike. I pick them because those are the fish that are in our local water bodies. Wiggles Factor with a $9.99 super chat. Kai and crew still sleeping. No, we have actually, both of them are literally right behind us on camera here. Let's pan around. We got both of them stream sniping right now. We have King Kai 145 and Dakota and the puppies over on the Champs Chariot over there. And then we have back here Searsy and Logan. And I don't know what he calls it, but it is a big, beautiful bastard, and that's what we're gonna call it. His Hughes Craft over there. And we're out here on our old tin can, trying to catch some stuff. Oh, I deleted it? What do you mean I deleted it? Wiggles, I did not mean to delete that. I don't know what the hell I clicked on. Blue fox spinners are good. That's a great multi-species bait. The blue fox Vibrex, I love them little suckers. I've caught more, I pull those out when I get desperate, and they oftentimes will pull you out of a slump. Heard they're also active in the fall. Pike are incredibly voracious from late summer, early fall, all the way into late fall if you can stand fishing for them. It normally gets cold here. Wiggles, again, I did not mean to delete your super chat. All I see now is message deleted by Want to See My Rod. That was unintentional. I've caught lots with different rigs. Yeah, the trout will bite on a lot of things. We got 5 bows and a sunflower spoon and wedding ring in a few hours this morning. Very nice. Yeah, we had an early bite and I lost it. I don't know if we lost the fish or I smell funny. I don't know what it is. We're not doing something right. If you could pick one lure, what would it be? Oh God. It'd be a crankbait of some sort. Probably either a Bandit 100. I've caught, it's a shallow diving square nose, square bill crankbait. I would probably pick a Bandit 100, as ridiculous as that is. This. Hold on. And I think a lot of people would probably laugh at me, but this little turd right here, it's a square bill, shallow diving crank. It dives down 2 to 5 foot unaided. These little suckers will catch any species you put them in front of. I honestly should run one. We haven't tried one yet here this year. I have caught more damn fish with these little guys, especially when bank fishing. These are real good to catch. You don't want to cast them in real snaggy areas because the strategy I use for them is pretty erratic. You're banging it off the bottom, letting it float up, banging it off the bottom, letting it float up, and it just causes a ruckus. But yeah, it's called a Bandit 100, pearl with red eye. If I had one lure left and that's all I could fish, I would fish this little guy forever. I love them. Other than the hooks and the rings they come with are absolute trash. Bandit, if you ever watch this video, spend a few dollars and put some good goddamn hooks and rings on these things. I've lost so many fish because the ring just stretches right off. I love these little guys though. They are little pimps. My second would probably be a jig and a paddle tail though. As I don't fish it very often unless I'm river fishing, but I love them. No, we haven't caught anything since this morning. We're still trying. We're gonna be out here for a minute. And by a minute, I mean a long time. It's 12:30. We'll probably be out here another 8 hours-ish or longer. All right, gonna slow our roll back down a minute. We're gonna go 1.4. Ezekiel, we're fishing for trout, salmon, northern pike, as well as walleye. We've caught one walleye so far and one rainbow trout. It's been a slow day. Kai, I think, has caught 2 walleye. I don't think Sears' boat has caught anything yet. Seems like they were having a better bite yesterday. "17.5 inches. Yeah, it was maybe 2 pounds. It was a nice little, perfect little eater size walleye. Very dark coloring too. I didn't take the greatest picture of it. Pretty dark coloring though. Very, very pretty. There we go. That was our walleye from this morning. We cut off the bottom bouncer and the worm harness rig. 17.5 inches. I estimate maybe 2 pounds. We didn't throw it on the scale. That's right around the small end of what I would normally keep to eat. Very healthy fish. Not a nick on him. Here comes that tour boat again. What do you have on? So we are currently running on the outside line. We're running that just on straight braid. It's a Brad's Dodger in moonshine and like fluoro orange with a silver or nickel back. And behind that we're running a trolling fly in pink, white, and silver, tipped with half a crawler. That one's got a 1 ounce snap weight on it, so we're down maybe 7 to 10 foot on that line. The second line we're running, again, straight on braid with a 3 ounce bottom bouncer to a crawler harness rig in perch and gold color with a full crawler on it. We haven't got touched on that one in a long time. I think that one needs to be swapped out here fairly soon. I don't know what I want to put on it. You know what I should put on there? I did just tie up these. I haven't run them yet. You guys ever catch walleye off of hoochie rigs? I tied up some of these wiggle. Oh, what the hell are they called? I forget what they're called. Wiggle fin action discs. So they're basically, I tied these up. That's really what I tied them up for. But I'm curious if we threw these behind a Dodger, if we would, if the walleye might come after them. What's the last time you pulled one on the boat? You're a true diehard. It's been hours. We're having a real slow day out here. That's all right though. We do have a bunch of other worm harness rigs of sorts to pick from. We've got a pink wedding ring with some poppers on it, so these make it float. That one's on 2 octopus, so that one's not a crawler harness. We have a green wally popper, green and white. That one's got a pink and white blade on it. So another crawler harness, very similar to what we're running out there. This one's just green instead of the, I think we're Oh, fish on. And fish off. Did you guys see that? That was on our Dodger and fly. Shit, swing and a miss. God damn it, there was two. Don't you lie to me, Kai. Y'all hear him over there, he's screaming from the camp over there. There was no fish. Damn it. That was the first action we have had in hours. We're not all in. There we go. Let's let her out a little bit further. 75 foot. Our drag was set a little tight there. Y'all saw that, right? How many walleye do you think are in there? This water body is full of walleye. This is where the state record comes from. What? 17 and a half inches. It was decent sized. While I would hit that, I'd run it behind a purple Dodger. Which one, Billiard? The wiggle, the action discs? Or the popper? Do worms? Wonder if it hit the Dodger. I don't know. We'll have to pull that one in a second, see if we still have a worm on it. These flies have some pretty bulky hooks on them. They're like, I don't know, they gotta be like a 2 or a 3. They're fairly big. That's funny, though. All 3 of our fish, well, the 2 fish missed there, have been in front of these docks. I'm just gonna keep running patterns in front of our camp here for a little bit, I think. We got a whole pile of fish here that are apparently in the mood. We're marking good fish here, too. Sammy says, what's up? This is my first time watching you. Well, welcome to Wanna See My Rod. We are a marathon streaming channel out of central Montana. So we're marking, there's fish all over in here. We're just gonna have to run some patterns back and forth. But we did just get smacked. My drag was set a little bit tight, which is why it didn't zip out. And that is possibly a reason why we also lost it. If the drag is set too tight, I found that oftentimes they'll pull right through it. I bounced out a minute, and you get a bite. It was real quick. It was just a smack and then gone. It didn't even pull drag out. My drag was set slightly heavy. And I think he might have ripped his lip off. That or it was a swing and a miss. But that's our Dodger out with our fly that we've been trolling with a 1 ounce snap weight on it. Looks very fishy where you are right now. Yeah, that's where we camped, is right up there up there. King Kai's sitting up there talking to us from the shore. And there are a whole pile of fish from here right down to this next rocky point. And that's probably what I'm gonna do. Let's start running patterns just back and forth between camp and this rocky point down here. We'll run that back and forth 2-3 times. And if we don't get bit up, I think I'm gonna head further down to the canyon mouth where it comes into the canyon. Ah, dang it, we missed our only bite in hours. PB walleye is just under 30 inches and somewhere around 6 pounds. Let me see here. Oh, we're getting a little shallow here. We're in about 20 foot of water right here. Hold on. That was my PB walleye. Not a monster. Good length on it, just not the bulk you would typically expect for a fish that size. And the funniest part about it, or coolest part, is it was my first walleye too. The biggest walleye I ever caught was my first. And yeah, I did eat it. Unfortunately, I didn't want to keep it, but it also didn't want to swim away, so we brought it home and ate it. It wasn't great. It's bigger than what I would like to keep. Normally, again, if I can make a recommendation for y'all that are harvesting fish, avoid anything over 2 to 3 pounds for a freshwater fish. In most cases, if it's bigger than that, it's plenty old enough to have consumed and carry a bunch of toxic heavy metals, PCBs, a lot of stuff. You want younger fish. I prefer something in the, you know, like 18 to 22, 24 inch range, 2 to 3 pounds. So that fish was way bigger than what I would typically keep to eat. The flavor of them, the texture of them, the toxicity of them all changes when they get older and bigger. Those big ones you want to throw back if you can. Are you spending another night? Any night fishing, or is nighttime for partying only? I'm not sure. I gotta talk to Mia when she gets off of work. I'm not sure if she wants to come out here and camp. I gotta talk to Kai and them as well to see if they're sticking around another night. I suspect they might be. We might do some night fishing. A lot of it's, they're struggling right now. Streaming takes a lot of batteries, and they streamed throughout last night and learned real quickly how quickly you go through battery storage when you have a bunch of equipment running during a night stream. So they're trying to recharge today, which is why I think they're just fishing and not streaming right now. In fact, they're not even fishing right now. They're all back at camp again. Are y'all watching me? What are you doing at camp? Are you gonna catch some fish today or what? Somebody come catch me a walleye. We're struggle busting it out here. Says hi. What's up, Gene? Welcome to the stream. Bentley said hi. Welcome, Bentley. Good to see you, fishing Jeff from LA. Hey, Jeff, how's the fishing out there in LA? Louisiana, I assume. What have you caught? Casey Gilvin, we have caught 1 walleye and 1 rainbow, and we just got smacked a little bit ago, and we got surface activity. We're getting a top bite again, which is why we switched to this rig. We're running in the top 10 foot of the water column right now. The other one's on a bottom bouncer. That's what we caught our walleye off of earlier. But it hasn't been touched in hours. Sammy, what lake or river are you on? We're on the Missouri River system. This is called Upper Holter Lake. It's an impoundment on the Missouri River. We're fishing over about, right now we're actually 17 foot bottom, so we're fairly shallow right now. I'm surprised our bottom bouncer isn't bouncing on the bottom. Though I have about 45 foot of line out on that one, so we're running it fairly close to the boat. On that note, I'm gonna run this guy out a little bit further. Let's get it away. We're out 90 foot now. Try a fish whistle. It's about that time. What fish do you like to eat? My top three are northern pike, walleye, and channel catfish. But again, 2 to 3 pounds max and 18 to 24 inches. Any of those fish bigger than that, I really don't care for. They develop a different texture, a mushier texture, a stronger fishy taste. But those are probably my top three here in Montana that I like to eat. Minnesota did a study of walleye fertility. Fish in the 18 to 28 inch range produced the most viable eggs with fertility tapering down. Okay, interesting. So while that may be the case, and that makes sense for, you know, mass production of them, those are the ones you want, you still want those big fat bastards in the gene pool too. While they may not produce as readily or as often as your ideal size range, they pass on those fat bastard genes to their next generation. And that's what we all want to catch, right? Try a truck killer apex. Jeff, you and your killer apex. I have one that I've tied up and it's stuck somewhere. I also have 2 or 3 of them in the box here that are just in the package that haven't been tied yet. We could run an apex. We haven't done that. We need to, I need to put something on our bottom bouncer. I was thinking of swapping that worm harness rig over to, this is nearly identical to what I caught my PB walleye off of. You can buy them, they make lots of variations of these. I tied this one. It's basically a Walleye popper, and they call it a popper because it's got this one bead in it. And this one is kind of like the little corky that I showed you guys earlier. It's a foam bead, and of it, this lure sinking when dragged, the popper makes it kind of rise up. So when you're trolling it behind a bottom bouncer, it makes it much less likely to snag on stuff. Your presentation is kind of up in the water. But this one's got a spinner on it, gold, white with a pink dot. I think we're gonna swap our bottom bouncer over to this guy and away from we're running a perch colored, similar gold back, but a perch color on the front. Let's do that, guys. Let's swap over and we'll run that for an hour or two. If we don't get a hit off of that, we might try a small floating crankbait on the end of the bottom bouncer. I think we're gonna keep the bottom bouncer in the rotation because I am seeing walleye on the bottom. They're just not interested in what we were putting in front of them here lately. So let's switch our rig up just a little bit. Basically what we're running right now is a worm harness on a slow death, but it's a wedding ring. Let's see if the little popper, the slightly different presentation, slightly different colors will net us something. So this is what we're taking off. That's what we did catch it off of earlier. Gold, silver, a wedding ring. Sorry, I'm shaking it all over the place. And a full crawler. And we're gonna swap that with a green, a white, a popper, and we're also gonna use a full crawler on that one as well. We'll put a fresh one on though. Slightly different color, slightly different presentation. And that's the way, again, when on a tough day, you just gotta keep adapting. You can run the same thing all day, every day, or, you know, the whole time you're out here. And we do some days. But if you're not switching things up when you're trolling, you're missing out usually. And these are some very wriggly crawlers here. Good Lord. Calm down, buddy. I just want to stab a hook through you. All right, so we just run that up the hook. I leave the Oops. Oh, come on. It's a slow death hook, so it spins in the water, so your worm is spinning, flailing in the water. I'm also, I think, gonna put some night crawler scent on this. I have some earthworm goo. Where are you? It smells absolutely terrible, and every time I use it, I accidentally wipe the extra on my pants and regret it for the whole rest of the day. So we're gonna try not to do that right now. I'm just gonna throw some on the bead here. Oh. And again, we're running that right now off of it's sliding down. There we go. A 3-ounce bottom bouncer. They come in different colors, different styles, different shapes, but this is just a very basic bottom bouncer. All right. Hopefully that change will net us a fish. We will see. Oh. All right, let's get this one put away. If you guys have never used these, I love these things. They're the Tackle Buddy, and I get the big ones. You can tie up your harness rigs. You can hold quite a few of them on here. They make a whole bunch of companies make them. There's a lot of foam ones. They're all garbage. They fall apart. These ones have nice solid rubber, and they last. And the ends also open up, and you can stuff them full of crap. So they're great little storage rigs for your harness rigs. Where do you buy your beads from? I'm guessing you have a shit ton of them. Lake Erie Lee, I do have a fairly large bead kit. Most of them I've acquired just through random Amazon packages. I buy collections of different sizes, and what I've been switching to, most of what I've been buying lately are all UV and or UV plus glow. I'm gonna start trying to incorporate that into almost every rig I tie. I don't think there's ever a reason not to. Flicker shad. I got a whole box. We could try some flicker shads. How long you been on the water? Since 6 a.m. today. So 7 hours. How you doing, Kai? You coming here? Come show us how to catch a fish? We're struggling still. There is rainbow trout there too. Yeah, we did catch one rainbow today. We got it right next to the boat. It was so small I didn't want to take out the net for it, and I tried hand lining it over, and I yanked the hook right out of its mouth. So we didn't count it in the catch count, but it was right here. It was basically a catch. We did just get bit maybe, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, right when we were in front of the camp. We're over a shit ton of fish at the bottom right here. Walleye. And this is where Kai was catching them earlier too. I think he said he caught 2 over here. We're catching fishing for walleye, northern pike, trout, and kokanee. Though the most likely targets that we'll get in this general area is going to be the trout and the walleye. Though there could be either pike or kokanee lurking in here as well. Sturgeon, not in here. In the Missouri, yes, but you got to get down below Maroney Dam, which is kind of around Carter, Montana. After Carter, before Fort Benton. No, before Carter. Right before Carter. But there's shovel-nosed sturgeon there, and you do catch as a bycatch sometimes the pallid sturgeon. But you can't help but catch them sometimes when you're fishing for the shovel-nose. Sage of the 16 with the $2 flicker shad. All right, I'll let you look at the flicker shad box. Hopefully we don't get too shallow up here. Sage, I appreciate the support. And Wiggles, if you're still in here, I'm sorry, I still don't understand how I deleted your super chat earlier. We'll open the flicker shad box for you, Sage. I have a whole box of them, and I can tell you I've almost never caught anything off of them. Most of these are flicker shads. Not all of them. Whoa, look at this wake here. Hold on. We're surfing the wake before we, and we're pretty close to the shore here. Marking some fish. I don't know how shallow it gets here. This is the closest pass I've made to the canyon tip here. All right, let's bring the flicker shad box up here and you guys can take a perusing. I mean, we've got the articulating ones, the swimming ones, or most of these are, I think, F7s. I do have a couple of 3s or 5s in there. These are probably the darker, I think they call it a craw or a fire craw. Just catch a dang fish. My PB walleye was about 28-inch on fire tiger flicker. Hate that color, but it is what it is. I mean, yeah. Well, that's what you catch it on. That's what you catch it on. But we do have, I don't know, a perch, another perch. We have super shiny. There's one of the Yozuri shads. There's a couple of more of the Yozuris that I have. We do have fire tiger in a swimmer, segmented swim. I don't know, maybe the purple? What do you guys think about the purple and gold? That might not be a bad one. Shad wrap. Everybody's been asking for the flicker. Everybody always wants the flicker. I never run them. I like the brown chartreuse that's right above the fire tiger. On the right. Well, this is my right, that's your left. No, we're the right. Brown and chartreuse. What the fuck are you talking about? Brown and chartreuse. Above the fire tiger. That's the only fire tiger I have. Brown and chartreuse? Towards the top. Brown up here or this guy? You're probably going fire tiger. Oh, wind just picked up. I was thinking the gold and the purple, but yeah, bright might be better. Oh wow, the wind just picked up. We got a gust here, y'all. Hopefully my tent doesn't blow away. We're staked down. Yeah, that one. That one's one of the rattly ones. I have zero confidence in any of these flicker sheds. Like I said, I have a whole box full of the damn things, and I almost never catch stuff on them. This one's gold, orange, kind of translucent, and it's got some rattlies in it. Blue with black stripes. Blue with black stripes. This little guy. This was actually a find. This was a bank find. This is my smallest flicker. That's a 5 flicker shed 5. I found that one fishing the banks on the Missouri River. Put some new hooks on it. Barometer about to plunge. Fish should get aggressive. Maybe. Let's hope so. What's up, Rude? Welcome to the stream. I mean, we're on the damn fish. We've been on the fish. They're at 10 foot. They're at 25 foot, 27 foot. Use something with flash on dark days. I mean, it does. It's silver, it's blue, it's orange. What I was going for, the one that I would, yeah, I was gonna do the purple and gold. I don't know. We got so many differences. Uh, we've got some dark clouds, some blue sky poking through. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't get nasty. I can't tell if that's looking like it's the lure you're holding should be hot. I think we should try this guy behind the bottom bouncer at some point. Maybe we can, after we try our worm harness for a little while, we can toss that one on the bottom bouncer. I'm with you on flicker shad. I have well over 150 bucks invested in shads and never catch anything on them. It's just odd because I know that's that real Midwest. Everybody, I go same water body as somebody. I'm like, yo, what are you catching on? I'm like, oh, flicker shads. Like, what do you mean flicker shads? Oh, fire tiger or the fire craw? A buddy of mine, his dad is always fishing, and I run the same catch anything. They have been some of my most unproductive lures I've ever bought. But like Real Midwest said, I am not the norm. I think a lot of people catch a lot off of. Oh fuck, we were supposed to do that one too. We haven't done our perch. We got a couple in the lineup here. All right, we're gonna start turning around and heading back up towards where we got bit and where we've been catching. We've made this rock point is where I was supposed to turn around. We had 5 rolling a few times, limited in 2 hours, 20 walleye, 5 people. Those are boats for catching fish. I like the fire tiger. Yeah, fire tiger can work sometimes. I don't always have good luck with it. But yeah, you're one of them boats that I'd be fishing right next to you, Sage, fishing the same damn thing because you told me I'm catching everything on the flicker shads. And you would probably proceed to catch fish while they didn't touch any of mine. I'm just cursed with flicker shads, I guess. Chilly out there? It was I mean, I took off my jacket and put on sunscreen an hour ago. The sun was blaring. But yeah, when those clouds come over, it does kind of look like rain. Which way are those moving? So hard to tell which way clouds are moving when you're also moving. I don't know. Come on, bite. On a turn like this is oftentimes a good time to get bit. You're slowing down. Oftentimes, one side of the boat lures are dropping down, the other side they're raising up. Good fish right here. Messenger Blue Fox spinner. We honestly should. I have not trolled any spinners this year, other than the worm harness rigs. Your bow standing deck is good bass casting zone. We don't have any bass in here, Errol. But yeah, I have a decent little casting platform on the front here. If we decide to fish like that. Something's up with the mic. Thank you. It's probably dead. Ouch. Beard hair in the mic. Oh. Good fish here. Good God, come on. Bite something. Yep, and reason no action. TT 230323335. I have no idea what that means, dear. Fishing on Thursday, and I have to fix people's AC. Want to trade places? I do not. I do not, Whiskey. I will continue to have my day, and I'm sorry, my friend, but you must continue to have yours. I hope joining mine helps a little bit, but nope, we're fishing. No ACs to fix today. Just straight troll the flicker? Okay. If worm harness and crankbait aren't working, use a spinner by itself. We could try that. Yeah, so the one walleye we caught was off a bottom bouncer and a crawler harness. And we've got 2 bites off of other harness rigs, both with crawlers on them. We haven't got anything off of cranks yet today. We did run 1 spoon earlier this morning, and we should probably try another spoon before the day's end. Jighead Jones, let's go. How you doing, my friend? We're out here trying to catch more fish. We caught 1 walleye, 1 rainbow early this morning, and it's been pretty dead since. We did just have 1 bite, I don't know, half an hour or so ago. It's been a minute. Your rod? What about my rod? The little jiggle, jiggle, jiggle that's nothing. When a fish bites, you'll see that rod dancing. It's not just gonna... We're over 25-foot bottom. We're doing about 1.4 miles an hour. Surface temperature is back down a little bit. We're at 60.4 degrees. Holy crap, we're over 330 likes. I didn't even notice when we went over 300. Thank y'all. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream out here today. We're still trying to get another walleye or another anything, really. We're cycling through some different lure presentations, different baits. Seeing if we can trigger something to bite. We're headed back up past the point now, and then in front of the campsite, had 1 bite. We honestly should just run shorter patterns through that same area. God, and I have sunscreen in my mouth. I had it on my lips, and I've been picking at the dryness of my lips, trying to wipe off the skin, and I've managed to eat some sunscreen. It's not very tasty. You moving? What's moving? Yeah, we're 1.3, 1.4 miles an hour. Now that the water's, I've been adjusting our speed kind of up and down all day. Also been nice tying my own worm rings, just 2 hooks about 1.5 inches apart, makes worms stay straight, no weight, just flip and sink. Was killing it. Willie, I see videos of people fishing like that all the time. No spinner, no beads, just 2 hooks and a full crawler. And I don't know, it blows my mind. I've never tried it, trolling like that, just, you know, just straight worm. But yeah, I see other people slamming doing that. What are you fishing for? The young YouTuber, we're after rainbow trout, brown trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, northern pike, yellow perch. There's a whole myriad of different things that are lurking in these waters here. Can I be in a video? Brian, you're back. I told you, yeah, come on down to Gates of the Mountain. We'll swing by and you can do a cameo. You said that the last time I told you. Are you really, Brian? Are you really? Oh, fishy, fishy. Come on, buddy. Where are you from, Brian? Packing my bags now, Houston. Well, I don't think we're gonna be here by the time you get here if you're that far away. Not unless you can teleport or rent a private jet. All right, fish whistle engaged. Now we just need the fish. I'm gonna swipe out and swipe back in, make sure my audio is in line. All right, we're back, y'all. Welcome back to Want to See My Rod. And where we just can't catch a fish. We're trying though. We're gonna keep trying. It is 1:14. Sunset, I believe, is a little after. Oh shit, that's right. If I'm leaving tonight, I gotta get out of here before 9. They close the gate. Oh shit, that complicates things. I will have to think about this a little bit. Joel Vetters, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Joel? Call the Star Trek crew, beam me up, right? Yeah, there's fish all over in here. I don't know why. I feel like if I was a little closer to shore, I'd be doing better, but these cliff walls are just too steep. I'd lose y'all we'd have no reception. Any y'all have plans to get out this weekend and fish? I think tomorrow might be nice enough to fish. I don't know if Saturday or Sunday around here is going to be decent enough. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Can you guys hear the birds and shit? I was trying to teach me last night, which... Oh, fish on! Fish on, guys! As I just messed up the mic. Can you guys hear me? Oh, is he still on there? I hope I didn't lose it. Nope, we still got him. I'm setting the mic down, sorry. I think we got another walleye, guys. Oh, just an itty bitty little guy. It's a walleye though. All right, landed. Walleye number 2 of the day. It only took us another 6 hours, but we got another one. All right, let's get this guy off the hook. Oh, let me put my mic back on. Thank you, Lake Erie Lee. This one's just a little guy, much smaller than the last one. Very pretty though, still. Let me get a quick picture for fish brain. Give me a sec, guys. Alrighty. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, very pretty little guy. We're not gonna hold him out. Look at how dark these are. Just golden. The color is awesome. Even these little ones have some gnarly teeth on them. Take your guesses now on the length. We're gonna put her on the bump board real quick. Place your guesses now on this pretty little guy. Let's get her back in the water. Off she goes. Very nice. Beautiful fish. Walleye number 2, we're on the board. The fish are still alive and kicking. Our rig change seems to have netted us a fish. So that again, folks, is why you never give up. Just switch your rig around. Sometimes just a change in color will do it. Sometimes it's a little change in the action. We're gonna reuse this worm. So what, again, I tie all of my own worm harness rigs, and a lot of them I copy other designs that I see. I change them a little bit, but it's just chartreuse, a white popper, a gold, and white and pink Colorado blade with a slow death hook. And that's it. Well, I like them long, juicy. Well, we got a pretty sad little guy on here. We're gonna, being as it was bit, we're gonna leave it on there for a little bit longer. It seems like once a bait has been bit, they scent it, they do something to it, more fish bite it. I like to always try. Oh, we got another bite here, guys. I think. Do we got another fish on? We do, we got another fish on, guys. Fish on. It's just another little guy. This one feels like another walleye. I think we might have hit a patch of walleye. It's pouring here in Great Falls. Oh shit. Please don't tell me that. The fish just started biting. I don't want to get rained out. Can anyone look and see where the rain is headed from Great Falls? Is it headed towards Gates of the Mountains? Still on there, 40 foot. Whoa! This is just a little guy, but it's feisty. We have our snap weight on here that we got to get off. This is our 1 ounce weight. So it may have nothing to do with our presentation. We just found a pot of fish that are willing to come out and play. This one's got a little zestiness here too. Oh, stay on there. I don't want to lose it. When they're fighting like that, you just kind of let them start easing into it and get them to kind of slack. You don't want to fight when they're fighting. They'll pull right through their lip. This one feels like another walleye. I'm pretty sure this is another walleye. Another little guy. Maybe. Oh, stay on there. Keep it low when they're splashing. Oh yeah, that's another. No, we got a rainbow. This one's a bow. We got a bow on the fly here. This one does not feel like, oh, no. Landed. All right, there we go. That one didn't feel like a trout. All right, now we don't have any rigs in the water. No, we do. We didn't get it out far enough though. Let's get this spooled out a little bit further. All right. I'll give that one a chance to catch something. Give me a second here, guys. All right, let me get a picture of this one as well. All right. If you guys want to check me out on FishBrain, you can find me at Vox, V-O-X. I did just post our last walleye catch, and here comes the trout picture here in a moment. Not a great picture, but I am not a photographer, so let's get this guy off the hook. And we'll see what she looks like. Pretty little bow. Oh, let's not fall in the net with the fish. Oh God. Well, y'all, this is a first for Wanna See My Rod, for Rod in particular. I've never caught a trout on a fly, so this is officially our first trout on a fly. How about that? Alrighty, very pretty. It is a stalker. You can see the nub. They trim the adipose fin. Very pretty. There's a rainbow trout number 2 of the day. The first one we've got in the net though. We're not even gonna measure this one. Probably, ooh, off she goes. right around in that same size range that we've been catching from here, the stalkers, 15, 16 inches. All right, you guys, that was fun. And I think these nasty clouds are starting to move over us. Nice one. Thank you. Doggo, they all start with a dot in here. Caught quite a few, but compared to the pike and smallmouth walleye, just sit there. Congrats on your first fly trout. Thank you, Lake Erie Lee. Fish brain, how do I take pictures? You just, within the app, you hit the add button, or add catch button. It's just a little plus. And then you go to your camera, you take a picture, and it asks you if you want to upload it, where on the map to mark it. I hit save. It's gonna try to automatically identify the species. So it brings up rainbow trout. I select rainbow trout. You can enter the weight, the length, what gear you used. You can mark it as a private location. It tells you the, what direction the wind was blowing at that spot, the temperature, all these different things. And then you just hit log catch and it posts it. All right, well, that was two fish and pricing. It's a free app. There is a paid version of it if you want to use some of the more advanced features of it, but there is a completely free version of it that everybody can use. I might have missed you guys. I'm sorry. We just went through the commotion of catching two fish. I'm sure I missed a bunch of chat. Wind is starting to pick up here. Mia just came in and said it's pouring rain in Great Falls. Can somebody do me a favor and look, check the weather for Gates of the Mountains, Upper Holter Lake area for the next couple hours? These clouds are looking kind of gnarly. And that wind is really starting to pick up here. It's not bad yet, but we're in a canyon and it funnels. All right, let's get this rig back out while somebody checks, possibly for me, to see if we're about to get hurricaned on here. All right, let me get another crawler on this guy. All right, so what we just caught that rainbow trout off of is a Brad's, I call it moon jelly. It's that purple, glow. There's a orange and I believe a silverback, and then just trolling a fly behind it, pink, white, and silver with a red head and a chunk of crawler on it. And we're running that, we did have a 1 ounce snap weight on there. I'm running it out 30 foot. Clip on a 1 ounce weight and then running it out another 30 foot. Which gets us down somewhere in the 7 to 10 foot range, I guesstimate. Yeah, that fish fought like a weenie. Just a little, it felt like a small walleye. All right. We're gonna drop this one down a little bit more now too. All right. Matthew Weaves, welcome, welcome. Go hide in your tent, Rod. The wind just stopped, but again, the clouds are looking kind of gnarly. And that looks like it's coming our way. That's from Lower Holter. Great Falls is like northeast from here, more east by northeast, but got nice blue skies behind us. But I feel like those gray clouds are moving in on us. There's a rain cell coming your way, not too big. Does it show how long it's expected to last? I mean, it doesn't really, getting wet at the dock versus getting wet out in the water doesn't really make much of a difference. It sounds like we're gonna get wet. How much wind is coming with it though? That's what more of my concern. Max wind 16.3. Bro, I'm in a lightning storm right now, 10 minutes from you. Bryson, where at? I'll look at a detailed forecast. What's the town again? So where we're at, it's the town, the closest to here is Sieben, S-I-E-B-E-N. Or you could look up, ooh, there's a lot of fish over here. Gates of the Mountains Recreation Area, which is at Upper Holter Lake. Oh, here comes the sun. Oh, here comes the wind again. Fort Benton. Fort Benton isn't 10 minutes from here. Fort Benton is 2 hours from here. We're up by Helena. Yeah, Mia was just in here a little bit ago and said it was pouring rain over in Great Falls. Yeah, it looks like it's headed east. Northeast, maybe. Past just north of you, don't know wind yet. All right, so we just came under it. I think if we go back a little ways, we're gonna be under blue skies again. So it's basically camp. Our camp is gonna get dumped on if they do open up here. All right, so that last bite, both of those last bites too, take notice that I said I was adjusting speeds. 1.7. So we've been doing 1.2, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, back down to 1.2, 1.4. As soon as we hit 1.7, we got bit twice within, what was that, 10 minutes? Less than that. Are you using lures or bait? We're using worm harness rigs and fly with a worm on it. So basically night crawlers. Night crawlers with shiny shit in front of it. Worm harness rigs is what they're called. Or again, we're running a dodger and a fly actually on our outside line here. Shit, are these guys packing up? My poor tent over there, I hope it doesn't collapse. Do you fish near Columbus at all? I haven't fished up that Columbus. You mean Columbus, Ohio? I was thinking a different place in Montana here, but it's not Columbus. Oh, here's the wind again. What have you caught? Gus, we've landed 2 walleye, landed 1 rainbow trout, and lost 1 rainbow trout. It's been a bit of a slow day today. No, Columbus, Montana, a little west of Billings. Oh, okay, sorry, there is a Columbus, Montana. I was not aware of that. No, I haven't done much fishing in eastern Montana yet. I want to. What's by Columbus? I know that there's so Fort Peck I've been looking at, dredge cuts, a lot of those. Whoa, that wake is nasty. There's a lot of good fishing in eastern Montana. All right, here comes the wake from these boats. Dang, bro. We took one over the bow there. That sucks, because now all that's gonna leak back here. Damn it. All right, this wind is picking up. Hey Rod, how's it? Go on, looks slow bite, finally out of work for the day. Hey Bill, we just caught 2 here a little bit ago. The weather is getting a little sketchy over here though. I don't know. I can't tell if the sky's about to open up and just pound us, or if it's gonna blow over. You are digging now? Yeah, we've got a few bites. We went over there. There was a spot back there that treated us pretty well. I'm gonna pop my jacket back on just in case it starts getting nasty here. I don't want to be trying to jack it up while we're getting blown off the water. Oh, I hope it doesn't get gnarly out here. One. 348 likes, let's go. We are almost at 350. I'm having a blast out here today. Hasn't been the most productive fishing day, but it's fun. It's always nice. I love exploring new pieces of water. And it's always cool when you can hit a new area of the water and actually catch fish. And we haven't smacked them today, but we are definitely not doing too shabby. Sage, $2. Weather is north of you, $2 for 2 back-to-back. Thank you, Sage. So it's mostly just gonna blow over, Sage? That'd be sweet. Trying to turn around here. Any size on the walleyes? So the first one was 17 and a half, probably maybe 2 pounds ish. The second one was 14 inches, so much smaller. The state record comes out of here. It was 31 and a quarter and 17.2 or 17.02 pounds. So they do get quite large in this water body. We just got a couple of small ones. Sage, thank you for helping look up the weather. Hopefully the forecast is accurate. Good fish, 25 foot, 27 foot, 10 foot. All right, all right. Come on now, we'll take a few. Oh, the 17 and a half, it was good size. It was plump though. It was a good thick one. Would have been a good eater size, but I don't have room in my cooler. Especially to take one at the beginning of the day with its, if I was, 3 or 4 Mountain Dews down, I would have a much better ability to fit it in. We still got a cooler full of dew though. Another walleye and trout. Yeah, we did. We, within a few minutes of each other, right down, we're headed right back down past where, ooh, nice mark at 20 foot coming up. Is he looking at, what is he looking at? Hit it. I'm trying to tell if these guys are packing up camp or... I don't think so. They must have just had their totes out. I think they're packing up some of the shit that was out. Now I got sunscreen in my eyeball. I keep smearing it everywhere. Somebody, the next time you remind me to put on sunscreen, tell me not to put on enough for 10 people. I open the bottle and I'm like, I immediately regret my decision. And then what do you do with it? Are you camping there? I did last night. I don't know if I'm gonna camp again tonight or not. I gotta talk to Kai and them and see what their plans are, and I gotta talk to Mia as well. What lures are you running? So the trout came off of the Dodger and the fly that we put out a little while ago. And we had just swapped up our worm harness rig from the one that we caught the fish off of earlier to a green and white walleye popper that I tied. So very similar worm harness rig, just a different color, a little, it pops up in the air instead of sinks down. Fish on, fish on. Oh, right off the surface. Jumping. Another one right in front of camp. Did we lose it or is it still there? I think we might still have it. That might be a coke. That one flew out of the. All right, sorry about that, guys. I let my batteries die. I forgot that I had put a smaller one in there last night because I was just temporarily testing the setup. So I didn't have a full-size battery in there. We're back. Give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me. Fish is biting your rod. Yeah, it blew up. We lost it though. Literally pulling on it right now. I didn't see anything. Welcome to the stream. Dame Elon made us miss a fish. No, that was my fault. I let the battery die. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't have two full batteries in there. I had one full one and one small one. I'm gonna pull the line in here real quick. I gotta see if these guys are packing up camp or not. Oh. Give me a sec here, you guys. All right. Oh, they're pulling their tent down. Shit, they're leaving. Let me go see what these guys are up to. I might need to pack my tent up and stow her in the boat. We might need to make a run over to my truck. I don't want to get stranded out here if they're all leaving. Oh, come on. Hey, Jimmy Hoffa. Lost you for a few. Yeah, I accidentally let the battery die. I wasn't paying attention. All right, you guys, I'm gonna tie up. I'm gonna go have a conversation real quick with the guys up at camp here. Bear with me. All right, y'all, 5-minute break here. I will be back on stream in just a moment. Let me grab a smoke, my drink. No, it's still running. I was just coming to... Softly! You guys packing it in, eh?
My pro, I think the ultimate is done on it, but I mean,
Well, shit, I should probably pack in then as well. What's that? Well, I'll probably continue to fish, but maybe I could get you guys to... I don't have a whole lot of room in my boat. I would either have to run over and drop all the shit off in my truck. I think I could maybe get you to ferry the shit over. I'm parked right next to you guys. If you could just dump it in the back of my truck. What's that? Oh, really? I caught one more walleye, one more trout, and then I just missed another trout right in front of you guys again. I caught 2 walleye. One was 14 inch, the other one was like 17 and a half. Yeah, nothing impressive, but hey, it's a walleye. We caught some walleye finally. All right, you guys, if you can still hear me, I am a little ways away from the boat, but Kai's having some boat trouble. Searsy was going to leave, so I guess they're all packing in. I'm going to pack up my camp and see if we can get them to ferry it over to my truck so we can continue to fish for the rest of the night as long as the weather's all right. So give me probably 15 minutes here to pack up my tent and everything, and then we will get back on the water. Sorry for the delay.
You're fine.
What's that?
How's the scarlet?
As long as I stay towards the middle of the channel, it's been pretty good. I have had a couple of hiccups and had to swipe out and come back into the stream. And that again is just when you get enough packet loss on one of those transfers, it just dies for a minute.
Yeah, I was wondering if that sure.
Yeah, these cliffs, they're so tall. The closer you get to them, the higher it is, the more, you know, you get that dead space when it switches satellites. Well, all right, sorry about that, y'all. I know we lost a whole bunch of people. They're all up in. Kai's having problems with his boat. So I'm gonna get serious to bring my camp gear. I just packed out and just throw it in the back of my truck. Sorry, you guys. You probably heard me puffing and pawing and. Yeah, they're packing in early, and this spot, the boat launch is a private boat launch, so it closes at sunset, and we normally like to fish till sunset or after. So the plan is to pack to my truck, and we're gonna continue to fish so long as the weather permits. And we will leave closer to sundown. I forgot. I thought to camp out tonight, so I was gonna potentially do so as well. But for now, I have most of my camp all packed up. I just gotta cart it down here, so I will be back. A lot of tent noise. Sorry, you were in my pocket. I wasn't sure if it had connection that far, but I'm gonna go ahead and leave the mic here. I got a couple other things to pack down. I'll be right back, you guys. Oh, okay, I was gonna let you pack your stuff in. And
Okay. Alright, yeah, we'll do that.
There's not a whole lot.
Okay. Is the stream still running?
Yeah, it's still going. You can hide in.
What's up, guys? Talk to the stream, Logan. That's lit. Thank you, Davey. Oh my gosh, you scared me. Dude, how many viewers? 40? Let's go, guys.
left chat came back. Rod fell off? Question mark.
Do you want to fish after? Like, we can load as much in the truck as possible. We can probably get almost all of it.
Yeah, honestly.
Except for the cooler, and we're out here with the fish.
Let's do it. Let's finish our evening for Monday.
Yeah, I don't know what Guy's plan is. Like, if he wants to stay and we can live stream with him here, we can. I don't care. If not, so we live stream on our own.
Sounds good. Might as well. Yeah. Trash bag. Thanks.
Whoa. All right. So another change of plans. I guess Sears is probably going to stay. They're just going to go load shit into their vehicle. So rather than task them with also loading my shit into my vehicle, I'm going to also go load into the vehicle. So we're going to get started here shortly and get back on. We're going to just head over. It's about a mile or so away. We're going to hop over to the marina, and I'm going to load my tent and sleeping bag and stuff into the 6 or 7 hours of fishing left. Rod's sleeping with the fish. El Dabo, what's up, buddy? Oof. No, we had to go pack up camp. How's everybody doing? Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can see me, hear me. All good. Thank you, Bill. How's everybody's day treating them? Hope y'all aren't having too much fun at work or whatever, wherever you are doing. We're out here having a blast. I'm a little hot. All these layers and doing manual labor. This jacket traps heat. So I'm a little soggy. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Crazy. All right, we're gonna get back on the water here shortly to hopefully catch some more fish. I'm gonna walk up, see if they need any help with anything, and if they don't, we're gonna bump on over and unload the boat into the truck and then head back out to catch some more fish. Kokanee Fishing Lover, what's up, Coke? We're doing awesome. We haven't caught a whole lot of fish today, but we have managed 2 walleye. We've lost 2 rainbow trout. We did catch 1 rainbow. The weather's great today. Yeah, it's been really nice out here. Been a little bit windy. So just not charging her up good, huh?
Yes, not. So I'm gonna reroute this. It's for a small boat like this. I still have a 24 volt. So like that should be enough to do this and this on a day. If I gotta upgrade, I will after my fight.
Yeah.
But my fight came at the perfect time. Cause I mean, I'm gonna try to get it fixed ASAP. But if it's anything crazy, I might just upgrade after my next fight.
Yeah.
Upgrade anyway, but this is the type of boat that I kind of want to get a nicer trolling motor for and then just send it until I can't anymore.
Yeah, I've got this little pig tuned up about as good as it gets. I don't know what else I can add on here. I need some better lighting for night fishing.
Yeah.
But y'all need help with anything, or?
I think
I set your hatchet up on the table next to the charger.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me use it.
Of course, man.
Tanner with the gold coin. Tanner with the gold coin. Appreciate you. What's up, Jimmy Hoffa? I'm high. Nice. I'm hot. Have you tried worm on a hook with a split shot? Crazy Ontarian. No, we have not. But we have caught 2 walleyes off a bottom bouncer and 2 different crawler harnesses that I tied up. I haven't had anything want to bite consistently though.
you want a secret rod?
What's that?
This is the one.
So you're on. So it's a rainbow spoon. What are the beads on it? So
Red and white.
red, white, red, white, red, white, red, white. And
Yeah.
you're just on. So you're running a full crawler on there, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they hammer it.
I might have a little rainbow.
Couldn't keep it off. Like yesterday, we just popped off, especially whenever it gets cooler. I'm sad that I didn't fish more, but oh well. It was a great time. We caught 10 fish.
Oh yeah.
It popped off there in the evening.
Now it's time to lock in. It's time to lock in and be the best in the world.
Heck yeah, man. All right, well I'm gonna shove off here and go load my shit into the boat and do some more fishing.
Oh, nice.
Um,
Are you taking this to the truck?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be nice. It seems like everybody's going there anyway, and Sears said that he might come on back out, so I'm not gonna task y'all with moving my shit if
Okay.
he's going to load up anyway. So I'm gonna bump over there and dump everything in.
Sorry we didn't end up doing 2 nights, but
Oh, that's all right. It was fun to get out here.
This fall, we should do some fall night fishing too.
Definitely.
It'll be chilly, but we can make something work.
When are you headed out?
I'm leaving probably this weekend.
Weekend?
I'm moving quick now. So, yeah, it's gonna be good. But we'll be back in Great Falls in September.
September. All right.
So I'll be back full time. Dakota will be around. But I'm gonna take my boat. I'm gonna do some fishing in that Spokane area.
Oh, nice.
So it'll be good. Hopefully get on.
I lived in that area for college, but I never fished out there. I'm sure there's some great fishing out that
Walleye
way.
Lake is where the state record was pulled out of.
What's that?
I'm pretty sure the state record, or one of the previous state records, was pulled out of Long Lake, which was like 12 minutes from my house.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so pretty lucky to live up there. But good luck and be safe.
All right, man. You as well.
I said hi.
All right. All right, you guys, we're gonna shove off here. Seen your walleye earlier while I was warming up, telling you, brother, chartreuse jigs and a minnow is the only thing you ever need in your tackle for walleye. See, I need to. Every time I run minnows, I mean, if you're talking about like dead bait, because I can't run live, they always go through so many freeze thaw cycles by the time I deploy them for something like they never stay on the hook. I need to get some fresh ones and run that. Chartreuse and minnows, huh? Yeah, there was a one little one, a 14 incher, and then we caught a little bit better one this morning. It was like 17 and a half. What y'all catch? 2 walleye, 1 rainbow, and we've lost 2 rainbow. But we're gonna jump on over back to the boat launch. I gotta unpack my tent and all the crap into the truck. And then we're gonna come back out and fish until somewhere around sundown. Give me a sec, we're gonna clean up just a little bit here. Oh, I wish people wouldn't do that.
Setup cost you? Estimate.
I mean, the boat and the trailer itself I bought pretty raw. It was like 3,500 bucks, not too bad. But I've added like 10 grand in electronics and upgrades to it, so. Yeah. Way too much lipstick on the pig here.
What does that mean?
Means it's like polishing a turd. It's never gonna, it's still a turd.
Make it better, okay.
You can make her shiny, but at the end of the day, it's still a piece of shit. And that's this. It's not a great boat. It's not a bad boat though. It's my first boat. I've
pimped it out.
Yeah, I've been running her. I think this is fifth season. Fifth season. They would go into my archive of leeches that I've been keeping alive for 2.5 months now. I mean, yeah, I guess if they're still alive. We've kept these little bastards alive for, I'll take them. Okay, well, as long as they're not, you know, dead and rancid, I can probably revive them. They just need cool, clean water and they come right out of it usually. They're really hardy creatures.
You guys are getting in rough. I got them in rough shape, so I'm sure they're even rougher. There's a couple moving in 6 seconds, so. Cool. Hope you catch a big one.
Yeah, we got some wigglies in there. Thank you, man. All right, so are you planning on fishing a bit more?
We're gonna empty all this into the truck and then we're gonna come back out.
Okay.
We'll go find you.
Yeah, we'll pop over there.
Where do you plan on fishing? Back in here?
I don't know if I'll come all the way back up here, but the mouth there looked really nice. I was marking all sorts of shit up there.
Yeah, give me good in there. And it's like a pretty decent depth by that mouth.
Okay.
That's what we'll go meet you out there.
Okay, so I mean that's right by where the damn boat launch is, so you can't miss me.
We'll spot you. We got the
All right, you guys, let's get this show on the road again. I appreciate y'all's patience. Sorry for the intermission there. Logan, we'll be seeing you here in a bit. Or you're hanging out still?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be with Sears for the rest of the day. So.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So, see you later. Chat, we say bye.
King Kai and crew says bye. Yeah, we got the barge coming past us here again. Yeah, dead minnows. But Manitoba, it's barbless, so I use tiny piece of a wiggler to hold the minnow on. Just a nick of it. Tiny piece of a wiggler? They get too drunk to fish today. I think that might also be part of it. I don't know. He's prepping. He's got about to announce his next world title fight. So he's leaving this weekend. He apparently has a house out in Spokane as well, Washington. And he trains out there in prep for his fights. El Dabo, what's a? I'm trying to picture what you mean. What's a wiggler? How does it hold the dead minnow on? Brian Paulson, welcome back. Yo, bro, what are you hunting for? Tango, we are after walleye, pike, kokanee salmon, and trout. Sorry guys, I've missed a whole bunch of chat. We had about a 30-minute intermission there. I had to pack up camp, and we now have it in the boat. We're gonna hop on down to the truck and load all this crap in there, and then we're gonna come back out and finish fishing. This, where I load the boat out is a private marina, and they close at sundown. They close the gate, so if we're not out of here, by the time they close the gate, we're stuck here. So we wanted to get camp packed up early and everything in the truck so we don't have to waste a bunch of time at the end of the day. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. Thanks for coming hanging out, fish with us. We've landed 3 fish so far, we've lost 2. It's been a slow day for us. This is a brand new section though. We've never fished it before. A twister tail, shad, whatever. Okay, so a plastic. I'll just rip my small 2M tab. Hold on. Okay, so you're using a harder plastic and wedging it on the hook that doesn't have a barb. Using it, that makes sense. Never tried that. What kind of hook do you run? Give me a sec here. I'm gonna throw my stabilizer up for my trolling motor mount, or trolling motor. I don't want it bouncing all over the place as we crash around here. All right, there we go. But we will be fishing here just shortly. We have about a mile or so to get to the boat launch. It'll take me 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer because it is kind of a hill to walk up and down. But we're gonna get everything packed into the truck and then bring the boat back out and continue to fish. Sorry, the camera's a little wobbly. We'll slow down just a touch to try and get rid of that. Yeah, I've never purposefully fished with barbless hooks. I have a hard enough time keeping them on the damn hook with barbs. I would like to switch, I think, at least a subsection of my crankbaits over to single hooks rather than the trebles. They just get to be, they damage the fish so much, oftentimes trying to take them out. I got Pepsi in the freezer getting cold. Let's go fishing. All right, Jimmy. We got a small side quest to complete, and then we are going to catch some more fish. Hopefully big fish. Like, where did I put my cigarettes? I'm digging in all my pockets as I hold them in my hand. We got the whole tour boat waving at us. I feel like a celebrity over here. The tour guide's over there. And on your right, folks, is Montana's very own Want to See My Rod out here showing everybody how not to catch fish. And I just wave like an idiot. Nice scenery, isn't it, Robert? Antarctica, they want to see your rod, that's right. Try not to lose my mic here. Bit fast trolling, I don't know. I bet you we could catch something going this fast. If I knew of something that would stay in the water while trolling this fast. I don't know, maybe there's a good top water bite, we'll see. I want like a 3-foot whopper plopper that we can troll at, 10, 12 miles an hour. Davo says, yeah, soft rubber though, and I prefer eagle claws with a 1/4 to 3 ounce jig head, 1/4 to 3 ounce. So that's a pretty big range. I usually buy my jigs bulk and paint them myself. In the city, I'll buy a shitload of... Sorry, the camera's all jostly. We're hitting some slop here. Proper chartreuse with small black eyes. Okay. Should build a tree house and plant some marijuana seeds. There you go, Antarctica. Check my last comment. It says what jigs I buy. I just read it, El Davo. I want to see 40-pound pike. Me too, damn it. That would be a new Montana state record, and I would be happy as hell to hold it. Thad says I'm back. Welcome back, Thad. 3/4 ounce. 3 ounce is way too much for a walleye. Yeah, I've never seen a 3 ounce jig head. I get, well, I guess my squid jigs are 2-3 ounces. Oh, I bought those for lake trout though. Might be a wee bit big for a walleye, but we could try her. I'm not afraid to try new things. I'd like to see a 40-pound rod. I don't know about that. I think we sucked some bullshit up in our jet, but I don't want to stop and check it. So I'm just gonna lower our RPM a little bit so we don't overheat her. Use some fat jigs and rivers for walleye. If it's fast moving water, okay. Yeah, most of the jig heads that I have are anywhere from, I might have some 1/4 ounces. Most of them I think are like 3/8 to 1 ounce. Yeah, I 100% sucked up some bullshit in my jet. We got some guys in kayaks over here. I don't want to be that guy, so we're gonna slow down for them. And that wind is picking up again. It's a tough day to be out on the water in a kayak, I tell you that. I don't think I could do it. These guys got a little more fortitude than I do. 3/8 and 1/2 ounce are usually the best. Gets down there fast and has a bit of floatiness to it. How deep of water are you using 1/2 ounce in though? I mean, how deep would you fish that? 20 foot? 30 foot? I mean, once I start getting down, you know, anything below 15, 20 foot, I start thinking big. But maybe I think big all the time, so. We oversize a lot of things. These frickin' cliff walls are so dang pretty. Big walleye, let's go. Yeah, we gotta go get our shit loaded into the truck first. How you doing, Mike? Welcome back. Just working on the boat, just installing some goodies. Nice. I tweak on my boat, maybe not every time I get home, but oftentimes. I'm always trying to remember what annoys me, what other things I forgot that I was previously planning to do. We add stuff and remove stuff from the boat quite often. .35 foot is the deepest I go for walleye, but not very often. I'm deeper than 17 to 18. Usually around 8 to 12, so it's super shallow. Oh, we got some wind moving in. A little bit of rain too, it feels like. I'd like to come fish down there just to see the area. Fucking nice out there. We got tons of fish here, but no views like that. Yeah, the view, just the sheer beauty of it out here, the scenery, oftentimes will make up for the lackluster days of fishing. But then it just makes those good days even better. But El Dabo, I don't know, you want to make a trip down here, we can fish. And then you got to take me up there to catch some of your fat fish sometime too, though. Oh, excuse me. That wind picked up a little bit more, so it's a bit rough. We're gonna ease her on into the dock here. It's real windy over here. That tunnel was way more protected. Heather Gilkinson, welcome back. How you doing, Heather? Interweb, beautiful area. It is. It's really pretty out here. So we're just entering the basin area, the main lake area of Upper Holter by Gates of the Mountain. We just came out of the canyon. So there's kind of a very shallow, big area here. And then it jets back up into another river section that goes, I think, pretty much all the way up to Hauser Dam. Man, that wind is gnarly. Heather, 2 walleye, 1 rainbow, and we lost 2 rainbow. Hasn't been a super productive day. And man, this wind is gnarly. And this is really shallow here. We're in like 3 feet of water here. Well, 5 feet of water, the weeds are sticking up to 2 feet under the surface. Just a giant weed bed. Think you're banned from America? Well, that's no good. I don't think I'm banned from any countries yet. We still got time though. How many fish did you catch? Heather, 3 so far today. 2 walleye and 1 rainbow. And we lost two other rainbows. We're making a pit stop over at the boat launch. Sorry, I'm talking loud. I'm trying to talk over the wind, the motor. I don't know how much of that you guys can hear. Oh shit, we got a helicopter with there must be a forest fire. I think that's a dump bucket. They might, I don't know if I can. He's carrying something. I don't know if he's gonna swoop down and grab some water. Yeah, looks like he might. Oh, shit, where'd he go? Real hard to keep it in focus with digital zoom. Look at that, he's dipping down, grabbing a bucket of water. Look at this, Want to See My Rod is bringing you live breaking news from out here at Gates of the Mountain. Something is on fire, and I can't hold straight. Well, that's pretty cool. Crazy to do that shit in this wind. There's like 10, 12 mile an hour gusts at least right now. All right, we're gonna set the phone down because we are gonna crash into an iceberg over here. Oh, sorry guys. Forgot to turn the camera back around. Big Sky Country at night, I bet. Oh, absolutely. Picking up the water, stealing the fish. That's right, Concept. Rat bastard stealing her fish. No wonder we can't catch anything, right? And I have so much sunscreen in my eyes right now, you guys. My eyeballs are definitely not getting burnt today. At least not by the sun. They've been seared by the... Oh God, this wind is gnarly. This is gonna be gnarly docking up. Let me see, I wanna be on the side that the wind is blowing away from, not into the dock. God, I hope these winds die down. I don't even want to be out here with splashing around like this. Going that way, so we want to be on that side of the dock, I think. Oh, this is gonna be a little sketchy trying to climb over shit here. Whoa. All right, this is gonna be interesting. Shoot. Come on, die down for just 30 seconds. Let me dock up here. All right. Wasn't too bad. We bumped off the dock a little bit. All right, you guys, now we need to decide if we want to keep fishing. It is really windy here. I need to maybe look at the forecast and see what it's going to be doing. AJ's Adventures, welcome to the stream. How you doing, AJ? Just laying up your stuff and heading back out. That was the plan. It was not nearly this windy over in the valley, though. Oh, there's the... God, the fire must not be that far away. We got another helicopter dropping down to get water. Wonder where the fire is. But we're at the gates of the mountains. This is the marina here. I think we got Sears and Kokanee over there. But I don't know, you guys. I want to stay out here and fish, but it is I don't like this wind. I really don't like this wind. Jacob Obi, hey, best buddy, start panting like a dog. No, Jacob. We're not doing that, buddy. All right. Yeah, I think we might, oh God. Sears is coming, I'm gonna talk to him. We might grab the trailer and load out. Tomorrow is supposed to be a much nicer day. I'm gonna talk to Mia and see if she wants to maybe go fish somewhere. I'm gonna hop off here though. Kai's coming up. He may need some help docking. Give me a sec, guys. If you guys get tow lines ready, I'll help you in. She's a wee bit windy out here. Is that your other one hanging off the back there? Yeah. Okay. Relax. Oh. Oh no, we want to go the other way. You're welcome. Oh, I should go help Sears up there. Get her?
Yeah, that was fun. Hope you crushed it. Hope you. I bet.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see. Maybe if this wind dies down a little bit.
You gotta come up out of nowhere.
I know. Wee bit sketchy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Came in for a little bit of a rough landing there, my friend.
Yeah, I came a little hot.
Both came in at the same time.
You're good. You're good. That's why I got a metal boat.
Right? Yeah, we did a face plant here. Just a little bit of a bump in. Oh, we've had plenty of dents and dings in this guy. Yeah, I don't know if this wind is what this wind is doing. I don't know if I want to stay out here if it's gonna beat me up all the rest of the day.
Yeah, it was that one little section was a bit of a funnel. It was windy coming in.
Seems like now that we're all here, where'd the wind go?
It still looks like over there it's windy though. I think it's kind of funneling over there.
Okay, that might be. There's a fire somewhere around here. That's like the fourth.
Why? Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're bucketed water. That's like second or third dip since I've been here. It must be fairly close.
Yeah.
I don't see smoke anywhere though.
I know. I'm gonna just actually pull my truck up so I can unload all the shit into it and then go repark it.
Okay. Well, hey, I'll load my shit into. Well, I think I'm gonna pack it in for today.
Oh, okay.
I think tomorrow's supposed to be much nicer.
Dude, we appreciate you coming out. It was a fun.
Oh, hell yeah.
I got real drunk, man.
That's all good. We have fun. It was a good night.
Heck yeah.
But
that's the advantage to having all this shelter in here. I don't even feel the wind.
Right.
And a little bit of wind is nice for spot lock too. It keeps your boat straight. So.
That's a good point.
Since we're out here, I might as well just kind of mess around a bit. That's what we'll do. If you ever fish down there, you can get really good trout down there. I've seen people pull walleye out down there, but that's like where the river starts to flow.
Okay.
Have you been over there before?
I haven't. No, this is
Really
my first
cool.
time fishing here. I went straight from here to the camp,
Yeah, so
and
you'll see a lot of guides go right down there. A lot of fly fishermen go down there. When I try to catch trout and cast for them, I go down there. It gets real shallow, but like you can go a decent ways to the jet before like you have to worry about it.
yeah, we have a decent amount of maneuverability in this guy. It's not
Yeah, this would be perfect.
not as good as yours, but I don't know, maybe.
I bet you tread less water though.
Yeah, you just have, I think, more control and more.
Yeah. Yeah. This boat's been amazing, honestly. I love it. So I definitely recommend it.
You want me to push you guys off?
Yeah, please, thank you.
You're welcome. Isn't wind fun? All right, yeah, this wind ain't happening. We're gonna.
Dang, rods done?
Yeah. It ain't no fun fishing in this. It's just dangerous.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be way nicer tomorrow. Mia wanted to go out, so I don't know. I might take her out somewhere tomorrow to fish.
I might try to hit up fight night tomorrow night. So we're gonna live stream that, but I might go try to get some catfish.
I would, yeah. Tomorrow, when? Tomorrow night?
Yeah, whatever time.
Okay.
Tomorrow night.
See, she likes that. She likes catfishing and sturgeon fishing.
And it's supposed to be mild tomorrow in Loma, so if like the cold weather, like they should bite all day.
All right.
So, but I have a fight companion, which I could do on the lakeside, but Bare Knuckles actually hired me to do it, so I have to like take it.
Okay. All right, you guys. We're gonna leave the stream on for the ride home, but I'm gonna go ahead and trailer up. These winds are just gnarly. I don't want to get stuck out here trying to. Shit. So hang out, y'all. We will have the drive home. You'll get to see some of the awesome scenery along the way. And we will try, we might be doing another mashup with King Kai here, trying to catch some sturgeon and catfish tomorrow out at Loma. Getting the wind there too. Yes, it's very windy, very breezy. So I'm gonna go ahead, give me a few minutes. We're gonna go grab the boat trailer. And there's a line of people here trying to get in, so it might take a few. But we will be back with you, folks. Hang in there. Ooh, excuse me. Boat Trailer Olympics. Give you an 8 out of 10 there, buddy. It's like probably the 5th time I've lit this. Why is there always a hill? I wish hills didn't exist. I feel like I'm doing a triathlon right now. We've done the water segment. Now we're on the Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see that on chat. There's those white caps out there. It's weird, this canyon is funneling the wind. There's just like channels of high wind that roll through. I think we're gonna get yelled at. Apparently we're in the not in the right spot. We don't got anybody behind, we're fine. What's that? All right. Shit. Can you pull up a little bit, Kai? Let me get around you. Or, never mind. Thank you. Whoa, easy there. Whoa. All right, chat, we got the boat back, or trailer backed up. We're gonna come grab the boat. Sorry we didn't get to do the sun up to sundown today. Again, weather does play a large factor in how and when we get to stream here in Montana. Safety is of utmost importance. And then when it gets unsafe out here, we can't do it. So we're gonna get back on the trailer and we're gonna try and maybe get out and do some catfishing and sturgeon fishing tomorrow from maybe from Loma, Montana. So hang in there, you guys. We're gonna get the boat on the trailer. Big fish right underneath us. This boat dock area here is full of fish. Look at this, chat. All these fish down here. Come down here and fish off the dock and we do better than we did. All right, let's see if we can do this without slamming into anything. There's a fair bit of breeze here. And we got a wind blowing us away. Oh. All right, y'all. Alrighty, we're loaded. The fries are done. Eric, we caught 2 walleye and 1 rainbow. All right, we're gonna go pull the boat up. Be right back, you guys. What's up, man? Yeah, what do you need? Oh, let me get pulled out. What's that? Shit.
Or I can if you pull.
Oh. Oh, right of the, no, I don't, right. Get her or still not far enough?
I think maybe further. My engine wasn't on, so I wasn't able to keep it.
Oh. Well, doesn't look like we have any trucks waiting, so let me get you backed up. Good or no? Pull forward now or in a second? All right. How much? Oh, shit, sorry. All right. Had to pull Kai's truck back in for him. You guys locked and ready already?
We're good to go.
That was a quick,
I got it down efficient.
I guess. I don't do that quick.
Alright, I'm not actually pulling down now that I realize it. I actually did not strap the boat down.
That usually helps. Good. Ouch.
Now I'm ready.
Well, I'm glad I made you second guess your readiness there. That wouldn't have been very fun, finding that out on the highway.
Yeah, no, 100% would not be. I would have realized. I always look at these straps in my rearview mirror. Oh, you have the same shit. I didn't realize.
Yeah, for the first 2 years I ran this boat, I ran a strap over the back, and it was a fucking nightmare.
Last one I had, it was the same thing. I ran the strap, and I was like, that is a bitch. Oh, you have this nice little thing here.
What's that?
Protect your boat a little bit, the yellow part.
Oh yeah, like it really needs it.
I got marks on my boat from it, but whatever, dude. It is what it is, but...
What's that? Probably, yeah. If Kai was mentioned something about maybe wanting to do some catfishing and sturgeon at Loma for one last time before he's got to skedaddle.
That's his favorite.
And I haven't been out yet this year to do so. So.
Cool. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow if we do that. I don't know if I will, but if I do, I'll see you.
You should come over if we end up fishing.
I might.
They're fun.
So tomorrow night, I think it's going to do like tomorrow. Friday?
Yes.
I do the Pike companion, so that's the after Pike.
Do you know what times that is?
I don't know. Which beach is on tomorrow? Nashville? I don't know who's fighting now.
All right, I've lost one of my bungees. It's no good. There's our bungee. All right, you guys, we're gonna move the Starlink over to the truck. We might maintain connection, probably not though. It'll be right back though. All right, sorry about that, guys. We should be almost good to go here. One last spot check on the boat. Need to bring the batteries. Take it off? All right, y'all, we'll be right behind you. Yeah, give me a holler tomorrow and let me know what your plans are. Wow. That took way too long. All right, sorry about that, guys. Pull the plug, drop your boat. Yeah, we were just gonna go to the launch to drop off all of our gear, our camping gear in the truck and go fish for longer, but that wind just really shot up. So we're, I think, gonna probably be done for the day. The wind forecasts were all over the place for today, so I wasn't sure if we were gonna get a full stream in or not. But it is looking like we might be doing another stream tomorrow, possibly bank fishing for shovel-nosed sturgeon, channel catfish. There's pike, there's walleye, there's all sorts of things in there. Can somebody give me a thumbs up? Let me know if you can hear me and see the camera all right. We have a bit of a drive home here. It's about hour and 10, hour and 15 minutes. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. We almost hit 400 today. Not too shabby. Our little boat is just not well equipped for wind gusts like this. Not all boats are, honestly. I don't know what you guys were able to see on the camera there, but I would say probably half to 3/4 of the boats that are out on the water here all just dipped in when we did. It just got nasty out there. And that is springtime fishing in Montana. It really can kick your butt some days. What's up, Robert Thomason? Audio and visual good. Thanks, Real Midwest Outdoors. How you doing today? Being out in the chop is pretty tough. Yeah, I mean, even on bigger boats, it can get uncomfortable. On our little 16-foot flat bottom John, it gets downright scary and dangerous. We had one swell. Granted, it was wind and wake related. We did have one splash over the bow. And that's enough of a sign for me that I'm done for the day. I don't mind getting a little wet, rainy, you know, a breeze that's smashing us around, but when water starts slopping over the side of the boat, the little Johns, they're just, there's not enough, all it takes is a very little to actually get it to swamp a boat. And I've never experienced it firsthand, and I really don't want to. We like to play it on the safe side. But thank you guys again for tuning in today. We had a really fun night last night, fishing with King Kai and Sears and Logan and Dakota. We started streaming this morning at 6 a.m. so we didn't get a full stream in, and that does happen. I mean, we are the marathon stream channel here, but some days the marathon gets cut short due to unforeseen circumstances. But we're gonna keep at it. It was a fun day. We finally got on some walleye, y'all. Not a lot of them, but 2 is more than 1, and 1 is more than none, so we caught some walleye. But thanks for joining us out here today. We are going to leave the stream running for the drive home here, so enjoy the scenery. We are leaving Gates of the Mountain Recreation Area here. It's about 20 miles north of Helena, the state capital here in Montana. It's an excellent area to come down and boat and fish. And there is no camping at Gates of the Mountain, but if you do have a boat or access to a boat, a buddy that's got a boat, there are primitive camping sites that are up, well, I guess it'd be down canyon from gates of the mountain. Where we stayed, I believe it's called Holter Campground. It's a primitive site. Really nice, though. It's got 2 or 3 fire pits, bear boxes, a bathroom, a water pump, a full dock that'll fit six watercraft. It's set up pretty nicely. There's good fishing around there too, so. But if you haven't been, they do offer tour boats down here as well. I think they run a couple times a day. And they're we drove by them a few times today. They're big old river barges, shuttling like 50 people or so on every boat. And if you guys can see in the foreground here, that looks like some nasty clouds coming in. You see the gray and I think those are cumulus clouds. I think we might have just missed the worst of it. I think she's still coming in and gonna get even worse here. Oh man, I am hot though. I should have took off my jacket. I forgot. I feel like I'm wearing a trash bag right now. I am just pouring sweat. Shoot. So, any of y'all planning on getting out and fishing this weekend? Doing any camping? What are y'all's plans? Let's keep the chat going, y'all. Talk to me. Or just enjoy the views, whatever you so desire. We have about hour and 15 minutes or so of drive to get back to Great Falls Vaughn area. And there are a lot of vehicles on the side of the road. What's going on? One being pulled out of the ditch by a tow truck back there. That guy's over with his flashers. This one looks like he's just parked. He's been there a while. His windows are marked. I'm trying to take off my jacket over here without ending up in the ditch. It is windy AF, and I am hot AF. Oh God, that feels so good. I'm literally drenched. Oh, and I must look like a drunk person to the people behind me. All right, we're gonna go ahead and pass Kai, and I don't know if that's Dakota behind him or if they rode together. We're gonna get on out of here. Whoa, we don't hit the ditch first. Alright, we just passed Kai and Dakota. We're gonna get on out of here. We're doing 75. I believe the speed limit here is 80. Won't catch anything trolling like this. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I'll be looking for the pike this weekend. Heck yeah, I would love, I've only caught 1 pike this year and it's absolutely killing me. Normally by this time of the year, I've hit up the local Sun River a bunch of times. I've been kind of slacking this year. We've been doing more boat streams and I've been doing prep for the YouTube channel, stuff like that, trying to get the boat rigged. We've had a busy spring. We finally have our boat mostly rigged out. We have our new graph installed. We have our new trolling motor. I resurfaced the seats, built a center floor, we got the boat a lot more dialed in this year. So I'm looking forward to getting out here in the next few weeks. The pike bite around here should really be starting to kick on at Pishkin. So hopefully here in the near future we do have a Pishkin stream or two coming up. And we will see if we can get an absolute hog this year. I had one fish on the line last year that I know would have been tasty if we got it into the net, but we didn't even get it to the side of the boat. She shook us off before we got a real good look at her. Excited for 50 what? 467. Age 50? I got a few years before I'm breaking that threshold. What are we talking about? 50 what? SoCal, yeah, the wind got real gnarly, and as you can see, the clouds in the background there are thick and gray, and that is headed right towards us here. It was about to get real nasty out there. The gusts were picking up 15, 20 miles an hour. It wasn't sustained, but it's enough that it gets scary. And more weather is coming in, so it's just not worth it. I think tomorrow is going to be a much nicer day, so rather than beat ourselves up in the water and potentially swamp the boat, I think we might call her a day for today and plan for maybe a bank fishing stream tomorrow for sturgeon and channel cat. We might get into goldeye, freshwater drum. Walleye and sauger are known to lurk in the waters there. There are really big pike in the water there. 467, I have no idea what you mean by 50, but we'll answer it a third time and say, hell yes, I am excited for 50. I'm ready. Let's do this, whatever 50 means. I'm down. Now can you explain what 50 is? Are we talking 50 years old? Are we talking 50 fish? Are we talking 50 bones? 50 what? Meeting up with Kai again tomorrow? Potentially, yeah. He's the one that mentioned he wants to get one last hurrah. Again, he didn't get to fish much today. We didn't all get to fish much today. He was having boat problems. And it's honestly lucky they packed in when they did, and I decided to go over there because we would have been getting our butts kicked as this weather came over. Looks like we done. Yeah, I apologize, guys. I know we usually try to promise the sun up to sundown marathon streams here, but I do always leave a caveat on that if weather permits. And today is just unfortunately one of those days. The wind gusts really started to pick up, and I love fishing. I love catching fish. I don't like drowning, and I don't enjoy fishing in wind that makes me feel like I might drown. So we're taking the trek back. You guys get a scenic view here from Gates of the Mountain all through the canyon here. Sit back, relax. If you have never driven or been through the canyon here around Helena, Dearborn, Wolf Creek, it is a fantastic view. We might have a few Starlink crap outs here and there. These cliff walls are fairly high, but enjoy the views, y'all. I don't think there's much content on YouTube showing a lot of this stuff, so you're getting a peek at something that, unless you're here in Montana, a lot of people don't get to see. And some people may say, oh, it's just a car ride home, but it's never just a car ride home here in Montana when you're going through these gorgeous scenic valleys, crossing back and forth over the Missouri, the Dearborn. There's 3 or 4 rivers and creeks we cross over. There is a bit of road construction here. It's about 5-6 miles long. So we are on, this would normally be a 2-lane on each side of the road. They have completely dismantled the other side of the road, so we're sharing one side of the road with oncoming traffic. Slightly sketch. deep sides. Yeah, we only ended up with 3 fish today. We did lose 2 rainbows as well. But hey, y'all, this is our first time this year that we have caught more than 1 walleye. Shit, this is the first time we've caught more of any species than rainbow when we've been out. So we'll chalk this one up as a draw. This was also our first time fishing Gates of the Mountains, so it was not a new water body. We've fished Holter before, just not this section of Holter. So it's always kind of a gamble fishing new areas. I think we did pretty well for we were out there from 6 to 3. So what is that? 6 to noon is 6, noon to 3. 9 hours of fishing today-ish. Not a great catch ratio, 3 fish for 9 hours, but we're still, you take what you got, and that's what we got. Did they bite on the crawler? Yeah, we caught, each fish was on a different rig today that we landed. The first one was off a crawler harness with perch coloring on a full crawler off the 3-ounce bottom bouncer. The second walleye was off the 3-ounce bottom bouncer, but a Walleye popper that I tied, which is a different form of worm harness that floats up rather than sinks down. That again was on our 3-ounce bottom bouncer, full crawler. We didn't catch anything. We did run leeches for about an hour, maybe a little bit longer. We didn't get any bites off the leeches. The rainbow trout that we ended up catching, and in fact we had two of the 3 bites off of the same rig, a Brad's Spade Moonshine Dodger with an orange like lightning bolt on it, and a fly. It's the first time I've caught a fly. I've been watching lots of videos about it, and who knew it's a very popular method for catching fat trout. So we tried it out today, and we did catch a trout. We caught a trout and missed 2 trout. But yeah, so overall a productive day. How far did you drive today? It's about 115 minutes, or excuse me, an hour and 15 minutes. It's about 90 miles, maybe slightly less than 90 miles. No. 75 miles. Probably 70. It's not bad. Like I said, it's an hour and 15 minute drive to get back. Not too bad. And it is a very pretty drive. Winding through the canyons here, in between Helena and Great Falls is it's a sketchy drive during the winter. 0 of 10 would not recommend. Avoid this shit like the plague once ice and snow hits the ground. But during the summertime, it's a fantastic drive. If you're ever in central Montana, even if you're not looking to fish, just coming through this area is real cool. A lot of people come from out of the state, out of the area to drive the canyon on their motorcycles. There is a ton of motorcycle traffic out here. Really popular destination for biking. Thought it looked like Helena. Yeah, we're right in between Helena and Great Falls. This is the canyon. We'll be coming Wolf Creek first, then in Dearborn, then Cascade, Ulm, Great Falls, then Vaughn. You've never been to Holter, really, Petra? Oh, Holter's fun. Again, some days you really clean up here. Other days it's tough like today, but there have been very, very few instances in my life where I've fished Holter and not caught something, which I cannot say the same thing about many water bodies that I fish. Most of the water bodies I fish, I've had my ass handed to me many times. Holter is just, there's so many goddamn fish in here, and there's so many trout that when nothing else will bite, you can usually at least catch the trout. Yeah, unfortunately, we were getting 15, 20 mile an hour gusts. I was just going to drop camping gear off at the truck and head back out to fish till sundown. But as we were headed to the boat dock, the wind was just starting getting gnarly. I did look at the forecast, and we do have forecasts. More than one are now saying gusts of 25 to 30 mile an hour. Potential for half an inch to an inch of rain between like 4 to 6 p.m. So coming up right now. You can see some clouds in the distance. It looks like a lot of it is blowing over, but some of it was gonna land on us there at Gates. So it's just not worth it. Tomorrow's supposed to be a really nice day. We may get back out for probably a bank fishing stream if we do. The boat, I think, is going to be parked until next week. We had fun out there. Even my boat with mid-V and the wind sucks past 15. Yeah. It just, like I said, I'm not a great swimmer to begin with. The small boats like that with the low sides on it, we had one wave crash over the bow already today. It wasn't a lot, but it's enough to wake you up and say, hey, this wind ain't playing around. And all it takes is for one good swell like that to actually get over your bow or, you know, your sidewalls. And you can sink a boat in a matter of seconds. These little johns, they swamp real fast. I mean, I have a bilge pump in there, but that ain't meant to pump out, you know, 50, 100 gallons of water. One wave over the bow is too many. That is the exact math I am talking about there, 100%. Whole state is stormy on and off. It is, especially this time of the year. We don't really get a lot of places get spring, you know, and it's like winter goes away. We still get the cold of the winter in spring. We still get the winter winds in the spring. Spring is really just a short transition into summer here. And especially the winds. The winds don't start really dying down here until and they don't really ever die down here truly, but the bad winds, you know, 3, 4, 5 days a week, start petering out a little bit. We do get a lull in the summer and a bit in the fall, but springtime is really just a second winter here. 40 to 90 degrees, right? In the same day often. You'll get freezing nights and then roast your balls off during the day. What happened to 50? That guy asked me if I was excited for 50 like 9 times. And I finally told him, yes, I'm excited. Let's do this. And then he left, and I still have no idea what 50 means, what he was talking about. All right, let's get past this rock truck before they put another crack in my windshield. My windshield is so hashed right now, y'all. I need to spend $1,000 and get Safe Light or one of them quickie auto glass places to come out and put a new windshield in my damn truck. Heck yeah, where are we going? We robbing a bank? No, we're headed back home for today. We camped out last night at Gates of the Mountain with King Kai and friends. We did some fishing this morning, caught a couple of walleye, had a few small trout on the line, but the wind was just kicking our butt. So we are headed back home. We are going to try and get out tomorrow, potentially to do a bank fishing stream. And these roads are wet. It did rain through here. We're going to try and get out to Loma, Montana tomorrow afternoon or evening potentially, and see if we can catch some fat channel cats and shovel-nosed sturgeon. The sturgeon are spawning. The channel cats are just coming off a spawn. Excuse me. Got a little too much Mountain Dew. But we have not yet on Want to See My Rod been sturgeon fishing this year, and I've been telling everybody about it since last year. Oh. I think we caught one on stream last year, one sturgeon, one channel. We didn't do too hot, but maybe we'll have a little better luck this year. Call auto glass, right? 113's brutal. Eric, oh that's sick. My junior engineer broke production, so I had the worst day. Oh, Eric, that stinks. It's gonna get into the 120s here before long. That's miserable. I'd be hibernating, scantily clad or not clad at all, on or near my air conditioner for the duration. Let me know when hell goes away. Looks nice there. Where are you, bro? We're in central Montana. We're just leaving Gates of the Mountains, just north of Helena, Montana. We camped last night. We fished a bit this morning. We were trying to do a marathon stream out there, but the weather came through. As you can see, the roads are wet here. It's dumped rain a couple of times. The wind gusts were getting 20, 25 miles an hour with projected gusts up to 30 plus. And it just, that's too much for my little boat. So rather than get beat up in the rain and the wind, we called her a day. We had fun. It's a new fishing spot for us, so it's always cool to check out new places, and especially when we can get on the fish. And we did get some fish today. Not a whole lot of them, not big ones, but we did catch fish. Coming into view here on the side of the camera, you'll see the river down there. That is the Missouri River. We're getting fairly close to Craig, Montana, I believe. Just used Safe Light for my truck not long ago, 400 for the door. Dang, yeah, glass is expensive. I've already had, after I bought this truck from the auction, that's one of the first things I did was get a new windshield in it because it was busted to shit. And I think I paid, it was $800 or $900 for the windshield in this one. And I've had also the back window, the sliding glass heated window replaced, and that one was like frickin' $1,500. $384 thumbs up, let's go. We might hit 400 before the end of the stream. Maybe. I don't know, we only have hours, a little less than an hour before we get home. There are a bunch of boats out on the Missouri here. They're all drifting. I don't know, I don't know if many people or any people take many motorized boats in this stretch of the Missouri. Most everyone that I see is drifting. They have the big old long drift boats with paddles, oars, and they slowly drift down the Missouri. A lot of them are fly fishing. Good thing you're a web developer. That's just pocket change. Everything's expensive these days. Money don't go far. I am definitely in a good line of work. It does pay adequately well. A lot of people in this industry make a whole bunch of money. We make decent money. I'm not rich by any means. What's up, everyone? Hey, Will, welcome back to the stream. Back window is ridiculous to replace. It is, yeah. Yeah, that was the one I put a rock through it with my damn push trimmer, my DR freaking brush trimmer. We threw a boulder through my back window. I was like, God damn it. I think that was window number 4 I busted with it. Then a few weeks later, I busted the sliding glass door as well. I'm up to 5 windows I've busted in the last 2 years, 3 years. We haven't busted one yet this year, so knock on frickin' wood or glass. I don't know which is better. How big was the walleye you caught earlier? one small one, 14-inch. Another one was a little bit bigger, had way more girth to it, 17.5 inches. So nothing to write home about. Good eater size. That first one I caught, if I was keeping eater fish today, that one would have went on the stringer. The second one was 14 inches. That's a little smaller than what I typically like to keep. Usually I go for like the 18 to 22 inches is kind of my ballpark when I'm looking for eater walleye. The first walleye that we caught this year, a few weeks ago when we fished Holter, was about 24 or 25 inches. That one was much nicer. Oh, excuse me. Windshield for my Jeep is $1,500 because all the damn built-in sensors. Oh, okay. I need to move and get away and get a job where everybody, sane, normal human beings, everyone in my life acts like demons, nonstop attitude, whining. I mean, that's, to be fair, that's, I mean, isn't that the bulk of the population in this country these days? We have half the population that lives with their head firmly planted in their asshole, so, you know, it's kind of to be expected. I don't think you're going to escape ignorance and idiocy. Unless you go buy yourself some land out in Alaska and go disappear into the backcountry. I don't know. Sure does seem like that, 100%, right? Burning, you gotta be in California, I'm assuming. Man, y'all who hate California, y'all make me laugh. I lived in California for 14 years. It's not the shithole y'all make it out to be. I mean, it is in places. There's definitely some fuckery and some nonsense that goes on there. But the reality is it doesn't matter where you live. There's, like I just said, half the population lives with their head firmly planted in their assholes, so there's no escaping it. I've lived all over this country, and every time I thought I was moving to escape something or to find something new or different, I realized at the end of the day, it's all just more of the same. Different scenery, different faces, but human race does not change depending on where you're living. Illinois? Yep. There's no escaping it. The biggest thing I hated about California was just the expense. Everything was so goddamn expensive there. When I started looking at buying a property, it's like, you can buy yourself a moderate double wide trailer on a rented lot on the suburbs of the city you want to live in for $500,000 if you're lucky. It's like, man, I could buy that same property here in Montana with 5 acres for, you know, $150,000, $200,000 in a lot of cases. It's just, you want an actual house, you're looking at 1.2, 1.5 million, you know, for a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. A dump built in the 60s or 70s, no insulation, burning down, just shit. So yeah, that was kind of the final straw for me in California. It's just, if you want to actually settle down there, it's cost prohibitive unless you live out in the desert. And I don't know, some of y'all don't mind the desert. I'm not a big fan of living in the desert. Average 3-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bath in San Diego is $1 million. Okay. Yeah, Costa Mesa, Newport Beach area where I was living. House I moved into when I started living there was they bought it for just under $1 million, the company that I work for. And when I moved out 12 years later, It was, Jesus fucking Christ. Passed me right around the deck. Come on, man. You're a butthole. Pro pest, residential and commercial pest removal. Dude just cut around me right at the frickin' on-ramp where there's a truck trying to come on. But yeah, so they bought it for like $900K and it was appraised. They refinanced it after I moved out to do some construction, rehab, and build a second dwelling on the lot. And it appraised for like $4.5 million. So in 12 years, it appreciated over, you know, what is that? 9, 18, 27, 36, over like 450%, which is just absurd. And it was a shitty 2-bedroom, 1-bath on a decent sized lot for the area. Built in, you know, 1960s, termite fucking infested. You know, hadn't been updated since probably the 90s. But just everything in that area was absolutely exploding in value. Nice place to own if you got in at, you know, a cheaper price. And that is one thing too, you bitch about it being expensive in California, but the reality is the appreciation on property there in a lot of areas is exponentially higher than almost anywhere else you live in the US. You just have to have, you know, a couple milli to get into it, and then you pay the jumbo size, you know, frickin' interest rates on it, and not a great proposition for, you know, a lot of people looking to buy their first home. Sebastian, welcome back. Sorry, I'm missing some of the chat here. I'm trying to not go off the road here in these twisty canyons. Let me get to a straighter portion here. We'll catch up on chat. Y'all keep yourselves company, each other company. There we go. I'm in the desert, and it's still no better on price here. Yeah, it does come down a little bit, but it's still it's egregious. It's all expensive. I don't vote. Average 10% down payment here is 100K. Yeah, it's a lot to come up with for a down payment. In America, you're expected to move out at 18, have your own house. It's not a very smart country. You see these people who come here living all in one house, grandma, grandpa, and they do, yeah, no, 100%. When you can share living expenses, when you can pool money together to cover that overhead, you're able to save so much more. And yeah, a lot of immigrant families, like there's a few people that I work with that are Vietnamese that came over here, you know, on a boat escaping communism in, you know, the 60s, the 70s, whatever. And they live, you know, multiple generations in a household. And then they continue to live in the same household, and they've bought, you know, multiple investment properties. So they continue to live together, but they own, you know, multiple multi-million-dollar properties that are all rented out, collecting egregious rents to cover their ridiculous loans they had to take out. But those properties are appreciating at, you know, just a rapid rate. So they're not only building wealth, they're building wealth rapidly. And all of them are coming up with it, you know. It's not like one person in the family is getting wealthy while everybody else is. They each have, you know, their rental property. And most families here in the U.S., yeah, we kick our kids out of the nest and get rid of them as soon as we can. And a lot of kids, you know, that's just kind of the culture. They don't want to stay with the parents. They don't want to live in a multi-generation house. That's just culture here in the U.S. Sold a lie. The more households, more debt, more they can sell. They do so good in America. I'm still here. Gorgeous drive. I'm a lead engineer at Lumen, about to quit tomorrow. That's a big company. Not liking your job, huh? Some days I don't mind my job. I used to love my job. I used to enjoy going to work. I loved the problem solving. I enjoyed the people that I work with. But the longer I've been in the industry and the longer I work with, and it's not so much the people I work with, it's the ever-revolving cast of people that I work with. There has been so much turnover in the company that I work for in the last, 12, 14 years. It's like, I don't even attempt to learn people's names until they've been there at least a year. Like, I legit don't give a fuck. Because most of those people, they're there 6 months, a year, maybe 18 months, and then they're on to the next job. People these days switch jobs like they change their underwear. And I don't like working in an environment like that. It's constant churn of new people, retraining people to do the same goddamn things over and over and over again, and you never really get ahead. Your workforce never really gets any stronger. It never gets any smarter. And really these days, what the edge of the sword that's really got me is AI. AI pisses me off so much when it comes to my job. I've been doing what I do for, 20 years. I know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm excellent at troubleshooting things. I can diagnose things that, people have been kicking around for weeks and months and can't figure out. Normally I don't toot my own horn, but that is kind of my thing. I'm a problem solver. And I get so much pushback these days from people who have no idea what the hell they're doing, or even what they're asking or what they're suggesting, because ChatGPT told them is the answer. And it's like, it was one thing, to explain to customers who think they know what they want, and you got to persuade them out of it because they don't understand, the underlying architecture, the fundamentals of what they're trying to accomplish, what you need to accomplish to get to the goal that they've set. So you got to kind of push them and pull them in the right direction a lot of times. But now it's, coworkers and project managers that, they second guess everything you do, everything you say. And again, with AI, security, which is a huge part of my job, has absolutely gone out the fucking window. Everything, people feed everything into AI these days. And it demolishes any semblance of security posture that may have been there, or that, I've been trying to push for or build for my company, for, the companies that we help and they represent. And I'm tired of fighting with it. That is one dead horse somebody else can kick. I will hopefully be retiring here in the next few years. I keep telling myself that. We'll see when we get there, but want to see my rod? Imagine riding a bike up and down the hill you came down. No thank you, Voidcaster. I've ridden one fast hill and ended up with road rash from probably my eyebrow and forehead all the way down to my toes. One whole side of my body was a giant scab for like a solid 3 months. We don't ride downhill fast anymore. Especially not in shorts and tank top. Apprentice under, watching my time. I still can't tell you what single one of their names is to this day, right? No, I thankfully, I switched to working remotely almost immediately after I got the job. Within 2 years of me getting the job, I switched to remote workforce. So I've worked from home for well over a decade now. But I do fly into the office for quarterly meetings, yearly meetings, sometimes out for client meetings, vendor meetings, shit like that. And I wander around the office and I don't recognize mostly anybody, and I call everybody dude. I don't care. If they last for more than a year and aren't completely useless, I do usually attempt to at least try to remember their name. I like ChatGPT, but I'm young and I use it every day. No, and again, there's nothing wrong with using it as a basis for, you know, things you do, as a helper for things you do. But so many people these days, you know, they think it's the be-all, end-all of everything. And they don't know what to do without it. Nobody works anymore. They just shove shit into ChatGPT all day and spit back responses to each other. It's ridiculous. Which again leads to nobody actually learning how to do the jobs. We're hiring on developers these days that have no idea how to develop. We're trading in developers who do know how to develop for project managers who know how to prompt ChatGPT. And it's just, it will come back, and I've said it 100 times, 1,000 times to anyone who will listen in the company that I work for. It's going to come back and bite them in the ass. We're trying to sell projects built on top of AI, and you know, you build one iteration of it, it works seemingly well. You feed it a bit more complex data set, and it hallucinates, and it gives you a whole bunch of garbage. You iterate on your build 3, 4, 5 more times, trying to, you know, give it better data sets, set parameters, try and, you know, negatively define what it's not supposed to do. And you end up with something that continues to hallucinate, now doesn't even do what it used to do. And, you know, it's every client meeting that I sit on that AI is involved, the clients are just pissed. You know, you sell them on this technology and what it's capable of, and don't give with it the reality check that while it's capable of this is not your average response. Be warned, it is a tool. It is not the be-all to end-all. It's not going to solve all your fucking problems. It's not going to automate everything you do. And if you try to go that direction, you're gonna back yourself into a corner where nobody has any idea what they're doing or how to operate without it. And then when it breaks, not if it breaks, when it breaks, you're up shit creek without a paddle. So it's AI, as much as I love it and I do use it, it is gonna be the downfall of many, many businesses in the coming years. They're gonna splurge on it and realize that they've ran themselves down a very expensive rabbit hole and piss away a lot of good money after bad. I know the words Python, Java, that's it. I haven't touched Java since I was in college. That was one of the languages, Java, C, C++, that you learn as basic programming languages when you're learning computer science programming. In the real world, unless you're supporting legacy systems, not a lot of development is done in those languages. Python, I take that back. Python is used by everybody and their brother these days. But it's also a very old language and a fucking annoying language to write in. It's got some of the stupidest syntax rules. Who in their bright mind decided that indentation should be in any way, shape, or form used as syntax for execution? I really would like to walk up to them, shake their hand, and tell them you developed a cool language, and then I'd like to smack them upside the head and tell them you designed some of the stupidest punctuation syntax that I've ever seen in any language I've ever dealt with. Python's good though. Don't get me wrong. I use Python for a lot of things. Programming is a foreign language to me. I mean, I'm not an excellent programmer in any language. I will admit that right off the bat. I could do a whole lot of cool shit in a lot of different languages, though. I've fumbled my way through tons of different projects and learning different languages from front end to back end, you know, scripting to, you know, a little bit of styling. I'm not great at front end work. I'm better with back end work, databases, complex business logic. Again, it all comes back to problem solving. I couldn't tell you which looks better. Everything I look like or everything I build looks like it was designed by a 3-year-old. But it works, and it usually does pretty cool shit. The wife's work is changing their main software. It was created by AI, and they broke it in under an hour. Set them back 2 years. Yeah. Now, so much AI, if you have really good, clean data, predictable data in very specific formats that never changes, AI can iterate on that shit and can do amazing stuff with it if you have solid software running. But the problem is that most data sets are incomplete. The schemas are different. It's always lacking in something. And AI tends to struggle with, in my experience, and again, I'm not an AI expert, but in my use of it, it struggles unless you're feeding it very sanitized, standardized data sets and have very clean, instructions of operation. 386 thumbs up. Let's go. We got a couple more. We've passed Craig. We're, I think, coming up on Cascade. Or did we pass Cascade already? I haven't been paying attention. I'm babbling over here. Gray clouds ahead. Yeah, there was a whole weather system that's been moving through. We got sprinkled on a couple of times. We drove through. The canyon there got poured on. We were getting wind gusts of 20, 25 miles an hour, with forecast showing much higher gusts. So it was time to pack her in. We don't need to get soggy and sunk out there. Storming in Daytona Beach. You in the 15. SoCal, what do you mean in the 15? Oops, sorry. Are you asking about the highway I'm on? Oh shit, where's my phone? If you're asking I-15, I think this might be I-15. I should know. I've driven up and down this highway 1,000 times. On the 15, yeah. I think my other phone's in the backpack. I can't connect the Bluetooth to check. Yeah, I think it's the I-15. We're headed northbound from Helena. We just passed Craig, Montana. We're headed towards Cascade. And yeah, I can't tell which way the wind's blowing right now, which direction these clouds are going, but it's gray, fluffy clouds in every direction, but even behind us is starting to cloud up. I can't find my damn smokes either. I don't know what the shit I did with all my stuff. Oh, that feels like smokes. I-15 is coastal, doesn't threaten. The hell are you sure? I-15? What is it? Somebody, I forget. Odd numbers go north-south, even numbers go east-west? Is that how the interstates work? Looks like you're in PA now. Yeah, look at the change of scenery. So we go from the mountains, the canyons, kind of out here to the plains, almost tundra in area. A lot of rolling hills. We're basically in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains right now. But it does get much drier out here in central Montana, right around where I live, Great Falls, Vaughn area. A lot of prairie, open prairie. But once you get past this chunk of prairie, you get back into another set of mountains. You got the Highwood Mountains, the Cascade Mountains. 90. That sounds like it could be too, Chuck. I'm having a brain fart right now. I literally, I promise you guys, I know what road we're on. I just, the recall is not happening right now. The brain is suffering a RAM deficiency at the moment. Smoking, 420. Guys, my junior engineer broke invoicing for our $50 billion company in production. I skipped to the heavy smoker retreat. Yeah, those are the days you just call in sick. Tell them you ate some bad Taco Bell last night and it's coming out of both ends. And your head is pounding and your eyes, they're not working good. You're gonna go back to bed. Make it a long weekend and let them deal with their own shit show. That is one thing I hate about the tech industry is how everybody else's lack of proper planning and execution turns into your emergency somehow. Being on call 24/7 is ridiculous. Fun part is military customers were pulling down invoices for other branches. Oh, nice. So now you got a bunch of compliance deficiencies, potential lawsuits. Yep. Now, again, that's a big part of the industry and what I've been doing for the better part of the last decade is security audits, compliance, and trying to get people to understand that security is not an afterthought. It's got to be your primary goal. Because it gets debilitatingly expensive when you start, when you get hacked, when you break something that takes a $50 billion company down. When you're working with, Fortune 50, Fortune 100 companies, time is money for them. You can lose millions and millions of dollars in a single outage. SOX, PCI, HIPAA, I mean, there's a myriad of different compliances, and when you start breaching shit, it gets real expensive real fast. And everybody wants to act as if it's too expensive to do it right. So, you do it cheaply and you set aside some money on the off chance that you happen to get fined for your shitty setup, your lack of following compliance, your security breaches. And it cripples companies because they don't realize that those penalties can go into the millions. You start leaking credit card data, and you pay per card number that's leaked. It could turn a small company from being profitable into being in debt, millions of dollars because they can't afford to pay the fines, the penalties. I work for a blue-collar job. The kind of stuff I put up makes me want to puke. Yeah. We're in an office with sane, normal human beings. That's a win. Want to hear the bug? Pascal casing versus camel casing. Okay, I believe it. Yeah, I mean that's just syntax errors shitting all over the place. So yeah, that'll break anything and everything. Shit won't compile, and you are done until you audit and clean up the code. Credit card information being leaked will take lawsuits on top. Oh yeah. No, what's scary these days is almost every major company you shop at, Walmart, Target, Best Buy, all of these, big brands that are here in the United States, everybody swipes their card. A lot of the people shop online with them and store their card information. Those are the companies that get targeted, and they don't get just breached occasionally, they get breached constantly. So your card data is leaked and sold and resold dozens of times. And it might be a month, it might be 3 months, it might be a year before that card data that was leaked actually gets, they start running charges up on it. But you can almost guarantee that if you're using your card number with any major retailer in this country, that at some point in time it's going to end up on the dark web and being sold. It happens to everybody. Well, cash is king, yes, but in this day and age, you're doing yourself a disservice to use cash for almost anything. And the reason that I say that is there are so many cashback credit cards that you can save, 2% on any and every transaction you make, and 5-7% on subsections of those transactions. So people who are spending cash are eating inflation way harder than everybody else. I spend every penny that I can on a reward credit card. And I pay it off, 3, 4, 5 times a month. I pay multiple payments, so I never carry a balance. But every dollar I spend, I get basically a discount. 2% being the least amount, and 7% being the most. Until they don't accept it. A few weeks ago, I'm at lunch and caught someone taking pictures of credit cards. Jesus. Yeah. You got card scanners everywhere these days too, and they're getting good at them too. A lot of them are, you'd be really hard pressed to tell that it's a scanner plopped on top. $10 to $20 in cash back. I use my credit card. It's a great idea. Yeah, no, it's honestly one thing that a lot more people should do. But only if you're financially responsible. If you carry any balances on credit cards, literally any, if you have a credit card that at the end of the month it isn't paid off, you need to cut up every credit card you own, pay off that balance, and never use credit cards again. But if you're financially, not trying to say that those who can't manage credit aren't financially intelligent, but I don't know how else to phrase it. Financially literate. If you understand that credit cards are the devil, and that you do not ever carry a balance on a credit card, because it will cost you more in the long run, and not just a little bit, a lot more. Credit cards are wonderful because you can get a discount on everything. Like I said, any and every charge that I make always goes on a credit card if I can. That's like at the end of the day when you're done shopping, taking the change that's in your pocket and just pitching it in the trash can. Because that's what you're doing every time you spend cash. I got hopped by the skimmer at 7-Eleven last year. I always tug on the card scanner now and see if it pops up. Yeah, so I didn't even there are a couple of gas stations that I use locally, and I don't ever like to deviate from them because I know what their scanners look like, and I would know if it looked off. The last time I had my card data stolen and a whole bunch of card charges racked up, I took a taxi either to or from the airport, and the rat bastards had a card scanner on the credit card swiper in the back seat. So you pay for your fare, you get in the back seat, you swipe your card, it pays, your toll for the trip. I wasn't paying attention. It was a new machine. It looked funky, but they all do these days. And I swiped it, and within 24 hours, I had like $6,000 of charges from, all over the world before they put a fraud lock on it. My dad's credit card debt has ruined our family and our lives. Yep. No, that's unfortunately that's the America we live in these days. Is people don't teach their kids, and school doesn't teach it anymore, how to handle money. And people live on credit. You should never take out a loan if you don't. if you don't have $50,000 in the bank that you could at any day go pull that 50 grand out and pay off a $50,000 loan that you took out, you have no business taking out a $50,000 loan. The only reason you should ever be taking out loans, in my opinion, and again, I'm not a financial expert and take this with a grain of salt, in my opinion, if you can't afford to buy it in cash, you can't afford it. The only reason you should be taking out a loan is if we have cheap interest rates, or that money, you know, that you have is making more in its current form being invested than what the interest rate is costing you. That's the only reason I have a home loan right now, is most of my cash is tied up in crypto. And while I have a fairly high interest rate on my home loan, the rate at which my crypto portfolio is growing is exponentially higher than what my interest rate costs me. The potential profit cost of me selling that crypto to pay off my loan is way, way worse than the interest that I pay on maintaining that loan. So again, it's a calculated choice to use the loan rather than the assets that I have that I could sell to pay off the loan. But again, at any point in time, I could go sell a little bit of crypto and pay off every penny that I owe on any loan, and I would still be perfectly fine. So again, there are circumstances where it makes sense, but most people, they live paycheck to paycheck and they fucking take out loans for everything. And you run into a deadly cycle where you never, just the overhead in maintaining your loan is too much and you never get ahead on it. So what do then? You take out more loans. And it just, I mean, you eat yourself to death. You will never get out of it beyond bankruptcy. And then that fucks your credit up for, a decade, 12 years, 13 years, sometimes longer. Can't afford anything because I own a boat, right? That's the point I'm at. It takes up all of my free cash. Home weather turned bad on the water. Yeah, we got blown off. It started raining. You guys could see all these dark clouds in the sky. Today, it's just not worth trying to fight through. I love how that guy checked his mirrors before cutting us off. Surely he looked in them, right, chat? Yeah, we ended up with 2 small walleye and 1 small rainbow today. We lost 2 rainbow as well. We had planned on staying out there all day. The weather just took a turn for the worse on us. Bankruptcy on a trailer, that's right. That is what a boat is. Thank y'all for hanging out with me while we drive home here and while we fish today. We're about, I don't know, 12 miles or so from home. The live stream on here for a little bit longer. We're going to be killing the stream here shortly. Stay tuned. I'm going to talk with Kai and Mia and see what we have going on for tomorrow. We might try and do some catfish or a sturgeon stream tomorrow night, tomorrow evening, afternoon, evening. I don't know what the plan is. But we might, the rough idea is we're gonna try and get down to Loma area on the Missouri River and see if we can catch the tail end of the sturgeon spawn. Yeah, the wind got real nasty there and it started raining. You could see all the clouds in the sky here. So I'm gonna drop the boat off at home, get everything unpacked, or most of everything unpacked and situated, and then I'll probably come pick you up from work tonight. Just talking about you, so we didn't get to do a whole lot of fishing today because the weather got nasty, so Kai said he's thinking about maybe doing a Loma fishing trip tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow night. At least for a little while, to go down to Loma and see if we can catch some catfish and some sturgeon. So I don't know if you want to come hang out and do some fishing at Loma. But nothing's set in stone yet. We're still trying to decide. It rained pretty hard here and now it's just cold. Yeah, once those clouds come out, the sun gets hidden and the wind picks up, especially when water's involved, the temperature here just plummets this time of the year. It goes from being hot as heck to freezing in just an instant. See you around. Take care. All right, good seeing you here today. Hopefully we'll see you on the. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks again for coming to hang out and fish with us. Looks good to me. Hit a pond on the way, bank fish it. Yeah, we gotta get home, unpack everything. There is one pond kind of by my house. I think rather than the pond, if the wind isn't too bad, there is a chance we could hit up the Sun River. The fat pike should probably be biting right about now. Good luck, brother. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. 387. We did not hit our goal of 400 today. That's all right. We did have a good stream out there. We caught more than one walleye, guys. We are slowly improving. We are not bottom bouncer masters yet, but we definitely, we got some bottom bouncer run time today, which is always nice. I'm loving the new trolling motor, guys. I am so happy with my purchase. Other than every time I look at my bank account, I cringe. Other than that, I am so happy with my purchase. We're still learning, we're still figuring it out, but we trolled around for almost 8 hours today, strictly on the trolling motor. No outboard involved, and we did damn good. It handled really well. I coached you on the walleye, that's why. Sometimes we all need a little hand holding there, Mike, you know. Good evening. What's up, Colt? Now we catch walleye on and off. I think the bite is really starting to pick up there. For the past 2 months, I've been on and off fishing Holter, and every once in a while I hear of people pulling walleye in. A lot of people have been trying. The bite has just not been great there. But it feels like it's picking up, and that's usually the case here in central Montana. Fishing for me in general, other than rainbow trout, really starts to pick up mid to late June, and definitely early July. So I feel like the bite is really just starting to pick up for us here. That, and again, it was really difficult for us running 2.8, 2.2 miles an hour with the outboard, how we were trolling previously. it makes it incredibly difficult to bottom bounce. You have to run such a heavy weight to get down. So like the 30-foot bottom is what we were trolling most of today. And a 3-ounce weight successfully got us down or very close to the bottom the bulk of the time that we were trolling around. We were trolling anywhere from like 1.2 to 1.8 miles an hour at the most. So we're getting, you know, the full 1 ounce per, or excuse me, 10 feet per ounce of weight. Oftentimes trolling, you know, faster than 2 miles an hour, it starts taking more and more weight to get down those same depths. And I don't know if any of y'all have ever pulled a 5 or a 6 ounce bottom bouncer. That's a good chunk of lead to be dragging around the bottom. They're much more prone to getting snagged up. They drop straight to the bottom like a rock. So anytime you turn too fast, you know, you're on bottom, not just ticking off bottom. Rod, do you ever go night fishing? I watched a YouTube video that said biology shows that fish bite more at night than day, and best at dawn and good to night or day at dusk. Yeah, the dawn and dusk bite seems to always have a good chance to produce some fish. We did last year, I think I did probably 3 or 4 night streams on the boat where we fished during the day and then we continued to fish well into the night. We didn't have great luck. That is the one thing my boat is still kind of lacking is we have all the legal lights that you need to have to fish at night, but I don't have the floodlights to really be able to do it safely. You need to be able to reach out and touch someone with spotlights, and a lot of the boats that I see that are successful around here at night fishing do also have underwater lights. They're all running multiple green lights just flooding the water underneath their boats. But we've struggled. I want to. This year we're definitely going to be doing some night streams. The most success that I've had night fishing in the past has been from the bank, not from the boat. I'm still trying to figure out boat fishing at night. I haven't caught a whole lot of stuff, and I don't know quite why that is. 5 to 6 ounces is crazy. It is. Yeah, so we were running 3 ounce today. I think the biggest bottom bouncers that I have right now are 5 ounces, but I don't like to bust them out. I have 1.5 ounces, 2 ounces, and 3 ounces. And between those three, usually if I'm going to use a bottom bouncer, I'm going to use one of those. If it's less than 1.5 ounces, I usually just use a snap weight. And if it's more than 3 ounces that I require, generally it's going to be lead core line, or again, we'll bust out the dipsy divers or the jet divers. There are other means and methods to get down to deeper that don't involve throwing anchor over the side of the boat to drag your around on the end of your line, which is basically what a 6 ounce frickin' sinker is. The only time I use fat sinkers like that is fishing in heavy river current. I have some brand new floodlights laying in the garage. I'm not going to use them if you want them. SoCal, I think those are the ones that you sent me the picture of or the brand before. I looked them up briefly. I didn't go too far down the rabbit hole. I should dig back out that email and look and see. The biggest thing for me is I need bright, but I can't have something that's going to absolutely destroy my battery. Because again, at night, I'm not getting any bonus from, the solar panels. At nighttime battery life, batteries just drain. They go real quick. Oop. We're getting a little squirrely over here. A little squirrely. Almost. All right, y'all. I meant to cut the stream off there, but we are home sweet home. I'll resend the info. I appreciate that, SoCal, and thank you again for the offer. You're always so kind. I appreciate you. I run a set on the dirt bike and they work awesome. Okay. Yeah, I need to figure out where a good spot to mount. So I need basically some headlights. The biggest problem I found at at night fishing is finding the goddamn dock when you're done night fishing, because it's in the pitch black and they never light them up well. And it can seem like a lost cause sometimes trying to find a boat dock, you know, your boat launch in the dead of night. So I need some headlights, 100%. We need to be able to see where we're going at night. And then again, some kind of setup I need to figure out to... I got to get on the green light trend. I got to see what it is that these people are... I'll have to do some reading about it, if it is actually worth it or not. Same here, if I'm not fishing before the sun comes out at all, seems like a waste of time. Burning, absolutely. Gonna hit Eureka in the morning. You may want to be there. Gonna catch me some dinner. How did you do today? Ed, nice. So you're gonna be out at Eureka. Interesting. That's we've not fished Eureka from the boat yet. I fished it once from the shoreline and did catch some decent trout and a couple of suckers. But I've heard good things about Eureka. It's a fairly shallow water body and it's fairly exposed, so if the wind is blowing, it gets kind of beat up. But I think tomorrow, most of the forecasts that I was looking at, tomorrow looks like it's going to be a pretty nice day tomorrow. Pretty nice day. In fact, I was kind of thinking about taking another stab at Pishkin. I think we're still a little bit early and are probably going to get our butts kicked. But I want to get me on some pike. I miss pike so much. I'm a morning fisherman, typically on not on the water no later than 5:30 and as early as 4. Rangeley, so that's how I prefer to be. I like to get there when it's still dark so I can have poles in the water when that first light is cracking over the horizon. Run 2 golf cart batteries in parallel to make 12 and you'll get a battery with thicker lead plates and longer life. A lot of people do use lawnmower or snowmobile batteries. Have a good one, Rod. See you on the next one, brother. Thanks for stopping through, Robert. I appreciate you. I'll send you a picture of how I mounted him on the bike and the specs for him. Okay, thank you, SoCal. Eureka is hot. Nice bows in there. Yeah, we might... Eureka, we need a revenge stream at Willow Creek. We got our butts absolutely handed to us. That was one of the first places we fished this year. And it was the first time I'd put the boat in there. I have caught some fat trout from the bank at Willow Creek before. And the first time I put my boat in, we couldn't catch a goddamn thing to save our lives. It was terrible. Thanks for the stream. It was awesome. Glad you enjoyed it, Bill. Again, we may be on for some kind of stream tomorrow. Y'all stay tuned. Want to do Pike, Tiber Dam at Stanford Park. Ed, so I have tried fishing. I've fished Tiber 3 or 4 times last year, and I caught a couple of walleye, a couple of rainbows. I couldn't get into the walleye and I couldn't get into the pike. I don't know how the fuck to fish Tiber. Tiber is so big. I've tried launching from South Bootlegger 2 times. We launched from the VFW boat launch 2 times. So I've got a couple of times at each end of the lake. But it's so big. There's so much water to cover. It gets real rough when the wind picks up. I'm not familiar. I'll have to look at a map and see where Stanford Park is. Is that a good spot to try for pike there? Stanford Park. Looking at a map and looking at the bathymetry there, bathymetric map, the northeast portion is where it just screams big pike to me. But it's more shallow up there. It's a way further drive to get to the boat launch there. It's also quite a long drive from the VFW boat launch to get up into that section. I fished the river. So you're fishing down below Tiber in the Marias. I fished that the one day that we went to Tiber and we got skunked out on the water for 15 hours. I think we were out there and didn't catch a damn thing. We went and night fished at the underneath Tiber for another 3-4 hours, and I think I got bit once by a carp. But I do know, I've heard that there are some quality pike that come out underneath the Tiber, and I think that is the Marias River. I think that's the fairly certain. M. Bowers, we're done for the day. We started the stream at 6 a.m. And the weather just got real nasty. We ended up with 2 walleye and 1 rainbow. But yeah, we're just winding down for the stream. I just got home. I'm about to back the boat into the shop and unload some shit. We're just BSing for a minute here. Is the river, is it Stanford Park? Is that a location on the Marias or below Tiber? And I'm not super familiar with all the location names there. But thank y'all that are tuning in. We're just wrapping up here. I'm gonna kill the stream in a few minutes. I think we may be live again tomorrow evening, afternoon or evening. We'll see. Mia May, she may want to go out in the morning. We may end up at Eureka. I don't know. Use saltwater swim baits, 8-inch squawfish under a float. 8-inch squawfish under a float below the dam. Okay. Yeah, I've got a couple of Berkeley Magic Swimmers. I've caught a handful of pike off of them. I do have a handful of other saltwater baits as well, but those Magic Swimmers are immediately what I think of when you say saltwater baits. $390 thumbs up, let's go. We are almost there. We almost got our goal of 400 today. But thank you again for joining us today. We did have a fun stream out there. We didn't get our full marathon. So we will try and make up for it sometime in the next week, y'all. Maybe tomorrow, definitely within the next week. Y'all stay tuned. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully you guys get out there and do something fun this weekend. If you ain't going fishing and camping, get out of your house for a little while. Go out, go sit in the yard, roll in the grass, do something. Enjoy your lives, y'all. No specs on the box, but 18 watt. All right. I always get a monster there at the spillway. Ed, how close to the dam are you fishing? I know that on Fishbrain there's quite a few pike marks, kind of down around that first bend past the dam. I didn't see much up real close to the dam though. It looks like the pike action, most of what it's posted on Fishbrain is right around that first and second bend in the Marias after the dam. Justin, we're just packing in. We got blown off the water today. We did an early morning stream. We started at roughly 6 a.m. Caught a couple of walleye, 1 rainbow trout, lost a couple of other fish. But the wind and the rain swooped in on us and started kicking our butt. What's up? It's me. Welcome, welcome. Pretty sure I saw all your fish today. I feel like you bailed out early. Yeah, we did, unfortunately. I wanted to stay. We were just gonna, Kai and them were packing in and we're gonna leave. I was just gonna go back to the boat launch and drop my tent gear and stuff off. We packed up camp, but on the way the weather came. And we're lucky we got out of there when we did, because I think it's storming there now. It was like 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The rain so much doesn't bother me, but we had some really bad wind gusts. We had a couple of swells that were coming up over the bow of the boat. It gets too sketchy in a small boat when the winds get that fast. Right below the dam, Stanford Park, follow the signs. Okay, I'll look that up. I appreciate the tip, Ed. But y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and kill the stream. Thanks again for joining us today. Appreciate all that support the channel and come and hang out. Come and join us again on the next stream. Signing out from Want to See My Rod here in Central Montana. Y'all go touch some grass. We'll see you on the next one. Late.